Ruthless truth, yeah, ruthless truth. Get down, it could go bad for you. Hit like, comment, subscribe, you know what to do. Be cool. City lights shining so bright. Fine dining nights feels right. Flights to places far from sight. Get right. Ruthless truth, yeah, ruthless truth. Get down, it could go bad for you. In the city where we move, stay cool. Underneath the neon glow, life is fast but take it slow. Every moment like a show. Let's go. Dancing through the night, we got energy flows we can't hide. Feel alive, we outside. Moments fleeting but we shine. In this rhythm we align. Time flies. Moments fleeting but we shine. In this rhythm we align. Time flies. Ruthless fleeting but we shine. In this rhythm we align. Time flies. Ruthless truth, yeah, ruthless truth. Get down, it could bad for you. In the city where we move, stay cool. Stay cool.
Hey, nobody bigger than the program.
What's up, YouTube? Back at it again with another, I would say, polarizing topic. Women don't apologize, and men need to stop apologizing. Right? How many times have you been in a relationship and your girl is dead wrong? You got her dead to right, and she still won't apologize. All she do is either bring up the past. As soon as you be like, well, you're wrong, you got her dead to right. She like, oh, well, remember what you did in 1965? She's gonna make the conversation about that. And pretty much you're just gonna have to, walk away, or she gonna fight to the death. Why don't women apologize? Why can't apologizing is free and simple, right? It's really not that hard. When you're wrong, you're wrong. And even sometimes you're right, you're wrong, right? But apologizing will create such a more harmonic type of relationship, right? Where everything is more smoother. Because it ain't all about winning, but sometimes when you're wrong, you're fucking wrong. And the longer we argue about it, the more we become divided, the more we become, or the more we lose respect for what we got. Because now we're here arguing about something with a simple solution. So, and it's even better if you apologize right away. Like, let it get out, let everything come out, and then lay out, I apologize, and, either you try to get better or it don't happen again, depending on what the situation is. I don't know. It could be something that happens when you get intoxicated, or it could be something that happened that rarely happens, but whatever it is, right? The simple solution is, once all the facts are laid out before you, apologize. Now, on the other hand, men need to stop apologizing, right? We apologize even when we're right, because we just want it over, right? We don't want to go down the rabbit hole. But shit, it ain't helping, right? It ain't helping the relationship to last. So we might as well stand 10 toes down. Simply. 10 toes down. We're going to see what the young lady has to say to get
the other day, and so I was talking to a male friend of mine the other day, and he told me that women don't apologize and women can't be held accountable. I began to really think deeply about this idea, and one of the things that came across my mind is in the last 9 months or so of me being in my private practice, I have myself experienced many women, whether they came as a couple or they came by themselves, they very abruptly discontinued their therapy. And I started to reflect and really think, what was going on here? And I noticed that after I had to confront them about something, I had to bring to their attention something they were doing that wasn't contributing to the health of the relationship, they became very defensive and very harsh, and they stopped coming.
Therapy doesn't work. For the majority of men out there, therapy is the end of the relationship.
So I was talking.
So we definitely see here that, you know what I mean? We have a problem, right? That, and I'm not necessarily tripping on accountability so much because nobody really holds themselves accountable in a lot of ways. We might acknowledge, but to apologize when you're caught dead to right should be simple, right? When someone is displaying to you that you've done something wrong and they have facts to back it, automatically the next words coming out your mouth should be, I apologize. You know what I mean? And it just creates a more harmonious relationship. It creates a very peaceful house because now the weight is off your shoulder because, okay, it's out. Whatever's out happened. And you showing that, you are accepting responsibility for your actions as being wrong is sometimes all the other person needs, right? Just for you to acknowledge that, hey, let's try to stay away from this and apologize. Then I think that's fair. I think it's fair to get an apology about something that affects the house, something that affects the family, right? Because it is a clear distinction that why we're together, right? Because we should be easily to have a problem or a situation, and when the one party is wrong, they should be like, okay, I'm wrong. I apologize. And that's closure. And women don't seem to want to take this, I would say, this solution, right? Women don't want to seem to take this solution. I think it's winning is everything. I think that's the problem with women. I think winning is everything to them. And regardless if you got them dead to wrong, regardless of how it affects you, they don't care. They want to win. And that affects the relationship, short term, long term, period. So a person who doesn't accept, in my opinion, if a person doesn't accept responsibility and act in an apologetic manner, is a person who is intolerable. Because what's going to happen? Because it's going to keep happening. I mean, look, ain't nobody looking for the perfect person, right? We ain't looking for you to be perfect. But when there's things happen, if we can't get let me rephrase that. If things happen that affect us, like, if you do something that affect me directly, your man or your partner, then I would like to have an apology and then it give me closure. And for a woman to do that, that should be the easiest thing to do to the person she loves, to the person she adores, to the person that she holds in high esteem. Apologizing for the thing that's wrong should be very simple and a no-brainer. Right? And this is how you build a great relationship. This is how you build long-lasting relationships. This is how you like each other even more, or love each other even more. Because then now, when the bad times and things that happen that affect each other come, the apologizing or holding yourself responsible, it brings a lot more closure to the things that we can't deal with. But when you don't apologize, now it's war zone. Right now it's World War III. Now we're divided. Now I don't like you that much no more. If you did something that affected me and you don't apologize, in my mind, I'm thinking you don't give a fuck about me. Now I'm looking at you differently. I still love you, but now I'm looking at like, damn, this woman she can't apologize for nothing. Even I got pictures, I got text messages, I got everything. And all she does is bring up the past. Oh, well, remember when you did this? Oh, remember when you did that? Now I'm going to bed empty, or I'm leaving the house empty with frustration. Because I'm like, okay, why couldn't she just say, you know what? We're living the here and now. I fucked up. Let me give the man I love a genuine apology. But you know why? You know what the conclusion I come to? If a person doesn't apologize, that's like saying, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. And that's the way I take it. There's just no other way. Because men, we apologize quick as a motherfucker. What's up, Zoom Zoom? Sugar Bum. Sugar Bum, wake up. What's this? You know what this is. Y'all don't apologize. Women don't like women for some reason. You saving them, Zoom? For some reason, you women just don't like to apologize. And Sugar Bum, today, I know you don't agree with me a lot, Sugar Bum, but today you should agree with me, Sugar Bum. If you're caught dead to wrong, it should be easy for you to apologize to the one you love. Because what does apology do to help the relationship? It brings closure. It keeps the respect line at a good level. Yeah, I might be mad at you because you did some dumb shit, but if you apologize sincerely, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to, you know what? It is what it is. She apologized. That brings me closure. And I can move on from that episode or that situation. But when you don't apologize, okay. Rare. Come on, Sugar Mom. You wrong every 2 hours. Stop it, Sugar Mom. But anyway, when you do apologize, when you don't apologize, it's like an open wound, right? You leave an open wound. Right? But women apologize for the weak. Sophisticated Jerk, I think I need to take you to school on this, right? It's just not that simple, right? Apologizing is for the weak is, to me, I think that is a bit unwise. Because I'm talking about if you're dead to wrong, if you're caught dead to wrong, well, particularly today I'm talking about the women, right? But I'm gonna I'm gonna make this a general one, right? If you walk on somebody and you step on somebody's shoes, right? And you see that, it could create a situation. If you apologize, it can bring the situation into I would say, an organized situation where you both could walk away and not do violence or not yell. Apologizing brings closure to a lot of problems. If you're wrong, I'm not saying just apologize just to apologize. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying particularly if you're in a relationship, and I'm speaking to the women, because men always apologize to the women if their wives. That's not even a thing, right? Oh shit! Welcome. We got a guest already. What? He up early. Oh man, he coming to get me. Let me bring my boy up, man. He gonna yell at me today probably, but it's okay. We gonna. Where was the intro? Where did the intro go? Oh, here we go. What's up, Kasi?
What's up, Ruthless, man? How are you?
I'm good. I'm just, this topic was laying. I got this last night, right? And
Where'd you get it from?
I got it while I was watching a show on YouTube, right? And they was talking about how women don't like apologizing. And then I thought back to all my relationships, right? And that's a fact. I mean, and some of my relationships, I called my exes dead wrong. And you know what they do? They bring up the past. Right?
You know what, Rufus? I used to have that mindset until I really broke down the root cause as far as why they don't like to apologize, right? Apology has a lot to do with shame, right? Just as you have stated here on your live, which I agree with you. Women are emotional and emotions are law. And there are certain emotions that they try to avoid because it doesn't make them feel very nice and it makes them feel uncomfortable. And that main emotion is shame. Whenever you have to admit to your wrongs, it reflects poorly on you. It makes you feel a certain way. It makes you feel bad. And that's not a very comfortable thing to do. And what most times will happen is whenever that emotion of shame comes upon us, we'll quickly try to change the subject, deviate from what was talked about, deflect in order to get that emotion off of us and place it on the other individual. Now you have to remember, women have this thing about them where, they want to be in a certain place in regards to feelings, and society has placed these boundaries around them to let them know that, hey, you are a princess, you are perfect, you can do no wrong. And when they have this intrinsic value about themselves from the very beginning, whenever a real life fact comes against that, it doesn't feel very nice. What I'd like to do is, I kind of, understood that, hey, listen, they don't like to pretty much say that they're wrong. More times than not, they will do things, little gestures that would be the vocalization of them saying sorry, right? Like she will make something nice, or she will say, "Hey, do you want this? Hey, do you want that?" And I know if my grandmother used to do that to my grandfather. She would never admit that she was wrong, but she would do things for him and be nice to him or make his favorite this and make his favorite that. And then that's when I came to understand, like, listen, this is a way of her communicating without saying the words that make her feel shameful. And I think most men recognize those things, right? We've seen, women do things when they do something wrong and they don't physically say they sorry, but they'll do little gestures or sweet nothings for us. And if that is the way that they operate, I don't see anything wrong with that, right? It's not necessarily how the package is wrapped up as far as whether I'm going to receive it, but it's the intent behind it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to, I think you're pretty on point, on precise with that. But here's my take, right? And I'm not saying yours is wrong, but I think that apologizing it brings better closure, though. In my opinion, when you apologize genuinely, like like, let's say, for example, I bring all the facts, right? I bring all the facts here. You're dead to wrong, and I'm asking of you. And if you just apologize and do all those little things, that to me gives me closure. Now I might still be mad at you for a little bit, but it would be easier for me to reconcile that, hey, she took responsibility for her actions and she apologized. I can move on from that. But now, most times, right, when you confront females about the things that they're dead to wrong about, the first thing they like to do is bring up the past. But they like to deflect, right? And after so many times, you just kind of just deal with it. But here's the problem. It's like an open wound that's never closed. Right? And that's problematic, right? Because now it's taking me longer to go. I'm like, damn, she don't even give a fuck about the way I feel about it enough to give me closure. All I want is closure. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking you to, bend over backwards. Nothing. Just apologize for the thing that you were wrong about. And it's clear that you're wrong about, because when you catch me in the wrong, when she's caught me in the wrong, she demanded that apology. So I want mine too. But typically I won't get it back from them, because what happens? They start going back, they're digging in the past. Oh, well, you did this in 1965. You did this in 1980. You did this, and I'm trying to keep it on. No, we're talking about here and now. And this is, be honest with you, it hasn't been deal breakers in my relationships.
Mm-hmm.
And, I ain't gonna say that it made me want to leave them or stuff like that, but it left me a lot of times more frustrated, and it took me a little bit longer to kind of reconcile things. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know what, Rufus, you made some really good points. I will say this, and what I had to learn, right? I didn't have the best patience in the whole wide world, and it's something that I had to work with. And whenever I used to catch, my ex-wife and things, knowing that I knew the truth, and she didn't apologize, I had to fine tune the way that the evidence I had to fine tune the way that the evidence, how that's presented to her. Right. And that evidence, the way that I presented it to her, has a huge impact on whether I'm going to get a verbal acknowledgement of what she's done wrong. Right. I had to choose my words carefully and sometimes put a little humor in it. Right. In order for me to minimize the impact and the shame, because at that particular instance, I wanted the verbal apology. So if I want the verbal apology, my delivery is going to be very, very, very important. And first, helping her to acknowledge that she's wrong, but not put too much pressure, too much shame on the incidents. So when I learned to communicate differently, I got better results. And she tended to say sorry more, and then she incorporated some of the little gestures too as well. So I would just say, we can't come down with the Excalibur and the hammer of Thor with the evidence, expecting them to see it and yield to it and deal with all of this shame that they're now facing and embarrassment in order for them to apologize. Women are a lot like that, but men are.
Yeah, agreed. But this is where I think the problem is too. We, as men, we let this behavior. I would say let it go, because we don't really have an option in it. But we kind of enable it at times. Not all the time, but at times, right?
Yes.
So it kind of a little bit, and this is why I strongly think the happy wife, happy life thing is the only way to sustain a healthy, let me make that clear, a healthy relationship, right? Because if a woman can't apologize, because how hard is it to apologize to one you love? That should be the easiest thing to do. Maybe someone you hate, okay, I'm gonna be a little harder. You know what I'm saying? Because I hate you. You know what I'm saying? I really, but someone you love, someone you're building with, someone you're around all the time, you guys are sharing a lot of sentiments or sentimental aspects. When the time comes to cash in what's a part of the building process to help us grow, and when it's your time to just deliver as a, my lover, it should be the easiest thing to do. Because, we've shared things, we've done things, and we're trying to further a stable environment. And these simple, because this is really a simple step. And I understand what you're saying is not so simple in a way for women. I agree with that. But this is where I have a problem with, because when they go to work and their boss come to them and put that job online, they finna apologize. Right? So women at work, they get in trouble too. They get, they get reprimanded and they apologize, or I apologize to the company that doesn't keep their jobs or whatever, right? So if you can value that job and do what it takes to make sure you bring that income in, because it's for the things you need, your lifestyle, your rent, all the et cetera, then you should value this relationship even more. And it should be even easier because you actually love this one. I mean, at least you've made it appear that you love me more than anybody on this earth right now. And I've also confessed it to you. Apology should be part of it. The apology is part of the love language. And that should be dead to right. It should be without even thinking about it. Because I know men, this is why we apologize. It's sometimes us men apologize when we're wrong. I mean, when we're right. Because we just want to, we don't want to further the problem. We try to nip it in the bud. So we learn to apologize about things we're right about, because we care about the person just so much that we don't want this to be, because we see that she's not accepting accountability or accepting that, and we can just get this over with by apologizing and move on to the next and keep the growth and keep the house stable and keep building. We will sacrifice the win for the loss. But women, they won't do it for us. They won't do it for us. And this is why I am anti-marriage. This is why I am pro co-parenting. This is why I am, this is why I think about things, because I just don't believe that if a person has to live like it, I'm not saying that it's impossible, because some men are doing it, right? And they can be, I would say, satisfied with it. But at the end of the day, that's a lot. In my opinion, that's a lot. And then here's the harsher facts. She is a fallen divorce. She is a fallen divorce anyway. I done sacrificed all my ego and all these wins so that you can be happy, so that we can be in a good place, and you still walk away, or you still complain to your friends and your parents. And that's the knife in the back kind of thing.
Yeah, but Ruthless, I think you made some pretty decent points, and I can agree with what you said. But what I would ask is, should a lot of the things that you've spoken about when it comes to how things should that be assumed or communicated during the courting process or the dating stages? And I think that's where a lot of the disconnect comes from, because based upon our backgrounds, our upbringings, and how we move in the world, we would assume that other people think the way that we do, or have the same actions, the same values that they do. And we're holding them up to this accountability and to this standard that we haven't even talked about or even negotiated with. And from my listening to these panels, this is what I've concluded that a lot of people don't talk about those small nuances and how they get along and how they choose to coexist with one another and what the boundaries are and what the quote unquote love language should be, that we do too much assuming. And I learned that in my profession, man. There was a manager in one of the other departments. You know, we had a serious customer service issue, and the customer was really upset, and the customer asked for a certain discount. In my capacity, I would obviously, based upon what that customer has stated and what we went through, I would generally give that customer the little 10% discount, right? In order to save the company's reputation when it comes to online reviews. I assume that the other managers in the department would have that same conclusion to the evidence that I was given. And you know what? They didn't. They didn't give that customer the discount. And then the customer did happen to go online and say something negative about the company. Obviously, marketing department fixed it up, but that was my fault. And I told, you know, my colleague, I was like, you know what, man, I will never, ever again assume that something that is to me blatantly obvious that someone will come to that same conclusion. And I think if we hold those same type of standards when it comes to relationships, instead of assuming that a person would have these type of values, we should just ask and communicate that up front, and it would alleviate a lot of the issues.
Well, so now that is leaving them. That's giving them a way out, right?
In what sense?
It's giving them an exit. Now, with that right there, what you just put on display will give a female the way out. Hey, nobody told me. You didn't communicate that to me. Listen, we are adults here. We're adults. And
But you're assuming again, you're assuming that they should know that. And if you don't have that conversation with them, you won't know actually whether it is or not, to alleviate these frustrations and things that are happening from not wanting to communicate.
But once again, we're adults, and we all, and I can't assume, I ain't gonna get nobody say, I can't assume that my woman that I've been dating for over a year knows the difference between right and wrong. Or else I wouldn't fucking date her. If she's a drug head and out of her mind, acting like I'm out, I'm blocking her. I'm not even dealing with that.
That's a different thing, Ruthless. That's a different thing when it comes to interpersonal dynamics. Those are moral things that, yes, we should. But when it comes to interpersonal dynamics, those things absolutely needs to be talked about.
But right, but I'm talking about the basic fundamental things, right? I'm not talking about nothing that, because there are some, I do agree, Cussy, there are some things that have to be learned. Okay, trial and error, then we got to teach, right? But when it comes to the basic, when it comes to the basic fundamentals of principle, I have to assume that this woman that I'm dating, courting, whatever y'all want to call it, has a base. I have evaluated her. We have to have conversations about respect. We have had conversations. But these conversations are, when you're dating someone for past a year, all these conversations are going to happen. I don't care who you are, right? Unless you guys are just a situationship where y'all just, flying out every blue moon. You see, But if you're having a wholesome relationship, in both of you guys are, I would say, intentional, the conversation is going to happen about what we deem as disrespectful, what we deem as respectful, what's this and what's that, right? We're going to have those conversations. And this is part of the building process. She's going to state her position on what she feels disrespected on, and you're going to state yours. And we're going to do this more than one time, right? So by the time we get married, our commitment goes past 3 to 5 years, which to me is a marriage, just all difference in paperwork. There is no excuse for you not apologizing for you being dead to wrong. I don't care, right? I don't want to hear, because if I bring it to your attention, right? If I bring it to your attention and I got all the facts together, for example, and I'm going to give an example. If my woman goes out and blasts my credit card, and I told her, we have a budget, we got things in place, and then she goes out and overspends, and then I confront her with the bills come in, and I come in and I tell her, well, you spent a little bit more than you usually would spend, and this is kind of offsetting, or it's kind of upset, throwing off the budget and the plan. And then she makes it, instead of saying, you know what, I was wrong, I apologize, I'll make up for it, and maybe get the money back or whatever. But she says to me, well, we can always this, and she just makes excuses instead of just taking a responsible and being a responsible adult for her actions, right? This then leaves a bad taste in my mouth, right? She understands the position. I gave her the plan. She understands what for we're going to, and now she goes and does something, and then I confront her about it, and then now she's giving me excuse after excuse, and instead of coming to a reasonable conclusion, say, I'm wrong, I apologize, bam. Now we can move on. We can move on. It should take no more than 5 minutes to get this on where our lives on to keep building. But no, we're dragging this out. If we're dragging this out for an hour about why she doesn't think that she this or that, that's problematic. And this is the start and the beginning and the end of the relationship in totality.
Ruthless. Do you believe that most men communicate effectively with their spouse, with their wives, with their girls? Honestly,
In the beginning, yes.
so if they communicate these things in the beginning of what their boundaries are and what the standards are, right? And they're going out throughout the relationship. Obviously, you just can't say that one time and just think that they're not ever going to step on those boundaries again. You have to reinforce those boundaries along the way, right? And if you are reinforcing those boundaries along the way, and there still seems to be some type of line stepping to those boundaries, what would you say for the men to kind of correct that? Would you have them to, address their communication and how they say things?
No.
No.
Because, and this is every man.
So tell me, doesn't matter.
If a woman accepts that ring, right? She has accepted that you have absolutely met her expectations of whatever the chart is. And part of that chart is communication, right? Effective communicator. I mean, you dated her for 3 years, or you've been with her for 3 years, right? And you put a ring on it at $10,000. You bought her a wedding, right? You bought her marriage, right? And if I say to her, baby, you know what I'm saying? Of course, I'm not going to come here, bitch. You need to stop all this motherfucking spending, right? Of course, I'm not going to say that because we've already established that. Because if I was that kind of guy, she would have not married me, right? If I was that kind of guy that she did not want, and she didn't like my style of communication, she definitely would have took that ring. So obviously, we through the time that we're dating and being with each other, right? The one thing that we're past, where we're going into, is effective communication to get over the threshold. So therefore, I'm going to be the same person pretty much in my communications. I'm going to lay out the facts, and then I'm going to make ask for an acquisition of, hey, we got to stick to the plan. Now, I might be a little more firm with my voice because I need to be firm because I want her to, I don't want to be laughing, baby, hey, baby, you spent too much money. No. And she might not take it serious. I want a little firmness, a little bit of it. I don't need to yell. I don't need to point fingers. I don't need to push or put hands, nothing. Just a firm voice in, this is what we need to do to get onto this plan. So if she's offended by that, then it's a deflection. So I don't think, and let me say this point, Hassan, and this is why men are losing, in my opinion, because we're so much trying to acquiesce, to try to place our words of something somebody's doing. Now, I do say there is got to be a line of respect there where we don't need to be saying bitch, hoe, all that. I do agree with that. I'm not saying we need to jump into that lane. I would say that should be avoidable. And we can have an intellectual conversation about the conversation, right? About the problem. But at the same time, there has to be, we can't keep tailor making our conversation or our way of presentation to appease one's, I would say, ego or emotional state, because then now you're walking on eggshells, right? You're tiptoeing and hoping that, okay, let me say it like this. Now, who's the leader? Who's running the house? Who's the man, right? If I gotta coach my follower and, well, let me, I better not say that. Let me use this word instead of that word. I'm acquiescing, and now I'm submitting to what makes that person happy, because they're making.
I don't believe that, Ruthless. I don't believe that. I think in negotiation, the overall win is compromise in favor. And sometimes we have to communicate things a certain way or a different way in order to get the optimum outcome that we want, which is cooperation. And I think most leaders understand that. It's not about, oh, well, I got to suck up to this person. It's like, no, I want a specific outcome that is going to be more favorable to me long term. And this is one of the things that I can achieve that outcome. So I don't put my ego involved in it. I look at like, listen, I want this particular outcome. I'm going to adjust my language so that I can achieve this outcome, because nobody's really going to remember exactly what you said. They're going to remember the outcomes that you achieve. So I would recommend people, yes, you definitely have to change up the way that you communicate, the way that you speak, and come from it at a different angle, because at the end of the day, you want to change your behavior. And sometimes that means sacrificing your ego, or putting your ego to a side to adjust your communication to get that.
So thank you for that point, because you know what you just revealed? You just revealed marriage is an institution with a third party hovering. So you are right. And this is the problem with marriage. Because
wait a minute, repeat that again. Stop. Repeat that again. Not Ruthless.
That marriage is more of an institution, right? Govern, and you're dealing with a third party regulator. Right? The government regulates all marriages. They're the regulators. Right?
In what sense? Wait a minute. And if two people are in a marriage and they're in the home together, it is those two people that dictate the harmony of the relationship. It is those two people that dictate, the cooperation and the peace that goes involved with that. The government has nothing to do with that. Within that household, they do have to talk about things and do certain things in order to get the best outcomes out of each other. And if they can do that in a way that's peaceful and harmony, then it's a win-win for the unit as a whole, where they won't have to get the government involved too much.
Once again, I do understand you could be a little delusional sometimes, but it's okay, right? I'm gonna bring you home, because when you sign that marriage papers, you have now entered a third party, right? Meaning a marriage is the institution of marriage is regulated by government laws of the land, right? So this where, and typically the women use this to their advantage, right? This gives them somewhat of a high leverage situation in these marriages, right? Because when you got kids involved, you got assets and stuff like that, right? Involved, right? We have someone who come in, or even if you have a physical altercation, or maybe an altercation that's a bit more with it, she dials 911. They come in and they're coming to rectify the situation, either put you in check or even put her in check at times, right? But they're coming, right? They're the outside party that I call them a third party who regulates, meaning everything y'all do in your house, everything you do in your house is regulated by them, meaning how you talk to your woman. If she feels threatened, that you threaten her, she can dial 911 and say, I feel like he's threatening to me. And they can come and rectify that shit. Or when it's time to if she wants to follow the paperwork in court, right? Who's going to regulate all that shit? The government, right? They're going to come in the courts, the family courts are going to come in and say, okay, she's get this, you get that, or the kids this, that, this, that, and sign this dotted line. Comply or nigga fly, right? They're regulating. So that is I would say, yes, I do agree with you. It is two people in the house, but let's be mindful. We also are mindful that we understand that if things get out of hand or things get a little itchy, if one of the parties want to depart, particularly mostly these are women, right? She has everything to gain and nothing to lose. So therefore, why she's leaving the most, because she understands that she come in, get a mother for her, daddy to come regulate you, get the kids, hit the highway, and make you send that check. Bam. So this is why I'm saying, in an institution of marriage, a man loses his footing more so because we understand the courts value the woman more than they value the man. That's without a doubt. Society values women more than they value men in a lot of cases. So therefore, when you enter the institution of marriage, I agree. This is why you have to make your messages, because you're not the leader, the ultimate leader. You're just there as, in my opinion, a sperm donor or a sex toy, right? Pretty much. Now
the man?
Yeah, the man, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Because you can't check her. You can try like you do, tailor make your message and get an outcome. Like you come up with some chess strategy conversation, right? Like they do.
Ruthless, but it works. Ruthless, it works.
I'm not saying
because just as many people are staying together because they understand those principles that they need to have in order to sustain the relationship, those interpersonal skills. So yeah, it's neck and neck, Ruthless.
I'm not disputing you. I'm not disputing you. But what I'm saying is, you're doing that because you know somebody's standing over you too, right? And you know that if she gets triggered, she could burn that motherfucker down, right? So yeah, of course, it's how I said, implied, unimplied pressure from a third party that you know exists, that you know is there.
Ruthless. And honestly, I don't think most men go into marriages thinking like that. I think most men go into marriages thinking that the marriage is the relationship is going to last forever, and they're not thinking about the government holding something over their heads. I don't think that they are, because if that was their main focus, then they wouldn't necessarily go into it, because the logic makes too much sense. So I don't believe that most men are going into marriages with that particular mindset of having the government over their head and handcuffing them.
Oh, so you're gonna tell me you haven't seen all these talking panels about the court system? You don't remember what's the name? What's the brother, the lawyer? The brother with the bald head. That used to go Anton on Live Peace Network, and how he talked about the disparity in family court being what's the name?
Yes, I know who you're talking about. However, yes, but most men do not.
No,
but most men. My point is this: most men do not go into the marriage with that mindset.
Okay, yeah.
It's only after they get in it, and they don't have certain skills, is when shit goes downhill. But they don't enter it. They don't stand there with the ring at the altar thinking about that. No, it's only after the relationship gets going is when real life starts to happen, and they understand that they're lacking in certain skill sets and certain things that they need to adjust, and then it goes downhill.
Well, this is where I'm saying you're capping, right?
How?
Because everybody gives these theories about vetting and courting and prenups and all this shit. So men are thinking about that shit, right? Because you are trying to find a person that's best suitors or the best suitor to accomplish this with. You're not. If that's the case, if men weren't just really thinking about that shit, they married the first woman they got feelings for, right? But no, there's a vetting process. There's a vetting process.
But most men don't vet well, Ruthless. They don't vet well,
Okay, so
which is
that's
why
another
they're getting the outcomes that they're getting because they don't vet well.
That's another, hey, Scholar, that's another conversation, right? About one's ability to vet. That's a whole nother
But
show.
that,
But
but
when
then
we are
as a
talking
result,
about it,
but no, but
when we
Ruthless,
are,
stop. Their
when we
vetting
are
process has direct correlation to the results that they're getting. You can't negate that.
no, but that's not the kind. I'm not having a conversation about that. What I'm having a conversation about, right? Because I don't want to have move the goalposts. I'm having a conversation about when a person enters into a marriage, right? And then they have to tailor make. Men do think about, is this the best woman for this position? Men do think about that, especially men of, high earning potential, or, say lawyers, doctors, stuff like that. Yeah, they do think about that, right?
But that's
Ain't no
what the
real,
average man. The average man is not necessarily leading with that when he goes into the marriage because he doesn't have much to give away anyway. He has seen these particular aspects of relationships through his personal life. His mom and dad was married, so he already had the correlation of what a marriage is, and he's leading with that.
okay, but he's still not marrying a hoe, right? He's still not going after the stripper. He's still not, right? These guys are not, these average men are still not, they are vetting, they are courting the women that they're, and they do understand that they want a good baby mama or a good wife to have their kids. They do think about those things, and they do evaluate
Yes,
these women.
yes,
We're not going to sit here and act like men are just, oh, whoop-de-woo, whoop-de-doo-de-doo-de-doo. Oh, yeah, let's get married. No, they're, whether Mexican, black or white, Asian, when they put a ring on a woman's finger, when they, ready for this, okay, this is who I want to marry. They do go with a careful evaluation, right? They do say, okay, they do look at things. What she does, she go out
yes.
and,
They have criteria that
yeah,
they're looking for.
yeah. So thank you. So now we can move on, right? So you just agreed with me, right? Men do think about those things. Now, when we're talking about, let me got to guess. You got
I
to,
like how you twisted that. I caught it. I shouldn't even say nothing on it, but I'm gonna say, all right, go ahead, Rufus. Go ahead.
okay. Let
Silly.
me bring up a special, my boy. Aunt T in the motherfucking house.
What up? What up?
Everybody lay down.
You stupid. Dad, man, you should have. You know what, Rufus? Let me my notification. Let me take this client really quick, and then
Okay.
I'm gonna try to have back on. Give me like 20 minutes.
All right. Take your time.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Aunt T, how you doing? Good morning, sir.
What up, man?
But oh shit, look who pulled up to the party. What you doing now? I thought you'd be in bed still, Zyrax. I'll run all that bathwater all night. But yeah, well, Auntie, so let me just tell you where I don't know how long you've been listening, so I'm just gonna bring you up to speed about my show so that I want to hear you chime in. I just think, in my opinion, why women don't apologize is because they care about winning more than they care about loving or respecting. And I think they lack discipline in problem solving. And this is something, in my opinion, apologizing to the person you love should be the most easiest task in the relationship. You know what I mean? It should be the easiest. Now, to apologize to someone you hate, okay, I'm gonna give you credence, right? Fuck you, I don't like that nigga anymore, right? You know what I'm saying? That's different, right? But when we're talking about, the one you love, the one you want to build with, you're talking about, I want to have your baby, all this stuff, right? And when you're caught dead to wrong, and when you're confronted with this, typically, most times or not, these women like to deflect by bringing up the past, something you did 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 months ago, or they, you know what I mean? And this is problematic, right? This is a growing problem in marriages and relationships, that when women are wrong, when women are caught with their hand in the cookie jar, they have a problem accepting responsibility for their actions and they're failing at doing the proper solution by apologizing. And what does apologizing do? It brings closure, right? And they're failing at this sentiment, right? They're failing at executing this measure to keep the relationship stable and happy in a good place.
Mm.
And that's just my take on it.
All right. I mean, I don't. All right. So it's almost like saying that, because it's raining out, the rain coming down is the problem, and no, the rain coming down is not the problem. The fact that you're not standing under, or you're not sitting or standing underneath an awning, that's a problem. So if we know that women have an issue apologizing, which I'm not going to disagree with you on that, more often than not, yes, women do have a problem apologizing. I had then this is a few months back, I had a woman, like she said something. I guess maybe she thought I wasn't gonna catch it, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I caught it, and I'm in the middle of some shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm watching the game right now. I just told her straight up, hey man, I ain't really tolerating this shit right now. Like, I'm not tolerating this shit right now or ever, and I'm not in the fucking mood, man. I gotta go. Bye. Whatever. So Shorty calls me back, explains everything that she did, and then apologizes for it. And I'm like, okay, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. And then the next day, hits me up and says, hey, she didn't like the way what I said to her because it made her cry. I'm like, apologizing made her cry. And that's some shit. I'm like, I'm like, you hit me back to tell me what the hell your issue was, and then now you're crying about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I could even, put forward you clips of times when you see, like this happens in a lot of like relationship counseling and shit like that. I was watching something with it was a British counselor, and when she's trying to tell this woman what her husband goes, because she was ready to bitch about, everything that she goes through and how tough things are on her, and it's so tough being a housewife and everything else. And when the counselor's like, well, this is what your man goes through over the course of a daytime and everything else, like, do you ever think about that? She just busts out in tears, like she's crying, like it just hurts her to even have to think about that. Like, sometimes it can, and sometimes with some women, it can literally, like, it can fucking pierce their skin. Like they can like be in real physical fucking pain. But when they're forced to see things from a perspective of it other than their own. So I get that. But on the flip side, as men, you got to ask yourself, is that something that you want to change, or is it something that you want to understand and adapt to?
Well, here's it for me, right? And it's good. That's a good question. That's something we have to change, right? Because, so to answer the question, and the reason why, the context is, if you don't apologize, and I got you dead to right or wrong, I mean, and you're deflecting, or even if you apologize, it's disingenuous, right? It's not really, you're blaming me for why you apologize, whatever those things are, right?
Yeah, you pretty much read that pretty well. Yeah. And it's funny. I mean, I think most of us as men have been in situations like that. I can't speak for women. I will say, if you got dudes that do that shit to you, ladies that are listening, you got an effeminate motherfucker that tries to get you to apologize for some shit he did. You got an effeminate motherfucker. But go ahead. But yeah, most of us have been in that situation where a motherfucker's done some fucked up shit to us and then expected us to apologize to them for it. It's pretty insulting. But go ahead.
Yeah, and the reason why I think it needs to be changed is because now, if doing all that, in my opinion, it leaves the wound open. It's like an open wound, right? And instead of apologizing after all the facts are laid out and undisputable, apologizing in a sincere manner, and accepting responsibility, you deflect and you take forever. It's like an open wound because now I'm frustrated more because I want to forgive you. I want to move on. But now because you're acting to me like you don't want to accept the facts of the matter, you're saying, fuck you. I don't give a fuck the way you feel. I don't give a fuck about I don't care. I am not accepting responsibility for my actions. That to me is the start and almost the end of this relationship. And if I'm married to you, it's definitely going to be a cancer to a failed situation because now I'm going to shut down because if I confront you about shit and you can't accept responsibility, all you want to do is bring up the past, talk about what I did.
Called deflection.
Yes, instead of okay, we're talking about here now.
You're going to deflect.
Right now, I don't see it when I find these things or these problems that to go to so we can solve them. Now I shut down, not just look the other way. This is because I just don't want the problems. Now our house is been divided because even though we're together, I'm still in my mind like, what's wrong with this chick, man? She's dead wrong. There's not one thing she can say that will make her right. And yet she's always going back to the past and blaming me for shit I did 2 months ago, 2 years ago, whatever, right? And I can't get no closure. And all I want is closure. Apology. And it should be easy for her to do this. She's supposed to love me. That even makes it more frustration. I'm the man you care about. I'm the one you're supposed to appreciate and adore. Right? We have all these conversations when we were dating before we got married and after we got married. We did all this. We said all these heartfelt things towards each other. And you can't give me something that don't cost you no money, which is apologize for the shit you was doing wrong, accept the responsibility for the wrong shit you did. On top of you always on my ass when I fuck up, you got the judge robe on, you got the ballot, bam, right? And you demand your apology. You demand it. I'm not even demanding mine. I'll just put it out there for you to at least, be the person you want me to be. Hit the like button. Nigga, hit the like button. Rufus just dropped that bar, right? Hit the like. Show them brothers some love. Show niggas some love. Hit the like button. But I'm putting it out there for you so you can do what you want me to be, is apologize for when I'm wrong. So here, let me get that back. Let me get that reciprocation. And if she can't bring that, which doesn't cost $1, let me remind you, it's free, right? It's free. And she can't do that for free. What does that say she think about me? And that there marinates in my mind. It goes, I'm sorry, I'm human. This is a woman I care about. And if she's not giving me what I want, then I honestly think she's useless. And this is why I don't agree with marriage. And I know everybody's going to, Rufus, you just doom and gloom. But this is why I truly believe that all marriages that last, people say, oh yeah, there are people still married. I believe it's happy wife, happy life. Because women are having the struggle with apologizing for shit that they're doing wrong, then there is nothing in that relationship that's ever going to be reconciled. Because now that's going to be the home is going to be hostile now. Everything's going to be fake it. And most men, we're gonna try to let it go. Because we men, we understand duty. We understand, okay, this is the woman I love. My wife, I'm not just gonna divorce her for that, even though that shit killing me inside. But we're gonna try to fight through it. And the crazy part about it, she's leaving anyway at the end. She's filing for divorce papers at the end anyway. So, landing my point is, if men are out here preaching marriage and nuclear family and all this shit for us to build the community again, to make being black great again, right? Or to make, the nuclear family great again. But what are you asking me to do? Are you asking me to walk into a burning house when this is not one, but two, but 3,000% of every relationship, I believe, that everybody's walking on eggshells because the woman refuses not only to accept responsibility, but she also doesn't want to show her appreciation for the man that she has all these expectations for. Hell, I landed.
Okay, so I mean, you said a lot, but I can remember when I went through some marriage counseling on the way out of my last one, and this is something I didn't expect to hear from the counselor, but you know like they pretty much just said like maybe not only is it time for this one to end, but maybe we shouldn't have been married in the first place. And they compared it to like when you go out grocery shopping and let's say you want to put everything, they used to give you paper bags. You remember them days and stuff like that. Okay. So you put everything in a paper bag, right? And you got milk, you got eggs, you got bread, you got other stuff. You're not going to put the milk and the eggs on top of the bread.
Facts.
Like you're not going to do that. It's a certain way to put the things in the bag, or else or else things are going to end up messed up. Eggs are going to be broken, bread's going to be squished, and stuff can just fall out the bottom of the bag.
Facts.
And and that was the analogy that the counselor used. He was like, I think in this case, not only do you have the egg, you got the bread on the bottom, or I'm sorry, you got the eggs on the bottom, you got the bread on top of that, you got the milk on top of that, and y'all trying to put a bowling ball in there on top of every damn thing. So you know what I'm saying? So your eggs are broken, your bread's squished, and all this stuff falling out the bottom of the bag, and here you are trying to pick all this stuff up individually. That's kind of why you kind of going your separate ways, because you're doing things as individuals. And I would say the same rules kind of apply with that. Like when you say that you care about this woman and you married her and you brought her into your house and she doesn't seem to care about you, that's the mistake right there. You did all of this for somebody that's not willing to do all of that stuff for you. You got to kind of be able to spot that ahead of time. You and that person don't need to be married as you're both currently constructed. Like for real, not to say that y'all can't be married one day, but as it stands right now, which I'll certain, I'm saying, the way that you guys feel and treat each other and everything else, you're not, y'all are not ready for a marriage with each other. That's what I would say. Right there. A lot of people, they get married, they get together, they get in the same house, and then they try to fix everything later. Doesn't work like that. You try to fix as many of those. The easiest way to fix a problem is to prevent one. And before you can fix or prevent a problem, you got to identify a problem and identify potential problems. So these are things that y'all got to, tackle off rip. Like reciprocity is a big deal. It's a big deal. And I know you was long-winded. I can seem a little long-winded too, right now, but not at the same time. It's just you just I personally have never asked anyone to apologize because I don't want an insincere apology. I don't ask or expect anyone to apologize because it's really easy to tell somebody you're sorry just to get them to shut the hell up. Just to get them to shut the hell up and quit complaining. And I don't want somebody to just tell me they're sorry or they apologize just to get me to shut the hell up and quit complaining just to go out and do the same thing. Because rarely does accountability doesn't come from that. I would prefer accountability over an apology any damn day. So if somebody's going to apologize to me, the least you can do is, be able to explain to me that where you went wrong, why you're not going to do that again, what I could have even possibly done to avoid it, because accountability is even me taking my role in the situation, even though it might not all be my fault, but doesn't mean that I'm, totally absolved from any accountability too. Maybe I didn't handle the situation properly, and then we can move on from there. But you don't cure a disease by addressing the symptoms.
Okay, good point. Let me play this video a little bit, and then we'll get back into it.
Mhm.
Talking to a male friend of mine the other day, and he told me that women don't apologize and women can't be held accountable. I began to really think deeply about this idea, and one of the things that came across my mind is in the last 9 months or so of me being in my private practice, I have myself experienced many women, whether they came as a couple or they came by themselves, they very abruptly discontinued their therapy. And I started to reflect and really think, what was going on here? And I noticed that after I had to confront them about something, I had to bring to their attention something they were doing that wasn't contributing to the health of the relationship, they became very defensive and very harsh, and they stopped coming.
Therapy doesn't work. For the majority of men out there, therapy is the end of the relationship.
So, that's a doctor professional who probably had a lot of women.
No, that's facts. No, everything old boy just said was facts. Everything that she just said, and this is coming from somebody that went through therapy, marriage counseling, which is therapy, bro. that be the end, bro. That be the end. And that's, bro. A lot of people don't want to take accountability. A lot of people think that a therapist is just going to come in here and say, you know what, this is your fault, and the other person, they ain't do nothing wrong. And then when a therapist puts a mirror in front of your ass, should be different,
Yeah,
should be really different, man.
I agree that therapy don't work.
Well, it actually does. It does. It may not save your damn marriage, and it may not save your relationship, but that doesn't mean it doesn't work.
I don't think it works because the problem with therapy is it operated from a deficit, right? And the client's paying money, and the client wants value of their money, and particularly if that therapist wants that client to continue to come back, they pretty much have to acquiesce to the client, right? They can't just talk to the client crazy and say, you're this or this and that, and then the client will withdraw their money and go somewhere else.
A good therapist doesn't really give a shit. Usually when you go through marriage counseling because you have issues, what ends up happening, they will counsel you as a couple, and they will also counsel you individually.
Yeah, but I still think it's a deficit, right? Because the people who pay the money run the fucking therapy, right? Period. You need to cater to them, or else, particularly the women. Now the guys might be able to we're a little bit more tough around the skin, right? So we can take the harsh reality. You need to do. But when the women, if women have a problem with apologizing or accepting accountability or responsibility for the actions to the one they love, they're not trying to hear that shit from their therapist, right? Women are looking for.
Well, let me explain to you how therapy works.
Women are looking for people to validate, not constructively criticize.
Yeah, and this is not gender specific. Just like you heard old boy say the same thing, therapy doesn't work, and no, it does. The problem is people look at a therapist like they're a mechanic or something. Like, I just bring my car into you and you fix it. Boom. No. A therapist is more comparable to a mechanic that says, look, the tools are over there. Here's the instruction manual. Here's how you interpret it. Here's how you read it. And here's the order of operations that's likely going to be best for you. A therapist is not going to fix you. A therapist is going to give you healthy, creative suggestions and ways to fix yourself. That's what they're going to do. But at the end of the day, the therapist isn't going to and can't do the work for you. They are going to kind of gear you. They're going to prepare you and gear you to be able to do the work yourself. You have to put that work in.
All right, that's another show. I'm thinking about doing a show about that another time. That's therapy work, but I have a different take on that. But I'm going to look at this video and then we'll go back into this one.
Really think about it. How many times can you remember a woman owning up to her mistakes, and offering you an honest apology. As men, apologies matter a lot to us. I'm sure we've all seen it. We've all been there. Women, when they talk about their past relationships and past exes, they never have anything nice to say about them. As guys, we don't want to hear Pill talking about guys she's been with previously. But whenever girls do talk about their exes, it's always, oh, he treated me so badly. He was so manipulative, controlling. I was depressed the whole time. But these girls are not depressed when they're in relationships with us. Even think about it. How do women apologize to each other? I'm sorry you feel that way. I didn't mean to make you feel like that. Why do you feel that way? It's never an upfront to each other. Oh, I'm sorry. This is my mistake. This is where I was wrong. How many times have you heard a woman say she was wrong? I have this thing where I tell people, my mother is the most stubborn woman I've ever met in my entire life. And I do feel like stubbornness runs in our family a little bit, but I can count on one hand how many times I've heard my mom apologize to me. And not necessarily to her fault. I'm not trying to make this like a bad video about women. I love women. I think women are divine. Through women, we all came to be here, but they do have a problem with just saying, I'm sorry. As men, apologies mean a lot to us. As a man, it's very respectful when somebody comes up to you, especially another man, and it's like, hey, my bad. I did X, Y, and Z wrong, and I want to own up to my mistake and offer you a sincere apology. But women don't necessarily interact like that, even amongst themselves. I've heard stories of in households where men are predominantly raised by a family of mostly women around them, their mother, their sister, their aunt, especially when they don't have a father figure. They report feelings of being gaslit, having like just really rocky relationships, not knowing like what's right from wrong, simply because they never get told, I'm sorry, I apologize, I was wrong for this. How women apologize, though, is that they'll try to overcompensate by being really nice to you in other areas.
Bam. And that's, I would say, that is what manipulation is best at, right? They won't apologize necessarily, but they, kiss on you, give you a hug, maybe give you some head, you know what I'm saying? Hope you get over this shit. But I'm not accepting accountability. So I can understand, right, that sentiment. But okay, but here's the Zarek. Wait a minute. She agreed. She agreed with you, Aunt. Exactly. It gives the therapist we just put therapists there, tools for you to fix your loose screws. We can agree that women are very bad at fixing themselves. Actually, they're the worst. That's where they're lacking. If you can't accept accountability or responsibility to apologize to the man that you love, to the man that you adore, your hubby, your man, that you can't apologize, that you can't say, look, I'm wrong, and I apologize sincerely, then how can we lean on y'all to fix yourselves? Women, you guys are the worst fixers because you guys don't even want to accept accountability for dead to wrong information. You're dead to wrong.
Now, Ruthless, hey, real quick, I gotta drop down. I got an appointment, bro. I'll be in the clouds, bro. You up here cooking? Keep handling your business, bro. Now shout out to you, bro. You handling business. Salute, bro.
Okay. Thank you, Auntie, for coming to the show. Hit the like button. Show the Ruthless some love. I'm dropping bars up here. I'm barring it up today. So back to Zyrax. Sugar Bum and Zyrax. Women, you guys don't fix each other good. You guys are not, women don't fix themselves up. Okay, I'll take that back. Y'all fix yourselves up with them lashes. Y'all fix yourselves up with them BBLs. See, women, y'all invest in your aesthetics and expect that should be good enough. But work internally on how to fix your attitude, how to be apologetic. That is foreign to you guys. You guys are not doing that. This is why you guys are divorcing. This is why you guys are breaking up with everybody. Because you guys are blaming the person for everything other than you. You never want, listen, in the feds, if you lose your trial, they offer you 3 points for accepting responsibility. And if you can't accept responsibility for your actions that you're dead to wrong in, then you are definitely a problem. There is no fixing you. What I mean by fixing is, understand if you love your man, Sugar Bum, if you love your man, I'm not saying, listen, if you hate a motherfucker, understand me. I ain't gonna apologize to a person I hate. But if you enter a commitment with a person that you deem as important to you, right? And a level of love or respect, apologies, less arguments, quit arguing so much, self-accountability, appreciation, reciprocation should be easy. It should come naturally. But you have to fix, a lot of women need to fix themselves because they don't do it. It doesn't come naturally for a lot of you guys. To accept accountability for your actions where you're wrong, a lot of women don't want to accept that. The average time you tell a woman, hey, you're wrong, a lot of times they bring up the past. Well, remember when you did this? Remember when you did that? No, we're not talking about the past. We're talking about the here and the fucking now. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And I'm not, and for you to apologize, it's free. It doesn't cost you no money to apologize. And what it does is it brings closure. When a woman apologizes, or a man apologizes, it doesn't matter. Whoever apologizes when they're dead to wrong, I'm not necessarily saying always solves the problem, because sometimes people have a problem with forgiving, particularly women. But for the most part, particularly for men, it brings us closure. We can put that away and move on and keep building to the future. But women, you guys, y'all don't want to apologize. And on top of that, y'all women don't like to forgive. Y'all don't like to let the past go. And when you catch your man wrong, you demand an apology. And then when he apologizes, if you get caught wrong, you bring up the past about what he did, what he already apologized for, what you already supposed to, quote unquote, forgave him for. You bring it up and throw it in his face. When he catch you wrong, oh, well, remember what you did 3 months ago when you was over such and such? Remember what you did here? And this is what breaks down the communication in a large part of these marriage and relationships. This is where a lot of the arguments, the root of a lot of arguments feed from. Simplicity. Right? Simple thing. When you're wrong, apologize. How hard is that to do for somebody you love? I'm gonna ask the question. I'm asking chat game. How hard is it to apologize to someone you love? Right? How hard? It should be the easiest, easy peasy. Okay, Sugar Bum, but that's fair. But sometimes a person can be wrong and not know they're wrong, right? Like they find out, oh shit, I was wrong, right? So sometimes we, okay, Xerox, that might be one of your Xerox. That might be one of your strengths, right? But Xerox, you do need some improvement to do in your marriage. You do need to run that bathwater. Right? You do need to give them a Shaolin Temple quality massage. You do need to be more assertive to show your appreciation, or to at least reciprocate what you're getting back in return. I do think that. But back to the conversation, women typically they don't apologize though. Listen, Zyrox and Sugar Bum. I've heard a lot of men in marriages, in relationships, former divorcees. This is heard around the fucking world. Women never apologize. Yeah, Zyrox, I'm gonna keep you on point. I'm gonna get you right, Zyrox. I'm gonna get you right. You gonna run that bathwater one of these days. What you say? Men need to show more appreciation. Damn, Sugar Bomb. You don't think a nigga spend his money on you and have us giving you what you want sexually? That's a lot. Listen, when a man gives, men show their appreciation by sharing their resources, and on top of that, game coming with great performance in the bedroom. So I don't understand what else would you want. Honesty and all that shit, that's fairy tale. I don't even listen. I don't mind, even if my woman lied to me, right? And I catch my woman lie. I'm easy. I'm a good lie detector. You know, the eyes tell everything. But I still don't hold it against them. I just like, you're lying. And then they tell me the truth. You know what I'm saying? Spending money ain't everything. No, it's not everything, Sugar Bomb. But it is a show of appreciation. Because love, appreciation, that's action words, Sugar Bomb. That's action. So sex and money are action. That's the way you show appreciation. Love is an action word. Last time I've heard, Zyrox. Love is an action. Shows actions speak louder than words. Sex ain't that important, but it is important though, Sugar Bum. It is. It's not the most. Listen, I agree with you. Sex and money ain't everything, but it's 75%. Right? I say money's probably 40%. Sex is probably 25%. No, it's more than that. It's more than that. What only thing that's more than sex and money is status. That's the only thing. So number one is status, then sex, then money. Because if your husband isn't having, or your man ain't fucking you right, you're leaving him. Women value sex too. Listen, this is why, Sugar Bum, you're being disingenuous. You're being very disingenuous. Women value sex too because we're giving it, they're taking it. They're not saying no. They hit me up. Come through, boo. Come blow my back out. Y'all want y'all black bone out. See, and women, y'all lie so much. Oh, men value sex. Like y'all don't value sex. I literally could have took dudes, girlfriends, and wives because I was a better bedroom performer. Literally. I turned it down, of course. But I've had a married woman on my back. I knocked them boots. She was ready to pack her shit up from wherever she was at and come be with me. I told her, no, you work that shit out. Because sex is important, especially if you're not getting it. Now, I agree with Sugar Mom. Maybe a lady like you, sex isn't as valuable because you know it's at your doorstep, right? And you really don't care about the men that you're, out there that you may think they're cute or handsome, whatever, but you really don't care about them. So sex is something that you don't prioritize. I think, Sugar Mom, you prioritize financial success and you want control, right? You want to run a relationship. So agree. Sex is probably on the bottom of your list, but for the man you want to be with, the man that you love or you pick that you pick to, let's say, come in your life, he needs to be good at the bed. Yeah, I get it. I understand. You want power. You want power over sex, but with power in your mind brings great sex. So yes, I understand that. You want to wear the pants. This is why you're not married, Sugar Bum, because you want to run the show. But once again, right, it should never be a problem with a woman apologizing, especially to the man she picked, especially to the man she loved, or at least adore. You women have to pick a side and stay on it. If you love this homie, if you love this dude, you should be ready to put it all on the line. Apologizing isn't a big task, in my opinion. I think that's the easiest thing to do of all the things in the relationship. Because being a sexual beast, that's hard to do. Because, most people got to work a lot of hours. Their body's tired. So they're not able to sex the woman like they want to. We'll say communication, sometimes that's hard because sometimes we're tired, sometimes we're emotionally tired, sometimes we're mentally tired. We just ain't in the mood to talk to. But apologizing should be the easiest form to you, because all you're doing is say, okay, I was wrong. Now I want to move on from this. And if all I got to do is apologize sincerely, to truly apologize for what I was wrong at, to make this a happy home, it should be easy. It should be easy. So, we have to, as adults, we have to accept responsibility. And we both are responsible. What we both are responsible for, women and men, when we enter a relationship. And part of our responsibility is making sure that we own up and that we're ready to solve any problem. And if it takes apologizing and accept the responsibility of that, then we should be down to apologize. That should be part of, okay, I'm down for that. Because apologizing makes things, it makes things a little easier to swallow. It does. You feel like men need to evolve? Yes, I agree too, Sugar Bum. I think men do need to evolve. And that is, quit marrying you guys. Quit asking you guys to marry us. That's one. Two, we need to understand that you guys are savage and that you guys are capable of flipping the script. Three, I think we do need to stop being so nice to you guys with chivalry and shit. You can open your own doors. You can open your own doors. You can walk on whatever side street you walk to the outside street. You got, all that nice stuff, I think it's unnecessary. Right? Yeah, we do need to evolve. We need to be more selfish. Men do need to be more selfish. We need to be more selfish. And quit giving y'all so much. We got to be selfish. Listen, we're going to still pay for the dinner dates. We're still going to do that. But we don't have to, give you chivalry. We don't have to do all those things. Those things are luxuries, right? Being chivalrous, being a gentleman, hold your chair, put your chair out before you sit down. That's us. That's a luxury. That's not a demand or expectation. That's a luxury. So when we do nice things for you women, it's luxury. It's not entitled. You guys are not entitled to shit. We don't owe y'all shit. Right? We don't owe you guys nothing, Sugar Bum. We don't owe women nothing. We do what we do for you because we just show our appreciation that we're welcoming you into our lives and that we care about you. And we show action, right? It's action through, paying for dinner dates, going out to the movies, going to the amusement parks, like Disneyland, stuff like that. We foot the bill because it's a luxury thing we do as gentlemen, but it's not that we owe you. And you women should not feel entitled to this. And that's, I think, a big problem with women. They feel entitled to shit. They feel entitled so much that they don't want to apologize. Because why I got entitled? I'm a bad bitch. Why I got to apologize? I'm a bad bitch. Hit the like button, nigga. Ruthless dropping bars up here today. Ruthless dropping bars. Hit the like button. Women are so entitled that they think they don't supposed to apologize. Because you know why a woman don't want to apologize? You know why women don't want to go above and beyond for their men, like run their bathwater, take off their shoes, right? Yeah, women are so entitled. This is why they don't show their appreciation for their man, because they don't think they need to. They think everything the man is doing for them, they deserve it, and he owes it to them. And we don't owe y'all a damn thing. And this is why you guys are underperforming in relationships and marriages. Women are underperforming. You guys are poor followers. You guys are horrible communicators. You guys, sometimes you're great in the bed, sometimes you're not. You guys don't want to go above and beyond for your man. Because you know why? Because him being with you, you feel it's a privilege and he should be lucky to be with you. That's the way y'all think. Right? Women feel that us men being with them, because women think they're the prize. If she thinks she's the prize, that means she thinks you're lucky to be with her. She thinking about he should feel lucky. So that's why she doesn't want to apologize or feel the need to apologize. Because she doesn't value you like that. No, you guys are underperforming, Xyrox, because if you file divorce papers, remember, wedding vows still tell death do us part. Right? Right? Ain't nobody perfect. So, no, you're underperforming by being a quitter. You're quitting on something you signed up for. Women signed up. When they get married, when you get married, you sign up for bad things. You sign up for the bad times as well as the good times. You sign up for it. That's why you read through them carefully. That's why you read them. When you go home, you read your vows. Right? What y'all do? Y'all quit. Oh, no, this is too much for me. Oh, no, this is too hard for me. Let me go file right now. Self-love. I got to love myself. And that's an underperforming attitude. Because why get married? Why tell him no? Right? Because you have to understand, when you sign up for any commitment, not just marriage, any major commitment, part of any great relationship for it to last is going to take an unsurmountable amount of forgiveness, having ability to accept responsibility for when you're wrong, not trying to win every argument, apologizing when the time is for you to apologize. Right? So this is where, right, women are falling short, because you guys are just quitters. You guys are unstable. A lot of you guys are insecure. right? And some of you who are secure are too secure, right? Those who who ain't insecure, yeah, they with the bad bitch mentality, you worse, right? Because you leaving even drop of a hat. Oh, what you want, another nigga will. Who can check me, boo? That's your mentality. Who can check me, boo? Zyrax, I know you ain't agreeing with Sugar Mom. That man ain't stepped up to the plate. All Zyrax bills are paid. She doesn't have to pay bills, Sugar Mom. Zyrax doesn't pay bills in her house. She just sits there and look pretty. She's not running no bath water. She's not doing nothing. She has kids. She's being mama. And that's it. So, Brooklyn, what you mean men ain't stepped up to the plate? Her husband's paying for everything, the mortgage, everything. And he's not complaining. So what do you mean men aren't stepping up to the plate? 98% of men in marriages are paying for the mortgage, which is the biggest bill and the hardest bill to pay. So, Sugar Mom, come on. What you mean men aren't stepping up to? You ain't married, Sugar Mom, because you don't want to be married, Sugar Mom. Sugar Mom doesn't want to be married. Sugar Mom has a roster of men. And they cash out her money. She got all this shit going on. She got one man pay for her nails. Oh, yes, it is, Sugar Mom. For women, it is. Y'all hate it. Y'all fucking hate it. Yeah, y'all fucking hate it. Women hate paying bills if they don't have to. They'll do it to prove everybody wrong. Right? But they don't really like it. So that's why if they find them a fish, they only use it for that man to them. One of I'll say 5 things is paying the bills. If she's gonna be and these women, they make it clear, baby, you want to marry me? I don't like paying bills. If I'm gonna pay bills, we're not getting married. And these women be saying that shit. No, even the women that are working, right, are his money is y'all money, and y'all money is your money. It's not one pot, Zyrax. And most women, even women who are working, their money is not going towards the mortgage. Their money's going in their little thing, and then they do what they want with it. Yes, it is something adults do, Sugar Mom. But not all adults do it, including you. I know you got a roster. Sugar Mom. Quit playing. Yeah. But the nigga took you to Miami, didn't he? Huh? Who paid for that bill? Huh? Who paid for that bill, Sugar Mom? Who paid for your trip to Miami? Huh? Exactly. You and Bill. You think Sugar Mom passed that up? You think Sugar Mom said, no, I'm gonna pay my own trip to Miami? I don't need your money, nigga. I don't need your money, fool. I got my own money. No, Sugar Mom said, yes, sir. Let's do it. Zyrax thing, you think she's gonna go tell her husband, look, I'm gonna take care of the mortgage from here on out for the rest of our lives right now? You just think women are just gonna wake up one morning and say, you know what, I want to pay the mortgage for the next 5 years because you've been paying it for 10? I don't believe you, Sugar Mom. I don't believe you. I believe either you got either a sugar daddy or you got a roster of men sending you money. That's what I believe. I don't believe you women. Y'all women be lying. Y'all know y'all be lying. Yeah. See, Ruthless ain't gonna let you put the wool over my eyes. Oh, I pay my bills. But where you get that money from, Sugar Mom? What do you do for a living, Sugar Mom? Huh? You going to the club? Sugar Mom, you got OnlyFans? Sugar Mom get money. I know you ain't no career woman. I know that, Sugar Mom. Come on, where you work at, Shaquan? What's your law office? Give me the number so I call and ask for your name. Yeah, I know you work. You got a little minimum wage job, and you're looking for a high earning man. But you like see, Sugar Mom, she wants a high earning man, but she wants him to have a little hood in him, right? She don't want no real square like Sugar Mom. She don't want no square ass nigga. Sugar Mom. If a nigga gonna come in her life, he had to have a little gangster in him, a little bit of square in him, and be able to, she like her man with Chuck Taylors and khakis, or or Gucci belts and sagging to his ass. Sugar Mom like a little hood in her nigga. I was paying for dates and relationships before marriage. What make you think I wouldn't do it in my marriage? Don't even make sense. I don't believe you, Xerox. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Maybe you were okay. So I'm gonna give you benefit of the doubt. You probably paid for 2 dates a year. Probably paid for the birthday. That's the date you spend for all the anniversary, some shit like that, Father's Day. You know what I mean? So I say you paid for about 3 dates a year. I'll give you that, Xerox. You're probably paying for 3, maybe 4 dates a year. Because you just, was showing some, hey, I care. But you didn't marry none of them either, right? Exactly. So, women, you owe men. If you're wrong, you owe an apology. That should be off the top. There never should be a time that we as a couple need to be marinating in a problem. If one of us is wrong, dead to right, apologize, forgive, and move on. And continue to build our connection. Continue to build our happy home. That's the formula, women, gentlemen. That's the formula. That is the formula. And you know what? I'm gonna know what the secret is. Apologizing, running bathwater, not arguing doesn't cost a dime. All that shit is free. Accepting responsibility or accepting some sort of accountability for your wrong actions is free. Doesn't cost a dime. And that's that's what is intriguing most to me. You women don't even like to do the free shit. You don't have to be submissive. Nobody's asked you to be submissive. Sugar Mom, just own up to responsible for your actions. That's on you. When you're wrong, you're wrong. Period. How to repress how you feel? Women don't do that. Women, y'all express y'all feelings. Unless you're at work, right? Yeah. When you're at work, you can't say it. Right? But in relationships, y'all talk the most. Y'all express yourselves. I think y'all overexpress yourselves. I think y'all need to shut up. Because all that emotional shit pouring out your mouth is tiring. Well, Xerox, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, Xerox, but you don't have to pay bills now. We don't mind you expressing yourself, sugar bum. We don't mind our women expressing themselves, but let it be, number one, it needs to be in a respectful manner. That's one. Two, is when you're having your emotional roller coaster, we want you to express yourself after that emotional roller coaster is done. You want to go in the bathroom and cry. You want to go in the bedroom and cry your eyes out. And you want to throw things around, hit the walls. Do that. And then when you come down from that, you take a deep breath and you got it all out your system, then we can have the conversation. You know, and you want to, and even if you want to emotionally dump on us, we'll do it. You know, but I'm not trying to have a conversation with you in the middle of your emotional roller coaster, because it's just, to me, I don't know what to do. I'm a problem solver. So I want to solve the problem. You don't want to solve the problem. You just want to recognize the problem and cry about it. So we're just going to let you cry about it. Because I'm not going to get in a big ass fight with you about solutions. So, yeah, y'all deal with that yourselves. That is your responsibility. Emotional distress is a woman's duty to deal with within herself. That is not my job as the man. My job as a man is not to regulate your emotions. I'm not here. I ain't no motherfucking psychiatrist. I ain't no therapist. So I'm not here to regulate your emotions. I'm here with viable solutions. I'm here to give you my factual based opinion on the solutions when you're ready to solve the fucking complete solutions after you get out of your emotional roller coaster. But until then, right, I don't want nothing to do it. Hey, listen, you can cry on my shoulder. I'll give you that. You can cry on my shoulder. But don't ask me. If you ask me what I think, I'm going to tell you, baby, just keep crying. Just keep crying, baby. That's all I'm going to tell you to do. Because I know if I give you a solution, you're going to think I'm attacking you. I know if I say, baby, if you say, oh, baby, my weight, I gained too much weight, what do I do? No, I'm going to tell you, baby, keep crying. That's what I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you the gym is down the street. I'm not going to tell you to go to the gym down the street so you can tell me, are you calling me fat? I'm not falling for that trick in the bag. Baby, I don't know what to do. What do I do? Keep crying, baby, till you just can't cry no more. Hit the like button, nigga. Hit the like button. Nigga, Ruthless dropping gems. Show a nigga some love. Hit the like button. Show a nigga some love. Ruthless, I just had a bad day at work. My boss yelled at me. What do you want me to do? What y'all do about it? Keep crying, baby. Here, put your hand on my shoulder. I'm going to pat you on your back. Keep crying. Matter of fact, let me give you some tissue. So when you're done crying, go hop in the shower or go for a jog or something. Bring your ass back in the house. You know, do some breathing exercises. And when you're done with all that, then let's watch Netflix and chill. But that's all I can do for a woman in her emotional roller coaster. Because if I bring the solutions, boy, she's going to drill me. Zoom, you from Memphis? I didn't know that, Zoom. So anyway, yeah. This is what it takes, right? When we're in a relationship with you women, we as men, we don't want problems, really. We don't. We don't want to argue with you. We don't want to fight with you. We don't want to have a hostile environment in our happy home. all we want to do, go to work, make sure the bills are paid, come home, you looking sexy. Be nice if you dance for me, sexy, baby. Run my bathwater for me, baby. That'd be just so appreciated. We would love it if you asked us, how was your day, baby? We gonna tell you. We gonna tell you. Right? The simple things, right? Is what makes these things go. That's what women need to understand. The simple things in life is what make relationships run like a fine-tuned engine. Baby, you was wrong. You was wrong for flirting with my friend the other day. You was wrong. All we want to hear from you is, baby, you know what? You was right. You was right, baby. I apologize. That's all you want, baby. That's it. And that's free. That's free. Don't cost you a dime to apologize about your actions. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. That's it. We don't want that much. Yeah, sugar boy, just run my bathwater for me. No, this is 2025. I come home, my woman have my bathwater nice and chiseled for me with some bubble bath. You know what I mean? I'm a, hey, baby. Hey, that's going to want me to go harder when I go to work. If my woman come and give me a back rub, a back massage, and whisper in my ear, baby, I missed you. Ooh, that's going to make my dick so hard. I'm going to give it to her like never before. See, that's what women have to understand. You all have to start showing. It's about Nashville, Memphis and Nashville is about, I think, 20 minutes apart. 20, 25 minutes apart. It's Nashville, Clarksville, Huntsville. Yeah. So, yeah. Y'all women, all y'all got to do is just run my bathwater, baby. Go out, run in the water, fill up the tub, put some bubble bath in it. Don't cost you a dime. Come on, baby. Show your man some love. Because you had all these expectations for me. You want me to be the man, the provider, protector, and all the other shit. Run my motherfucking bathwater, baby. Take off my shoes for me. Say, hey, daddy, what is it that you need today? Anything. Cater to me. Cater to me. Right? Treat me like a king. I want my woman to treat me like a king. I don't expect anything less than king treatment. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. What you mean? He gave you the side eye. You know why he gave you the side eye, Xerox? Because you asked a stupid ass question. You should have just did it. When you asked him, he got suspicious. Oh, baby, would you like me to run your bathwater? Because now he's thinking, oh, she want me to buy her something, a purse, Gucci, something. That's why he looked at you suspiciously. Instead of just doing it, when you come in, hey, baby, I ran your bathwater for you. I got the bubble bath going. I'll put some bubble bath up in there. I got this honey oil bubble bath. Oh, I did it just for you, baby. He would have gotten that thing so fast. He would have looked at you with great admiration. But no, you wouldn't ask a dumbass question. Baby, do you want me to run your bathwater? Nigga, if my woman asks me that, I'm going to look at her the side eye too. Okay, what she want? Because typically when you women do things for us, y'all want something in return. You know, when y'all do something, when y'all actually do something for us, it's usually an expensive return. Oh, baby, what you want me to do? You want me? What's your favorite meal? Oh shit, she must want that Gucci bag. she must want that Prada or that Coach or that Tory Burch, or even worse, I do car. Yeah. You shouldn't. Then why'd you ask him if you want him? If he wants you to run a bathwater, why didn't you just do it? And maybe he asked you, baby, why'd you do this? Just because I love you. Yeah, but I don't know. That's why he side-eyed you. Is that right? Your man side-eyed you because you asked him a dumbass question. I pay this mortgage every motherfucking month. You ask me, do I want my bathwater ran? Hell no, run it. Just do it. Just do it.
So in my case, my mother wouldn't say that she was wrong, but she would take me out to bowling for the weekend. She'd make my favorite meal, a sort of an apology meal for dinner that night. A big one that a lot of women do in intimate relationships is instead of saying, I'm sorry, they'll just get naked and kind of expose themselves to you as almost a physical apology. Not verbally, but they'll more so say, here's my bare and naked body. Do with it as you please. And that's their version of an apology. As men, we don't really want that though. We want to hear you say that you're wrong. And after that, it's so easy just to move forward. So ladies, if you're watching this video, if you apologize, it means so much. And since we don't hear that as men, like ever, if a girl apologizes to me, I'm like, she's a keeper. She's a dime. There's something very humble and wise about her. So that's a great way to please your man. It's just by saying, I'm sorry. What are you guys' experiences with this? Have you noticed it in your everyday life? Drop a comment below and I want to hear your stories. Talk about it. This channel is a dialogue, so let me into your life a little bit. If you're new to the channel, my name is Alton. If you like content like this, like, comment, and subscribe. I'll be coming out with another video very soon.
See how easy that was? Apologize. Now this is for the men right here. Now we finna flip it to the men.
What's up, Below Guard? I got a question from Andy, is what he calls himself here. He says, hey, John, video idea for you. How to let a girl vent her emotions to you and resolve the problem versus just apologizing. Okay, here's the deal. As a man, if you want to have a successful relationship with a woman, you have to understand that a woman needs to vent her emotions. It's not something that you get to do. It's something that she gets to do, because women are emotional. You want that feminine energy. You want a woman to be in her feminine. You have to be in your masculine, which means you don't get to do that. You don't get to be like, I had a hard day, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying you can't ever share what's going on with you. That's a different topic, but you don't get to do the same thing that she does. She needs to express all these emotions and let them out. And a lot of times that's going to come out on you. Okay. That's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. You don't want your woman to be stoic. You don't want your woman to be a man. She needs you as a pressure valve in her life in order to be able to feel safety, which translates into sexuality. I promise you, when a woman vents her emotions to you, she's going to open up to you sexually if you handle this right. But what Andy's asking here is he's saying, how do you let a girl vent those emotions and actually resolve the problem versus just apologizing, right? So he's talking about perhaps when you've done something that she's upset about. So let me give you a great example of this, of where I screwed this up. I've talked about this before. It's a good story. I was out at a winery with my now wife, Nicole. We were waiting for the guy to come and give us a flight of wine, to do a wine tasting thing. Again, I don't drink anymore. I haven't drank for 2 years. I'm completely 100% no alcohol. I think that's a great lifestyle. You should adopt it. But for the purpose of this story, that was before that. All right. So anyway, we're waiting there. No one's showing up. We're standing around and Nicole leans in to kiss me. All right. And so I kiss her, and while I'm kissing her, I'm looking over at the counter because I thought I saw some guy coming. I want to make sure we don't miss him because we've been waiting around for a while. I didn't think anything of it, but she starts acting a little cold, which again, that's not the right response to act cold, but hey, this is about me. It's not about her. So she's acting a little bit cold, and then she's like, I want to go. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? We're going to get a wine tasting. Like, why do you want to go? She's like, I want to leave. So I'm like, okay, let's see where this goes, right? So I'm like, all right, I have no idea what's going on. Take her outside, get in the car, right? And she says, I said, what's wrong? What's going on? She's like, you don't love me. And I'm like, what? How could you even say this to me, right? I'm starting to get upset here. I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, you weren't looking at me when you kissed me. And this is where I was about to lose my shit. I'm like, what the, are you kidding me? After all I do and all the things I show you to show you that I love you, how are you going to say this? I was looking for the person to get the wine at the counter, right? Like I wasn't looking at some chick. I wasn't trying to ignore you. I was just trying to make sure we didn't miss the guy. And she's like, I don't even know how to. She gets upset, obviously. She's like, oh, you don't care about, like, you always act this way, whatever. And we end up having about a 4-hour discussion in that car, I think. I'm trying to tell her about how that's not the way to handle things. That's not right. How could you treat me like this? You know, not give me the benefit of the doubt. We've been together. I treat you so well. And one little thing like this happens, and this is how you respond. You get upset, like you don't have any kind of understanding. I'm trying to communicate that point, and the whole time getting more and more upset because she's feeling like I don't care about how she feels. This whole thing could have been resolved without me necessarily apologizing. I don't need to apologize. Did I do something wrong in that case? No, I didn't do something wrong. It was an innocent thing. It wasn't wrong at all. But did she feel hurt by it? Yes. Is that what matters? Yes. So here's what you do. Here's what I should have done. Instead of saying what I said, when she said you were looking away, you didn't look at me when you kissed me, I could have said, oh, repeat it back to her. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize it. So I was looking away when I kissed you. Wow, I definitely didn't mean to make you feel that way. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I care that you feel that way. Tell me more about this. Why did it make you feel that way? And that hurt your feelings? What were you thinking? Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. You know, I can understand. Yeah, I definitely didn't want to make you feel like that. I love you. I really care about you. It was an oversight. I'll make sure that I take this into account in the future. Yeah, I don't want you to feel like that. I'm not admitting wrongdoing. I'm not apologizing. But what I am doing is I'm acknowledging her feelings, that her feelings matter to me. All that a woman wants is to know that you care about how she feels. She doesn't even need the issue resolved. My advice to you is that when you're in this kind of situation, a woman is venting, especially for something that she's upset at you about, don't apologize. Instead, what you do is this, okay? Pause, take a breath. Then what I want you to do is ask her about it. Get some clarifying question, right? Say, hey, why did you feel this way? Or how did you feel about it? Tell me more about that. Show some empathy. And then at the end, if she's approached things in the wrong way, then you can correct and you can say, hey,
all right, I'm going to say something that's going to piss off a lot of people out there. And I don't care, because I think there's some really toxic advice floating around about relationships that's actually destroying men's chances of getting genuine respect and connection from women. Here's what happened to me. I'm 40 years old, and I think I can count on one hand the number of real apologies I've received from women in my life. And that doesn't mean I've only dated saints. It means women seem to find it incredibly hard to apologize for bad behavior, even when they're clearly in the wrong. Now, most relationship coaches will tell you this is just how women are, or they'll give you some nonsense about love languages and how women show sorry differently. But I've discovered something that completely flips this conventional wisdom on its head, and it's based on actual psychology, not feel-good relationship advice. You probably want to know what that is. Well, I've got 3 major misconceptions that men have about why women don't apologize, and I'm not just going to leave you hanging there. I'm going to show you exactly what's really happening in the female mind during conflicts, why their strategies actually make perfect evolutionary sense, and most importantly, how understanding this can completely transform your relationships. Because here's the thing, when you understand why women avoid apologies, you'll realize they're not being stubborn or manipulative. They're actually trying to solve what they see as the real problem. And once you get this, everything changes. So let's start with the first misconception, and this one's going to surprise you. Today we're diving deep into one of the most frustrating dynamics in male-female relationships. Why women seem allergic to giving genuine apologies, why their alternative strategies feel so unsatisfying to men, and what this reveals about fundamental differences in how the sexes approach conflict, responsibility, and emotional repair. By the end of this exploration, you'll understand why women use sex, food, distraction, and time as apology substitutes, why these strategies actually make psychological sense from an evolutionary perspective, and most importantly, how understanding these differences can transform your relationships and your expectations. I've spent years studying gender psychology, attachment theory, and conflict resolution patterns, and what I'm about to reveal goes far deeper than simple communication differences. But first, let me share a statistic that might shock you. Research shows that women apologize significantly more often than men in daily interactions. For bumping into people, for speaking up in meetings, for taking up space. Yet when it comes to genuine wrongdoing in intimate relationships, the pattern completely reverses. This isn't just about hurt feelings or communication styles. The inability to give and receive authentic apologies is destroying relationships, creating resentment, and perpetuating cycles of unresolved conflict that poison emotional intimacy. Understanding why this happens and what to do about it might be the key to breaking through the most frustrating patterns in your relationships. Here's the paradox that confuses men. The same women who apologize for existing in public spaces become mysteriously unable to apologize when they've actually done something wrong. Watch any woman navigate a crowded coffee shop and you'll hear Zori at least 5 times. Sorry for being in line, sorry for asking a question, sorry for existing in someone else's peripheral vision. Women are socialized from childhood to apologize preemptively, constantly, reflexively. They say sorry so often that it becomes meaningless white noise. But then comes the moment when a genuine apology is warranted, when she's crossed a boundary, hurt someone she cares about, or behaved in a way that caused real harm. And suddenly, those 2 simple words become impossible to utter. The woman who apologizes for breathing too loudly in public cannot bring herself to say, "I'm sorry," when she's genuinely in the wrong. This creates a maddening cognitive dissonance for men. They witness the constant stream of unnecessary apologies and think, "She obviously knows how to apologize. She does it all day long. So why won't she apologize to me when it actually matters?" The answer lies in understanding the different functions these apologies serve. The public apologies, the sorry for taking up space, aren't really apologies at all. They're social lubricant, designed to prevent conflict rather than resolve it. They're preemptive strikes against potential confrontation, ways of signaling non-threatening intent in a world that often punishes women for being assertive. These reflexive apologies cost nothing because they acknowledge no real wrongdoing. A woman saying sorry for walking in front of someone isn't admitting fault. She's performing a social ritual that maintains harmony without admitting actual responsibility. But genuine apologies in intimate relationships require something entirely different. The admission of actual fault, the acknowledgement of harm caused, and the implicit promise to change behavior. This type of apology has real psychological and social costs that the reflexive Zori doesn't carry. From an evolutionary perspective, admitting fault to a mate historically carried.
So we see here that, the act of a woman apologizing, she wants to do it on her terms. She wants to do it on her terms. They want to do everything on their terms. So basically, this goes back to the sentiment, who can check me, boo? Right? She doesn't, in herself, a woman wants to self-check. Women want to self-check. They don't want the man, they don't want to hear from their man. They don't want to give the man that luxury. They don't want they don't want Sunrise is funny. They just don't want to give it to you on your time. It's this video is saying what I'm saying, but it's going a long way around it. Zarak is funny.
Serious risks. For women, who are often dependent on male protection and resources, acknowledging wrongdoing could potentially trigger abandonment or withdrawal of support. The reflexive Zori evolved as a way to prevent conflicts from starting, while the genuine apology creates vulnerability that evolution hasn't necessarily prepared women to embrace. This explains why women can simultaneously be chronic over.
Y'all just don't want to give it to the man because y'all don't want him to have that over your head. I'm going to give it to you raw, Zyrex. Zyrex, when I get done with you, you're going to understand. Ruthless don't play. It's all about wins and losses. That's what it's coming down to. Facts. Facts, zoom, zoom. Facts, zoom, zoom. Facts. And nobody apologizing because, fighting, if it's a fight where it's a, 50-50, maybe, all right, we can agree to disagree, whatever. But when you're dead to wrong, there's only one way to solve that, or at least have a closure, and that is apologize. What you saying, Zoomer? Don't put her in position to apologize. But she's not gonna let you, right? She's not gonna let you. She's gonna deflect. She's gonna bring up everything you did in the whole relationship. Y'all been together 10 years, and you catch her in the wrong. She's gonna bring everything up you did for the whole 10 years. Remember in 1985 you did this. Remember in 2000 when you did that. Remember in 2015 when you did that. Remember that? Yeah. And that's what she's going to do. Because women don't like to be checked by their men. They like to do the checking, but don't want to get checked. If a man, listen, if you successfully check your wife on everything, she's leaving you. Them divorce papers is coming. You best believe, because what happens when you check her? She's going to go to her family, her friends. Oh, he yelled at me. Oh, he was this and that. She ain't going to tell them what she did, but she's going to make it like, oh, he was very toxic. He made me cry. And they're going to say, well, baby, you can do better. You can always do better. Right? Girl, I even got a friend. He's so nice. Da, 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 da. Now, she may not take that offer right away, but she's definitely going to compartmentalize that and say, okay. And then this is the beginning and end of the relationship. This is the beginning and end of the marriage. See, friends and family are cancerous to marriages, to couples. I'm checking my hubby if I see wrong, and I expect the very same from him. It's all right. We know that y'all like to check motherfuckers. We know that. We know that. Women, one thing about women, they ain't got no problem with checking. What? The problem is, right? When y'all get checked, y'all don't like it. Y'all deflect. This is why the world-renowned study said women don't like to apologize, because if they apologize, they're admitting, right, to something, and they're giving up their leverage in the relationship. Yeah, we know y'all women. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, right? But y'all don't like being checked. If the average man come in there and say, any man come and say to his girl, you're not going to no more girls trips. You're not going to do that no more. Or else. She's going to be like, excuse me, boo? Excuse me? She's going to look around in circles. Excuse me, you talking to the kids? I know you ain't talking to me. Yeah, she's not. Women do not like their men putting them in check. Every blue moon, they might let them get it off. In the beginning, when they're dating, if he got some good D, they'll let them get a little bit off. But once they get them in for that bait trap and that switching bait, especially when you give that weathering up, oh, yes, who can check me, boo? You can't check me, boo. And this is why relationships and marriages are failing. No, it's only fair that I get checked also. Just like I push back on content creators, I got no problem with them pushing back on my points. I do agree with you that, Zervax. Me and you, the conversation yesterday, me and you had, I was very impressed with your composure. I do see you have some sort of ability to listen. But it seems like women, when they're in a relationship with someone that they love, it's a different expectation. Women treat their job with more respect than they treat their marriages and their relationships, because women value money. That job gives them a sense of independence. It gives them a sense of value. It gives them a sense of purpose. It caters to their ego. Right? Women value their job more than they do their relationship and their marriage. This is facts. You don't see women quitting their jobs every day. Listen, it's 1 million divorces a year. Women are filing for 820 of them, 820,000 files, right? Ain't no women quitting their jobs at no 820 times a year. Oh, probably women quitting their job is probably 1,000 a year, maybe, if that. Especially in this economy, they're holding on. And most time when women quit their jobs, they're moving on to another job, right? They're probably getting a higher pay, right, or a better environment. But women very rarely quit their jobs. But they will savagely walk away from their marriages, their relationships. I mean, 820,000 times a year is a lot of motherfucking files. That's beyond extreme. So yeah. Women do not value their people they love, or that they say that they love, as much as the things that they feel is valuable to them, like their jobs, their friends, their family. Although their man or their husband most likely is paying for mostly everything. But they value that job more. And if they're a stay-at-home wife, like some people, I ain't saying no names. I ain't gonna say no names. Right? These people value themselves more than they do their husband. Because they'll run their own bathwater. They'll make sure their bath water nice and warm and bubble bathy. I ain't saying no names. But when it comes to, you know how you can tell someone who values someone greatly? When they go above and beyond and they do the things they don't have to be asked to do, or ask someone, do they want them to do? That's where appreciation equals a very large value. That's when you know you got a wife or a girlfriend who is very valuable. When you don't have to ask her, and she doesn't have to ask you, hey, baby, do you want me to do this for you? She just does it. She just do it. I'm waiting for the bill to come, and she just pays for it. And I didn't even know. I went to the bathroom, come back, the bill was taken care of. And I asked the waiter, who paid the bill? He said, your wife, your girl. She didn't make an announcement, oh, I'm going to pay the bill today. She just did it. Oh, yeah. We know you're going to treat yourself, Queen. We know you're going to treat yourself, Queen. Treat yourself. Don't beat yourself. That's the name of the game. Hit the like button. Nigga, Ruthless is dropping bars a day. Ruthless is dropping bars a day. Treat yourself. Don't beat yourself, Queen. She never going to cheat herself. That's what a woman ain't going to do. Right? she ain't gonna cheat herself. She gonna make sure she get that. Hold on, let me highlight it. So the leave me and my rose oil bathwater alone, Ruthless. Yeah, because she gonna treat herself. She ain't gonna beat herself. Hit the like button, nigga. Show Rufus some love. I've been dropping bars all morning. A woman would treat herself before she treat her man. Ooh. Ooh, come on now. Show a nigga some love. Hit the like button, nigga. Rufus dropping bars. She'll treat herself better than she'll treat her man. A woman will make sure that she get that rose oil bath water before she run her man a dry ass bath. Right? Treat yourself, queen. That's what she gonna do. A queen gonna treat herself, and her man gonna treat her. Right? Huh? She's gonna put herself on this pedestal, and she's gonna treat herself, and she's gonna expect her man or her husband to treat her on top of that. She wants to be the center of attention. She doesn't want to cater to her man. She doesn't want to make her man feel good or show appreciation for his hard work. She'd rather get a roll. She'd rather get herself a bath. Roll. What is it? What she say? Let me see. Let me highlight what she says she won't do. Leave me alone in my rose oil bath. That sound bougie. That rose oil probably cost like $20-some or more, maybe $50-some. Right? She's probably getting it online because that ain't just that's not everywhere. Yeah. This is how women feel about us men. They won't spend no $50 on bath baby oil like that for us, but she'll do it for herself. See, the word queen in 2025, take the Q off, right? And put the K on there. So queen is really interpreted king. So when you call a woman a queen, she views herself as a king. This is why women don't volunteer to pay for a date for, hey, baby, you know what, baby? You know what? I'm going to pay for a date. I'm paying for all the dates for a year. Because you know what? You're my king. I'm going to do this. I don't even fuck. We're not going to argue. I know you're going to refuse. I'm doing it. You know why? You know why? Because she's the king. She gonna let you pay for all that shit. And then guess what? She let a brother like me come in and take her from you. I believe I could pretty much take anybody's wife. I wouldn't want to because of karma. But I know I got it. I got the looks. I got the swagger. Because these women are weak. They don't appreciate their man. They don't appreciate all the stuff their man do for them. This is why they can't apologize. This is why they can't run your bath water. This is why they can't dance sexy for you when you come home from work. She finds it too much to put on a sexy outfit for when you walk in and dance sexy for you. At least once a week or once a month. Because all she demands from you is respect. And she gives back to you neglect. Oh, hit the like button. Nigga. Rufus dropping bars. She demands respect from you, but all she does is neglect you. All women do is neglect. That's all they do, neglect men and expect men to do all this shit to please her. Women want men to only please them. Women do not want to please men. Now, there are some bedroom, that even falls short. She won't even get on top and ride you no more. She is later a pillow princess. Most women, when they get married or in their relationship past 2 or 3 years, they just become pillow princesses. Why do you think men go to strip clubs? Why do you think men go and get prostitutes? Because their wives don't want to give them that type of luxury. Because their wives don't feel they deserve it. To be married in 2025, you're devalued as a man. You devalue yourself once you marry a woman. Ooh, that's going to be my next topic. Men marry, when men marry, they devalue themselves. They devalue themselves. Because see, Ruthless, why are you engaging in ain't shit behavior? Why would you try to take wives away from their hubby when they won't even run their man's bathwater and won't? No, I said I don't want to do that. I don't do that no more. I used to because it was some bad bitches. I couldn't help it. But I learned from that though, Zyrax. I was just using that as to let men know that the very woman that they married, it's just your turn. I don't see if I won't take. Listen, I don't have when men wives ask me to go. Can they come be with me? I told them no. I just did it because I just want to conquer them. To see when a woman tells me back in the day, Zyrax, if a woman told me she was married or have a boyfriend, I would like to challenge her. I want to see how much they really love him. By putting the moves on them, by this, I implement this game plan, right? Right, I implement this game plan, and I want to see: does she really love him? Let me see. Let me see how much she really loves this nigga. Right? And 10 times out of 10, they fall short. Yeah, easy money. So you would break up a marriage just out of curiosity and bragging right? No, I wouldn't break the marriage up because the husband wouldn't know, right? But I just want to see how far she will go. Right? It would listen, Zyrax. I'm being honest with you. 90 days, 90 days all it took. And then she's ready to leave. She's ready to pack her shit up and go. I'm like, no. You need to work that out. With your husband, you need to work it out. And I'll block them and they'll never see me again. So I wouldn't want to break the marriage. I don't know. This was back in the day though, Zyrax. This was back in the day. Now I don't do it because I don't like to break up homes. I didn't necessarily break it up because I believe it was already broken. I just came in, and what I did is I came in and did something that was already there. She was already vulnerable. She was already the weak link. Women are the weak link in marriages, in a relationship. Women are the weak link. Yes, I used to do that, Zyrax. I used to. If a woman tells me she married now, I walk away. I don't even deal with it. But at one point in my life, I just wanted to see, was she that bitch that she said she was? Okay, you love him? This is what the women used to tell me. Like, oh, I love him so much. He's my everything. Oh, woo woo, my hubby. She sounds just like you. My hubby. Oh, my everything. In 90 days, she'd be ready to pack her shit and come be with me. I'm like, no. Don't work that out. No. Nope. They're like, well, what about? No. Nope. Stay with him. Because I just said, oh man, this woman ain't shit. I really lost respect for her. I'll be honest with you. I just did it at that time in my life because I just want to see. If I want to get married one day, what would I be marrying? And come to find out, these women ain't marriageable. So, hey, I'm going to let the other men marry them while I'm sticking with single women. I don't want to deal with no married women because I respect the homies, and I understand that they're delusional, but they're going to have to find out through another vibe. I'm not going to be the one. Facts. But Zara, I would just do it because she would tell me so many good things about him. And then I would implement this plan, tell her what she wanted to hear. Right? I would speak negative about her husband. Oh, yeah, y'all argue about dumb shit. He always complaining, or he doesn't understand you. And then she would regurgitate some shit to me, and I just regurgitate it back, and she'll fall in love. And she's ready to leave him. And I was like, no. So you guys are not, in my opinion, women, you guys go to the best suitor who can make you the highest. It's like heroin users, right? It's like heroin users. Heroin users, if they find out somebody overdosed, they want that good shit. They said that's the best shit. Right? Right? They want the best shit. That's how women are. They're like heroin users. Back in the day, if they found out that heroin took somebody out, they all want that shit. They want that heroin. And that's how you women are about your feelings. Y'all want the best nigga to make y'all feel the best. That get y'all high the best. You'll tear your marriage up because this nigga make you feel better. Not that he's the best for you. You don't even know if he's lying. You don't even know he's nothing. Because you feel that he's better for you, you would invest in that and you guys would burn the house down. So you guys, in my opinion, estimated opinion, Xerox, are the weak link in the relationship and marriages. And this is why I tell men, if we can't properly correct, we can't properly protect. And when I'm talking about protection, I'm not talking about fighting every nigga, invaders only. I'm talking about protecting you from yourself. Girls trips, you wearing, getting a BBL, you going out and acting like you're a 304, all those things. We are there to check that shit. And that's part of our protection, to protect the sanctity of our house, to protect the legacy, everything that we invest in this woman. We understand y'all the weak link, and we have to cover y'all. And now in 2025, y'all no longer want our covering. And look at y'all. Basically, what women have done, put a for sale sign for themselves. Put a for sale sign up to the highest bidder. To the highest bidder.
Ruthless.
Yo, what's up, Auntie?
That's the thing. I'm not even going to disagree with everything that you're saying. Because even if I were to disagree with it, I still would have a tough time disagreeing with it because it's still from your perspective, right? But at the same time, it's almost like you're having like three conversations right there, like when you're saying that. So I don't know, like, I don't know if you were just trying to give like advice to women, when you're saying that this is their feelings and they need to watch out for it, and get it. Most women understand that shit, bro. Their feelings can get in the way of a bunch of shit, bro. Like they they will. My homie said this shit, bro. He was like, yeah, they will, figuratively speaking, burn their own house. They will burn the house down and then bitch at you because they ain't got no place to live. Like, they'll do that shit. We know that. They know that. You know. So I don't know if you're trying to correct them or you're trying to tell dudes to watch out for it, or pick the chick that doesn't do that as much, or don't pick chicks at all. Like, I'm trying to figure out like what the other side of the equation is. Like, after the equal sign, bro. What are we putting there?
So let me bring you up to power. Let me bring up to
because I see the variables, I see the numbers, I see the functions, but what's on the other side of the equal sign?
So Xerox said, because I told Xerox I used to be the man to take men's wives and girlfriends, and I made a statement. This is what I used to do when I was back in my day, right? I would meet women who were married, and they would tell me, "Oh, I love my hubby. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that." They would tell me all these great things about him, and then what I would do, because I want to see, is this chick really invested? Does she really mean what she say? I would implement a game plan, right? By observing her. I observe her for about a week or two without talking to her, just watching how she moves. And then I will come at her, right? And tell her what she wants to hear. I will speak negatively about her relationship, about all the dumb arguments they have. I'm just guessing.
You would dirty Mac. Go ahead.
I would do, I ain't gonna lie, I would do sometime I would do that, sometime I did. It was 50-50, right? I'm just saying, right? I would know how to cater to her emotions, right? And 10 times out of 10, 90 days, a lot of them chicks were ready to pack that shit up and come live with me. I'm like, hold up. I would just do it. It was back. I don't do it now because I think that's bad karma. You know what I'm saying? I know now. I got enough information. I don't want to break up no home or make it worse, right? But my point is, I did that just to test the shit out because I really wanted to see if one day if I get married, are women really standing on business? And then after I did my little thing, my little trickery, put my little words together, and I will regurgitate the shit she say to me, just flip it back on her to cater to her emotions and her ego. 90 days, nigga, I could take your wife. And I would literally turn them down after they'd be like, oh, well, why don't we get an apartment together? Or why don't we do this together? Like, no, I'm good. Go back, work it out with your husband. It just didn't work out. But my point, and then this is how I came about that women, to me, are the wink link in the relationship because they invest so much in their emotions and what they feel, which we know is fleeting, which you know is unstable. For them to be in a proper marriage or proper relationship, they need to be covered. They need to be protected from themselves. And we all know this. Because now that they got this sexual liberation and they'll be able to be free, look at them out here putting for sale signs up for themselves to the highest bidder. These women are saying, at a large rate,
What's something that give you butterflies?
Money. Money gives me butterflies.
Right? These women they need to be covered by their dads and then from their dad to their husband. And this is how it used to be back in the day. But once you start giving women these freedoms to feel like they can get out here and be all they can be, most of them will turn out to be 304s in all kind of ways, whether strip club or whether slipping their way to the top of corporate ladder. Okay? And this is a fact. This is undisputable. This is why the divorce rate's where it's at. This is why women are leading this. And I'm not saying that us men don't have no part in this. We do. We ain't perfect. I admit it. Auntie. We do have some self-reflection. Right? I'm not finna sit here and say, oh, well, we just, as men, we ain't do nothing wrong. I'm not saying no dumb shit like that. I know I done did some shit that, okay. But what I am saying is, I do have not a problem with self-accountability for my actions in all of my relationships. And moving forward and trying to be better at it. But the problem I'm having, women, they don't like to self accountability. They don't like to apologize. They don't like to do that shit. They just like to deflect. And also, because they got this independent feminism mindset, they think they're strong out here in this world of temptation. When a nigga like me come up with some game and some looks, oh, I'm 5 steps in her height already. All I gotta do is put a game plan together, and it's pretty easy. I actually think married women and women and girlfriends are the easier to get through single women, in my opinion. But that's why the conversation came about. Just to bring you up, is I just think women they have to be covered. For them to be in a marriage that's successful, healthy, they need to be covered by the man. They need to be protected from themselves. And I believe if you can't correct, you can't properly protect. That's my overall sentiment. And that's what I was explaining to Xerax.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so let me pull my mic up. All right, so yes and no. I went through that stage where I was like, I call it James Bond stage, where it's like, hey, you're not my type, and she's like, what, smart? And it's like, nah, single. I ain't dealing with no damn single women. After my damn divorce, I didn't want to, because that shit came with too much shit. I don't want to be your man. You take that bullshit back to your man when you get all pissed off and you want to cry and all other shit. It's all smiles and stuff. But I knew better. Like, just like women should know better. Like, if you're gonna deal with a dude that will cheat on his chick for you, and you can't expect this dude to not cheat on you too. And it's the same rules apply with a chick, bro. If you're gonna deal with a chick that's gonna cheat on her man for you, chances are she'll cheat on your ass too. So that's not wifey material just because you done took somebody else's wife. She's just you know what I'm saying? She's just something to fucking deal with. You know what I'm saying? That the woman just by definition, by example, bro. She's showing you she'll lie to a motherfucker. She'll cheat. You know what I'm saying? She'll come home, look you dead in the fucking eye, because she do it every night to her fucking man. I remember that shit was a wake up call, even though I didn't give a shit. But I know, one night, and I was real pissed. Because usually I don't let anybody eat in my bedroom, drink in my bedroom, any of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like bars downstairs. But whatever. Jody wanted to have a couple of drinks in the room. Cool. Come through. And then, she's got an attitude or whatever. She's like, oh, but basically, bro, she spilled a shot of tequila in my damn bed. Spilled a damn shot of tequila. So I'm pissed. That shit's got a strong ass smell. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I got to get the cover out. I got to take care of the mattress. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit's going through the cover, the mattress, every fucking thing. I'm pissed, right? But I didn't go off on her. I didn't go off. I'm just kind of mad. You know what I'm saying? I still got chick in the bed, so I can only get but so damn mad. But I'm still fucking annoyed. You know what I'm saying? Annoyed. Yeah. I'm gonna be spending the rest of the day tomorrow getting the fucking smell of tequila out of my goddamn bed. Either way, she's like, oh, but no, she telling me what the issue is. She's like, well, I'm mad. My man was going off on me. He thinks I'm cheating on him and everything else. And I'm so pissed. I'm like, where would he get an idea like that from? She was like, he cussed her out this morning. Cussed her out. She's like, he made me cry and everything. I'm like, where would he get an idea like that from? Like, can you blame him? You are cheating on him. It's not like he was fucking wrong. He was dead right. So whatever. I get that. So that chick was not wifey material, bro. So that's what I'm saying. Like you already know that's a
I'm real with that.
You're just kind of borrowing. And this is a long time ago. I'm with Ruthless on that. I don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that shit no more. But I did have that stretch where I'm like, yo, if you single, I didn't date single women.
Right.
For probably about a good 3, almost 4 years. I didn't bother.
it's easier to get with the woman who's already taken.
Well, also, it's not even that it's easy. Well, yeah, I mean, it's easier because it's less it's less responsibility. It's less you don't you get all of the benefits and none of the bullshit.
Plus,
so
plus all you gotta do is be not like him.
Yeah, that's that too. And also, you know, the monotony's not there. Like in a long-term relationship and shit, you know, bro, that shit gets boring, bro. It gets boring. It's monotonous. All of that shit, you know, from just sex, the conversation, all of that shit gets old after a while. You know, so this is something that's new. It's exciting, whatever. That's a lot of the times that's why people, you know, step out, you know, over relationships and marriages and shit like that, you know, for that damn excitement and shit. So, you know, I get it, but you know, I'm older now, so I want monotony. I prefer that shit, you know. It's a lot easier to deal with. I don't need to go out on Friday nights and Saturday nights and shit like that. You know, I don't, you know, just kicking out a couple of super chats on YouTube is way less expensive than it is to go out to the club and the casino and throw damn parties and go get toasted and be dealing with all of these, you know, different random chicks and shit like that. I would prefer to just have one chick that understands me. I can have a conversation with, you know, I go through some shit over the course of the workday. You know, she understands. Hey, she smells just right, has just the right tone. You know, and she understands. I don't need that. So, you know, I got like that as I got older. That's pretty much all I can say with that. But I mean, I agree with you. You know, there are, you know, from a man's perspective, hell yeah, it's gonna be women that have them tendencies and shit. It's just I would ask any dude, I'm like, if that's not the woman for you, you got to realize that shit before you move her up in your house. Or before you marry her, or before you make her your baby mom, or whatever the fuck, before whatever the case may be, you got to realize that ahead of time, not after.
Yeah, and
you don't set the house on fire and then be like, oh shit, how'd my house burn down? I didn't know the house would burn down if I set it on fire. Like that's what usually happens when you douse the damn foundation in gasoline and light a match. Like just keep in mind.
So let me address this right here. Ruthless divorce rate is 49%, which means 51% of marriages are doing great, aka faithful women and men. Come on. No, this is where I disagree intimately. But 51% is happy wife and happy life in it, 100%. Because you women have been exposed, right? I asked a woman, and I ain't saying no names, but I asked women, go, your husband come home from work, go run his bath water for him. Give him, when he get in, make sure he got a hot bath ready for him. And she said, ew. Like I actually put shit on him or something, right? So you guys, that lets me know right there that you guys don't even want to do the free shit. It's free to run bath water. It's free to cater to your man's ego a little bit, right? For his production. It's easy to show appreciation. It's free. It may not be easy. I'll take that back. It's free. And it should be easy. But the results are in. And because you women got big mouths and y'all like to talk y'all shit, boo, queens, y'all like to talk y'all shit, y'all don't even want to do that. You get your mortgage paid, all your bills are paid, you got a roof over your head. Yeah, y'all got kids, your motherly duties. But a lot of you women, I would say 98%, just find it problematic to just step up and cater to your man in a way. And we're not asking you women to necessarily break your bank, but just the little things. Appreciation goes a long way in a lot of these marriages and relationships. So this is why that 51%, I believe most of it's unhealthy. And men, because we lean on duty more than emotion, we stay up in there because, once again, right, we look at the big picture. We look at the overall totality, and we just don't easily quit, especially on a woman that we got put a ring on it, right? She's just this special woman to us, and we ain't just walking away because we think that she is not doing the things she's supposed to do or the shit she said she was going to do, right? We kind of just compartmentalize it, we move on, and we focus on the other things, right? But you women, because y'all leave so much and complain so much, that y'all find it evil to do the free stuff for your husband or even your boyfriend who's treating you like a queen, right? I'm talking about proper treatment. But yet, I see women literally worshiping the ground these rappers walk on. I literally see married women letting their favorite R&B singer put his dick in their face right in front of their husband, shaming him. I literally seen women just shame their marriages for the sake of desire and lust, not thinking clearly that, hey, now granted, there are a few women out here who stand up. I'm not saying ain't all of them. There's a few of them that, hey. But the majority of you women go to Vegas, y'all getting smashed. If you're married, taking that wedding ring off, and you get smashed. You're getting smashed. Majority of you married women are the easiest to prey on, in my estimated opinion. Like I said, I used to do this. I did it for a good while, and it was easy money. I would be relieved when she told me she was married. Oh yeah, guaranteed pussy. So you guys are not, and this is why I'm anti-marriage. This is why I'm anti-marriage, because I just don't think a woman is a sound investment. I just don't think they are. And with marriage being an institution, I just don't believe the women are, capable of at least reigning in a healthy marriage. Really, don't get it wrong, not just a marriage, but a healthy marriage. Because I just don't believe women value men once the way they did. They don't no longer need to be the best version of themselves. Right? This is why they get overweight. They don't want to do a sexy dance for their man. Forget the bathwater. When your man get home from work, do a sexy dance for him. Put on that lingerie from Victoria's Secret. As soon as you walk in, hey, and do it. Do it for him. You know what I mean? Y'all don't even want to do that. And that's free too. Now, you might have to pay for the lingerie, but most likely he paid for it, right? Because your allowance. If you're a stay-at-home woman, you probably got allowance. So the money that he gave you, you're taking to buy that lingerie, so that ain't gonna cost you nothing. And do a sexy dance for him. Let him feel appreciated. Just once a month is all you need. You don't have to do it every day. But y'all women are finding it very difficult. Most of you guys, when y'all get married, become pillow princesses. Y'all ain't even like that in the bedroom no more. I heard about y'all. I heard she can do tricks with her mouth, nigga. And I'm hearing about you married women. You guys, this is why a lot of these married men are running to the strip clubs. Because they're trying to supplement what they're not getting at home.
All right, so man, all right, so even when she says the divorce rate 49, marriage rate is 51, more skewed stats because there's a separated rate in there. There's a separated rate in there, and their infidelity takes place within a marriage that's still legal on paper. So there are a lot of marriages that are still going but actually over. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, but most of these stats are skewed. That's why I don't like them. I mean, look, if you anti-marriage, man, It's cool. I mean, look, I haven't been married or proposed to nobody and none of that shit, since my last one. And, it would have, I mean, it would definitely have to be one that I know is about to be the last one. But, am I anti-marriage? Nah. It's just certain, no, it's just certain, it's just certain criteria that a chick's just gonna have to meet, in order for me to even, be on that shit, man. If I've got my shit together, I got a career, I got a house, I got retirement, investment, shit like that set up. I would prefer that my woman have some shit like that going on for herself too. Not so that I could eat off of her, but so I can know that ain't no real come up off of me. You know what I'm saying? So everything's right there. Like, you know what I'm saying? We get together and we can build something bigger than what we got. Also, you know what I'm saying? That speaks to her ambition. Her ambition and the fact that she's been through some shit. She understands some shit. So if I'm just looking for a chick with a pretty face and a fat ass, and I'm cool with dealing with her if she's broken as fuck and never finished anything she started over the course of her life, I mean, the best indication of future behavior is past behavior. So if you're the type of chick that ain't never finished a damn thing that you started, you ain't never like learned from any damn mistakes. You telling me about your exes and it's always their fault. It was never your fault. There's no accountability that you take other than just choosing them niggas. That's the only mistake that you ever fucking made. Chances are you're not the chick for me. There's a certain level of maturity you haven't hit. So, that's kind of what that is. I'm not gonna be sitting here. I'm not trying to be a grown woman's father. I don't have time for that shit. Like for real, I got too much stuff going on over the course of a day, and rarely do we get up and we plan out our day where, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna do this by this time, we're gonna do such and such this afternoon, and we're gonna do such and such this evening. Rarely do we slot in correcting our woman in there. You know what I'm saying? So that this is naturally going to throw your fucking daily schedule off, which is going to throw your weekly schedule off, which is going to throw your monthly schedule off, which is going to throw your quarterly schedule off and your annual schedule off. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of shit that you're not going to accomplish and you're going to add extra stress to your life. So all of those things, I mean, at some point you want peace, man. As a grown ass man, you want peace. So you choose the woman that's gonna either number one bring you that or help to enhance the peace you already got.
Facts. I agree with that.
I'm just saying, and don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna bullshit like there ain't no chaotic women out there. I'm not even gonna bullshit like a majority of them aren't gonna try to breed just bring in fucking chaos, confusion, and just bullshit into your fucking lives. But no, at some point, bro, you can't be susceptible to that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's, I mean, money is something a lot of people want that shit. People are going to try to fucking come up, bro. So a majority of people are going to try to get you for what the fuck they can get you for. They're going to try to siphon your money. They're going to try to siphon your positive energy. They're going to try to get a hold of what you got, but you can't leave yourself susceptible to that. Like, you just got to be like, look, them tricks don't work on me. They don't. Like just like these chicks, they know all of these niggas are just trying to fuck. That's it. But all these niggas can't get up in there.
Crap, facts.
Being a single mother, worse than being with the wrong man.
Oh,
you're gonna step on some toes, but you got to answer the question.
Being a single mother is worse because
explain.
I can always get rid of a man.
Can't get rid of that seed,
is for
child.
life. And it changes some things. Now, this is the thing. Most single mothers are single mothers by accident and not by choice. There are women that choose to be single moms,
right,
and they choose to have night nurses and nannies and help and family, and they can afford to have a baby where they're not stressed out working 3 jobs trying to keep the lights on. That is a completely different situation than women that get baby mama left and right by all these different dudes because they're using sex to get love, not using any contraceptives. And now instead of getting love, they're getting a baby. Now, this is the thing too. What if you get married and you did all the right things and then you end up divorced or widowed and now you're a single mom? Like, nobody can predict the way that life is going to go. And I'm very clear on that. We cannot predict anything. But what I do know is you can limit the amount of negative actions that you could possibly have by making better choices.
Right.
Letting men do whatever they want with you. Being a promiscuous woman, if you are promiscuous, that is your fault. If you are getting pregnant by multiple men, that is your fault. We as women need to take power over our own bodies and understand that if we get pregnant, it is our fault. And we could say, well, that it takes 2 to tango. Imagine what would happen If you took accountability for your own body,
I mean, you know,
just imagine.
It's a self-love factor. A lot of people don't love themselves as much as they think they do.
That is the issue. Statistically speaking, 2 out of 3 people have low self-esteem, right? Statistically speaking, only 4% of women actually identify with themselves as beautiful, right? When you start looking at the statistics, it's like, we're kind of messed up. Did you know that 67% of people, y'all hear this? 67% of people don't think that anyone would care if they died. If they died. Which means 7 out of 10 people don't think they matter. 7 out of 10 people question their purpose. Why am I here? Am I important? Am I enough? Am I significant? Am I powerful? And so when you start looking at the statistics of people, you understand why women are using sex to get love. And now men subsequently are using love to get sex.
Right.
And it never goes well.
She says she says ready to be a baby mama because she can always get rid of a man. And this is how the women think about us. And I think a lot of homies are delusional about this. They don't think the woman that they marry or the woman that they've been with for 8 years don't think that in her mind that he's expendable if I need him to be expendable. And even though these women are coming out saying this shit time and time again, the homies, oh no, all you gotta do is vet correctly. All you gotta do is be like this, be stoic. Be the best version of yourself. And you bring the women to you. But the problem is the results are on a numeric value system, mathematically, is against doing any of that, right? If you're going to be the best version of yourself, be the best version of yourself for yourself, not. And if a woman wants to come in that, you need to be aware that, she can destroy it all. She can make your life miserable. And this is what a lot of these women are doing. Now, I would say there's some men, there are a few men, they're very minority. They like their women to dog walk them. They like being, putting them in check. Nigga, get the car keys. They like that because it makes them feel loved. It makes them feel adequate. So yeah, there are a minority of men. But for the men who have a little bit of muscle left in this manhood, ain't no way no man wants this woman to dog walk them. Ain't no way. And I believe women think men are replaceable. Just like she just said, I'd rather be a baby mama because it's easy. She can always replace a man.
That's the truth. And so is the reverse. You can always replace a woman. Like, bro, so that's what I'm saying. I don't see what the big deal is with that.
Well, I'm speaking out to a man like you, Auntie, because me and you we line up as some of the stars, right? We line up. But I'm speaking to the man out here who are delusional, who argued with me down about, Kasim, men like this. Well, Ruthless, if you properly prepare your message for her so her to receive it, right? That means I need to go all the way around the 5 freeway when I can just take the 10. I got to go all around because I don't want her to be resistant, or I don't want her emotions to be unscaled. So I need to be strategical on how I'm dealing with this instead of just getting right to the point. And I believe if you have to tailor your words and how you are to be with someone, you are a damn fool. And go ahead.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, look, a lot of people do believe they have to tailor their words and they'll walk on eggshells. I'm one of them people that ain't gonna do it. So I'm with you on that. I'm not gonna do that. So because of that, you know what I'm saying, women with thin skin that listen to my tone rather than my words, they're going to hurt. Like they're not going to be very comfortable around me, as they shouldn't be. That's why I would prefer that they get the hell from around me. Don't try to tell, well, you need to change the way you talk to me. No, you need to just get gone. You're not a good fit here. You're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, this is how you talk to women. No, this is how I'm going to talk to women until I find a motherfucking woman that's okay with that. You know? Like that, this is just the way it is. And if it ain't you, then why are you still here? No, so
And
I can understand that, but a lot of people want to change someone else. So when I mean, I never heard Kasim say that, but if that's I mean, look, I understand that. Look, some people are just not buying what the fuck you selling, man. So all that stoicism and tailoring it and walking on eggshells and all of that other shit. Some people just don't give a shit, bro, about you or what the hell is going on. Actually, most people ain't really gonna give a damn about you. That's why, like, for the most part, we don't live in a polygamous society. Most dudes are going to have one woman at a time, maybe even a mistress or some shit if possible, but it ain't gonna be really more than like one, if not one and a half. That's it. So to expect this one size to expect to have some kind of one size fits all formula for every woman, people don't understand what life is. You're dealing with individuals right here. And some people, it don't matter what you say to them or how the hell you say it, they're not buying what you're selling. Mainly because you're the one selling it or because they just ain't buyers. At least not today.
well, I believe, and I agree with you, but I do believe that most men acquiesce to their women because they're I would say afraid. Afraid is not the right word, but they understand the hostility which she contains, and that if they say it in a way where it can trigger her, it can definitely hijack their moment, right? So, and I believe this is 100% of marriages and long commitments. I truly just believe that. Until somebody proves me wrong, ain't nobody running their relationship like a general. Period. They're writing their speeches, they're at night texting on their phone how they should say to her because they're trying to figure out how to get around, right? And in my opinion, that's a losing proposition. And I agree with you, Auntie, when you said I'm going to just have to run through these women until I find someone who can listen to the message and not the tone. And this is all us men are saying to the women, right? We are not asking y'all to be perfect. We're not asking y'all that y'all need to be the superwoman. All we just want to do when we have the conversation, and I want to talk, I'm going to be firm about maybe my complaint or my me addressing something. I'm putting a little firmness in my voice because I need you to understand the seriousness of this. So I don't want to be misinterpreted as some sort of game that I'm playing. I don't need you to be, well, why are you talking in that tone? I need you to listen to the message that I'm sending you because this message that I'm giving you is for the betterment of our future. And that's why I'm putting tone with it because I want you to understand. I'm a solution-based individual. And when I put a little tone in it, as a leader should, as a man should, because I play with the homies all the time, right? Me and the homie, we chill, we go to bars, we chilling. But when I put that firm, a little intense in my voice, they understand, okay, the homie ready. He's
but ruthless. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, most chicks most chicks ain't gonna just let they're not gonna be comfortable. They're not gonna allow any motherfucker to just talk to them in an authoritative fucking tone. But the dude that they like and want to be with, he can talk to them like that. You know what I'm saying? He can talk to them like that, and they're going to listen, and they were going to go out of their way to not be talked to like that again, i.e., accept the goddamn correction. So that's 99+% of motherfuckers that can't talk to her like that, and less than 1% of motherfuckers that can. If there's even 1%, because some of these chicks ain't got no fucking man, ain't gonna get no motherfucking man, so they ain't taking correction from no motherfucking man. Or if they do end up with a goddamn man, just like you said, it's the type of dude that's just gonna acquiesce to them, and he'll take the goddamn correction, fuck giving correction, and all of that other shit. So I get it, but that's kind of how correction works. It's not supposed to be comfortable. It's not supposed to be fucking comfortable. You know, like for real. If people like being corrected, why the hell would they? Like why would they actually fix the issue? You're not supposed to like it.
But the only problem, I agree 100% that. But this is the only problem I have. I agree with 100% what you're saying.
But me personally, I would prefer a woman that I don't have to be correcting all the time. I don't have time for
Cool,
that shit.
cool,
I
cool.
ain't
Yeah,
your
we
daddy.
won't
You know what I'm saying? I ain't your fucking
Yeah, I
daddy.
agree with
Like
you. I
straight
ain't
up,
trying
I'll
to
just
be
be gone.
I ain't trying to be raising no kids all over again, right? I'm agreeing with you on that. But what I am saying is, and this is why women, I believe they're just the culprits in this. When your expectations are at the highest, right? When a woman's expectations is very tall order, right? Meaning with all these expectations, and because they ask for so much, they need to be the best they need to be too, right? And this is the problem. I do agree with you. Random men talk to them in authority. Okay, I get that, right? You ain't my daddy, you ain't my man. Ooh, okay, cool with that, boo. But now, when I've been dating you for 3 years, and your expectations are that, I'll be a provider, protector, all these things, these great things, emotional, Kasim's favorite little topic, emotional, intelligent, right? All these things, then you need to take some of my authority. Meaning, my authority is not in that I'm trying to make you out to be a slave or I'm trying to make you feel less than, but my authority is letting you know the seriousness and the degree of these problems that need to be addressed. So I need you to be on match my energy somewhat in understanding the seriousness of this. So this is what the women are not allowing men to do anymore. They're like, fuck that, nigga. What about what you did?
That's why I be getting on you about the blanket statement. Stop referring to those women as the women. They're not the women. Those are some women. Might even be most women, but it's not the women. Like I refuse to refer to some disrespectful, ignorant chicks that I wouldn't fuck with, or fuck with chicks that fuck with chicks like them, or chicks that fuck with them. Like, no, I refuse to refer to them as the women, because those women don't even exist in my world.
So I would say this.
Go ahead. They don't even exist.
I would say this, right?
And I'll remind them of that. Go ahead, bro.
The numbers suggest, and this YouTube space suggests, that at least 98% of women will refuse to accept correction from a man. The ideology of the feminist movement being equal or better with their partner. If a woman thinks she's equal to you, and you come to her like you're, her superior, is an attack, misogynistic, right? Toxic masculinity. Who can check me, boo? Right? Mentality. So that's where your argument falls short on that, Auntie, because
them chicks don't exist in my world, bro. They don't.
I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. I refuse to refer to them as the women. I'll tell them they ain't shit. Like all of that, you ain't my daddy shit, motherfucker. I'll probably be the chick to that shit. I ain't your motherfucking daddy. See, your daddy talked to you like this because he couldn't kick your ass out. I can. So I'm not dealing with this shit.
So
like he had to discipline and correct you because you had to stay under his roof. You ain't gotta stay under mine. The door ain't locked.
Okay. So, but I'm just saying, right? I'm just speaking to what women are not accepting anymore.
Kick rocks, ho. Like I'm.
And this is why men have to tailor-make their message. They gotta write an essay before they say it, so they can make sure. Oh well, that might be offensive. They take that out. How about use this word? Right? It's like we gotta sit here like we're going to war.
Bro, if you're not willing to walk away with no deal, then you have no leverage in the deal. What up, Kasim?
What's up, Kasim?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Yeah, go ahead. Every time I wanna come on and freaking I get a call from me, but I got it. No, but you guys are pretty much speaking facts. Some of the points, Ruthless, you start doing your thing, your ruthlessness. But I agree with Auntie about how you generalizing, the women, saying the women do that. Now, I am not a white knight. I don't take, for all women. There are some really horrible women out there that do men dirty. I understand that. I also understand that, there are some some decent women out here that are able to do exactly as the things that you have requested, Ruthless. And yeah, I'm just gonna say that for now.
Okay,
I
so
agree with that. I agree with them, right? That's all I'm saying. Y'all be referring to them chicks as the women or any just like small subsector of chicks as though hell no. And if those are the only chicks that you see, and I suggest y'all either go to the doctor, go to the eye doctor, bro, get some LASIK, whatever. You gonna have to expand your peripherals ain't open, bro.
So
Or your
once
head
again,
must be broken where
you
you
have
can't
to
look right, you
understand.
can't turn your head, bro. You got the bat suit on and shit. You know what I'm saying? That old school bat suit where you got to turn your head, bro, looking both them damn directions, man. Because
And
you're
this
just not
is
looking in the
why,
right places.
and
Yeah.
this is why we're losing, right?
What?
Because we're delusional. We as men are delusional. We really are, right? Because if you don't think that feminism is a ideology, the fastest growing religion in this fucking country, in the world, in the women's aspect, you got to be delusional. If you don't think women are demanding equality at times, or if sometimes greater than, then you're delusional. These women are lining up. They might even not even like each other. They could hate each other. Or then when it comes to that equality, the rights, the Me Too movement, these things, they align. That's why when they took away, which they really didn't take away, when the federal government said they would no longer support abortion, these women lost their fucking mind. They didn't. The federal government said you couldn't get abortions. They're not funding it no more. And women lost their mind. But they didn't understand. And afterward, they kind of a little bit, because you can still get it done in your state. The state and the federal government are two different entities. But because they didn't have the knowledge of that, they panicked because they really thought they were losing the right to do this, but they really wasn't. All the federal government was saying is, we're not going to fund this anymore. Deal with your locals. Okay? So once again, if you do not think these women care about their power of equality, you got to be the most delusional person on the face of the earth, because these women are moving in such a way where men have to cater to them. Qasim self-admitted that he has to tailor his message to get the results. He can't come in him. He can't be who he really want to be, the leader he really want to be.
Ruthless, stop. You doing your thing now.
Well, you know, I got to be a little
If I'm smart, as I said before, if I'm smart and I know the way that I communicate gets a certain result, and I have to do that to get that result, why not?
I'm not just, listen, Hakeem, I'm not saying it's wrong. What I am saying, it's an L, though. Because a true general, when he's talking to his soldiers, he gives orders.
Yeah, hey, but that's if you see your woman as a soldier.
If them soldiers, well, I don't see her as a soldier, but I see her as a follower. If them soldiers can't obey orders, and I'm not saying we need to talk to women like they're soldiers, but what I'm saying is, if I can't be the leader, and be, I would say, a little stern, I don't have to go all out, right? I don't have to be pushing her around and calling her bitches and all that. I ain't got to do all that, right? Auntie, I agree. I agree with that. But if I can't be stern when I need to be stern without her getting offended, I'm losing. I'm no longer the leader. And if I'm acquiescing to that, oh, well, okay, I can't be stern. I got to write a poem.
But I would actually agree with Qasim when he says, okay, so I'm going to communicate in a way to get the desired result. But it really depends on what the desired result is. That's why, I mean, look, this is just kind of the way I do things. And I understand most dudes aren't going to do this. They don't have the same profession I do. They don't have the same experience with people. I refuse to come off as fake in any way, shape, or form. So I don't like when other people come off at me as fake. So I like to consider myself living, breathing truth serum. So my desired result is authenticity. So usually I can get an authentic reaction out of people, you know what I'm saying, with that, you know what I'm saying, with a certain tone, inflection, whatever. You know, I kind of mastered that. So when somebody's really not comfortable, you know, when somebody's not comfortable or I'm pissed off or whatever the case may be, they'll let me know as long as I don't bullshit them. You know, as long as I don't bullshit them. So if I feel as though I'm not being heard, I am going to raise my voice. That's human nature. I'm not gonna bullshit. I'm not gonna sit there and be quiet and take it. You know, none of that. And chances are, if somebody got a problem with that, they'll voice that shit up. And or they will get the hell from around me, just like they're supposed to. Just like I said, it's trial and error when it
Okay.
comes to me. Nah,
Welcome to
for,
the
real,
show.
for real, for real. If this ain't gonna work, I want you gone, and I want you gone now. I don't want you to stay around for an extra few months or years or whatever. Hell
I'd
no.
like to
Just
welcome
go
to the
and
show.
go now.
I'd like to welcome to the show another partner of mine, man, my boy Poppy. Poppy Blanco, welcome to the show.
Yo, how you doing? How you doing today?
What up?
What's up? What's up?
So Kasim, go
No,
ahead
but
and put this bill. Go ahead and say what you. I know Kasim want to yell at me.
no, I ain't got listen, bro, I ain't got no problems with you, man. We cool like that. No, but what Auntie was just describing was just changing the delivery and changing the message in order to get the right outcome. Sometimes you can speak a certain way, and other times you got to either elevate that tone or put some what I call put some bull in it, you know, in order for it to get out there and to resonate. I think everybody has to do that.
But it is also important to use it sparingly too, which is probably an issue that I might have at times, because if you don't use it sparingly, if you always speaking in that tone, then people tend to not take you seriously. So it's necessary to use that even in moderation when you do have to raise your voice, or sometimes even that correction thing like you talking about. If you correcting somebody every minute of every day and every damn thing that they do, eventually that shit gonna fall on deaf ears, bro. This is like all you do. Like you always got an issue with something they do. So they're gonna start either ignoring you or whatever, and that's basic human nature. So sometimes you might have to sit back and just notice what the hell somebody's doing or whatever, and then you got to speak up at the right time and in the right way to get the desired result. Like, do you want to correct it, or do you want to tell somebody get the fuck from around you? Or whatever, or do you want to actually correct the issue for somebody? Like it really depends on what it is. But bro, every problem can't be solved. Most of them can only be simplified. And even when you say like all of these things that a woman can give a man is easy, nah, y'all are confusing the word simple for easy. Just because something's simple don't make it easy, for real. And there's a lot of shit that's simple, but it ain't easy for everybody.
Oh, you know what, Auntie Fam, you good up a good point. You reminded me of a time a couple of years ago, early in my marriage, right? Because I was in the military, right? So I was used to speaking a certain type of way. And I remember I was talking to my wife, and my voice was always elevated. You know what I mean? It was always like dictatorship like, and it was like, do as I say. And I remember going to the church, man, and I was talking with the pastor, and I was telling him about the issues that we were having. And he was like, well, Kasim, we said, well, what do you talk? How do you talk to her? I said, well, I tell her what I need to say, and then I'm out. And then he had heard me one day out in the parking lot as we were leaving. And the following Sunday, he brought me over there. He was like, listen, Kasim, I see why you're having the problems that you're having. He said, you can't talk to her like that all the time. If you talk to her in that one particular tone all the time, there's no either urgency or importance to it. She don't know what's important and what's not important. So then what I did was like, you know what, Rev, you're right. So then I switched up the way that I spoke to her. I spoke to her more calmly, but then when I need something done, then I had to elevate. So she knew the difference between, differences of urgency of what she needs to get done or what I need to get done versus something that's a little bit not as prioritized.
Yeah, it fell on deaf ears because you always talking in this tone.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
And I know, like me personally, I could say that's something I know I need to work on a little bit more.
Let me get Poppy in this. Let me get Poppy. Welcome to the show, Poppy. So, what do you have to say on this topic, Poppy? Have you been listening, or did you be brought up to speed?
Yeah, give me like 2 minutes. I'm in the middle of some paperwork.
Okay, go ahead, Auntie.
No, I was gonna say, like, I can take my accountability and just be like, hey, you got to use that shit sparingly. Definitely sparingly, because I noticed that sometimes when you always talking in that tone, just like Kasim said, Now all of a sudden I realize that now when I'm speaking softly, that's when a motherfucker knows I'm serious. You know, they know I'm done when I don't raise my tone. You know, because I can be very, very passionate about something, and that's only an astute person that has astute communication skills. Not everybody is gonna have those communication skills like that, where they realize like, hold up, this tone is totally different. Like, think about it, man. You can sit there and argue with a woman all day, every day, for months and years or whatever. That don't mean the relationship is over. Just because y'all arguing and you yelling at each other, that's why you've been doing it for years and years and years. But once that shit is over, that's usually when the yelling stops. Am I right or wrong?
So you're right on that part. I want Kasim to see this video because he wasn't here, but I want this to resonate.
Is being a single mother worse than being with the wrong man?
Oh,
You're gonna step on some toes, but you gotta answer the question.
being a single mother is worse because I
Explain.
can always get rid of a man.
She can always, and this is how women think, right? We're expendable. And you know,
Yeah, but ruthless. Jesus, man, you're doing this shit again.
What I'm saying is,
Giving
though,
the two, it's not about the men are expendable, it's giving the two options because she knows one option is more connected and more locked in, and the other one is not. So her dealing with the guy, just a regular guy with no children, it's easier to deal with versus a baby daddy, and she's gonna be locked in for long term. So that makes perfect sense.
So what I am saying is, right, is thank you for helping me make my point, is she just doesn't value man as you're expendable, right? Doesn't fucking matter whether you're long term, short term.
No, ruthless.
Let me say this. I'm gonna pass it to y'all. I know Auntie's ready to jump all over me, and Kasim got his cape on. But I'm gonna say this, right? This is raining by the numbers, by the information. We're in the age of information now. We got YouTube, we got Google, we got all these resources of plentiful information. And women are stating their position that I don't need a man. Okay? And she doubled down on it, said, yeah, it's hard to be a baby mama because I can always replace a man or get rid of a man. Meaning from day one when she looking at you, she looking at you as expendable. This is why the happy wife, happy life thing is the only way to court a healthy, or I'm going to say healthy, a long-term relationship or marriage. And even then, this does not guarantee the finish line, right? Because women are still opting out. Even after all this shit that men are doing for them to try to make them happy, trying to be all they can be for this woman, right? And they're not even getting reciprocated, the things that they're showing for these women. And women are still opting out in a large number. 820,000 divorces a year. It's 1 million divorces a year. Women at 80%, 75%, right? Give or take. They're still opting out. So that means they don't give a fuck about that shit. You are expendable to them in their mind. If push comes to shove, they're going to put themselves first over the family. They're going to put themselves first over the husband. She's all that matters. She wants to be the center of attention. And once that is not there in her mind and the way she feels, she will burn the fucking house down and not lose an eye of sleep.
No, and I'll go a step further, ruthless, and she'll blame your ass for her not having a place to live. Understandable. That's in their damn nature. But at the same time, I think you're reading too deep into that statement right there that woman made. Just like Kasim said, she was given the two options, single mom or just be in a relationship with the wrong dude. Look, if I'm with the wrong dude, I can just get another fucking dude. I can be single if I want to. I'm not stuck with him. As a single mom, I'm stuck with the kid, and I'm stuck with the damn baby daddy that ain't fucking with me. Like, I'm stuck with this situation. But she never feels like she's stuck with a man. You know, like with just a relationship and not being a single. Like when you're a single mother, you're stuck with the damn kid. So I understood that. Now, granted, what I would have said if I'm sitting there, if I'm the interviewer right there, I would have rebutted and be like, well, isn't one a function of the other? like being with the wrong man is what leads you to being a single mother. Duh. Like you making it seem like they're two separate things. One's a function of the other. You know? But
So
I'll pass it to Kasim.
No, I believe, and I'm gonna give it to Kasim. I believe, truthfully, right? When a woman's going into a commitment with a man, whether it be, a regular boyfriend, girlfriend, or marriage, she has 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And this is, no matter how much the man is being the man, she still is always going to consider her worth and her value of herself in comparison to herself. And the man is just there as a placeholder to do primary functions, which she's put on him to do. And then once if she thinks she can get better or actually detach from that and keep the same level of, stability, he's expendable. And that's just the fact of the matter. So the woman you're with, and I'm not saying no names, and I'm not talking about your woman because never your woman, but the woman you're with, most likely, at a 98, 99% chance has this ideology built in her brain. And this is why men are stepping up to the plate and saying, I will acquiesce, I will make sure if I have to kill myself to make sure I don't offend her, because I'm more thinking I don't want her to leave. So last point, and I'm gonna pass it to Kasim. Women act like they don't need men. Men act like they need women. And this is the disparity in today's market. Go ahead, Kasim.
Bruce, listen, bro, you never cease to amaze me, man, by your thinking. I think you pretty much referenced hypergamy, and I'm always going to be a believer for men that hypergamy is going to be a benefit to you, right? If you doing what you're supposed to do and you improving in certain ways of certain aspects in your life, and you see the results, it's working in your favor. If she leaves, that's still okay, right? Because you have made these improvements in your life and you're able to bounce back, right? So I don't necessarily look at that as an Achilles heel. Obviously, I know my girl can leave any given moment. She can send me a text, or I can come home right now, and she says, like, you know what, Kasim, it's been a firm 18 years, man. I'm not doing this no more. And she walk out, and you know what? That's cool. Because from these last years, I have built myself up. Well, it's not going to take me not long at all to find somebody else, maybe even better than her. So that don't scare me, if a woman decides to leave.
Okay, we're not. Man, once again, I understand that we do have some sort of problem. We're not scared, but we do understand that, and this is my opinion. Y'all can push back. I believe men, because it's not easy for us to love someone or really, really adore someone, right? Most of these women that we're laying with are maybe just a squeeze and I'm out, right? But we do find that one that's more than that to us. Because it's so hard for us to share this with someone, we are most likely to try to hold on to it, right? And this is what women have figured out, right? This is why they don't no longer want to cater to us. This is why they don't want to show their appreciation. This is why because they're like, oh, these niggas need us. This is why they think they're the prize. Because they think they're the prize because we act like, baby, I can't live without you. Even though we may just be saying that on the moment, and we do end up moving on. Granted, we don't all commit suicide. A lot of men do, but a lot of men don't. But in theory, we do a poor job of demanding the highest level of appreciation from our women by constantly and continually, to Auntie's point, right, more than sparingly acquiesce our tone, our way of life, right, to them. And if the results were 10% divorce rate, 5% divorce. Oh, I'm saying, okay, that's a win. Do what you got to do, right? I still wouldn't be on board with it. But I'm saying if it's working, if the divorce rate is very low to like snail pace, oh, okay, I'll say you winning. Because the numbers are astronomical in just my eyes, that's way too many divorces, 820,000 women filing on divorce is, to me, extreme amount and a concerning amount. Tells me that shit ain't working, right? That all that shit we doing, all that being the best version of us, all that shit ain't working. And in the happy wife, happy life setting, that's still a loss, right? That's an L, because you're being not who you truly want to be. And this is problematic. So granted, if you're in a marriage or with a woman because you feel like you don't want to be alone and this is the love of your life, which is understandable. I'm not slighting no man for that, right? Because that's how we build. But just know you're valuable too. You are bringing a lot to the table, quadruple more than her. And I'm not saying we need to hold this over the head, but what I am saying is we do need to hold a certain standard to ourselves that, shoot, I'm just as valuable as you are. So we should reciprocate our request reciprocity in some form that's suitable for our taste buds. And that is, and crazy part about it, the stuff we request is free. It doesn't cost a dime. So it should be easy to do the free shit. Just show appreciation. I mean, if you have to go out and get a job and help to balance out our retirement and our kids' college, all that shit, as a help meet, bam, that's valuable to us. But don't get it twisted, right? I am the leader, and I want to act as a leader, and I'm going to act as a leader. If I cannot act in that capacity, then I am taking the L. And that is the fact. If you cannot check your woman, you can't, girl, get over there and no, you're not getting no lashes. I'm not allowing you to get lashes. Without no pushback, you're winning. But if you have to say you're not getting no lashes, she's like, who can check me, boo? What? Excuse me? And you say, okay, I can't say that. I need to find something else to say. You're taking an L. And it's just a fact of the matter. I don't give a fuck if your results are just keeping her happy and just keeping the relationship going because you know that she's weaker and you're becoming weak with her. It's not a win. It's not a win.
Can you hear me?
What's up, Poppy?
So let me get this correct. You want a bra not to say nothing at all?
No, I'm not saying that, Poppy. But if she's gonna say it, she needs to say it with respectfulness. She needs to have a level of urgency when she's wrong to apologize and to be able to accept some responsibility for her actions. I do demand that.
You know, Rufus, that these bras bleed between 3 to 5 days per month, right? I hope you realize that, right?
Okay.
It's impossible for these bras to keep the same level of quietness or submissiveness throughout 30 or 31 days of the month, bro. Their emotions, their feelings, their hormones go up and down, bro. As a man, right? You're supposed to know how to regulate that. You know what I mean? Like a man is kind of like a thermostat. You're supposed to regulate the temperature.
What you say again, Poppy? You said we're supposed to regulate her emotions.
That's what you're there for. That's one of your duties.
So I think you're delusional.
Because women, huh?
I think you're delusional for even thinking like that.
No, I don't. Yo,
okay, I'll let you go.
Yo, Rufus, listen. You're my guy, man, but you got to start using that delusional word. That's like a female word.
It's my favorite word this last year.
You using delusional. It's like this whole using goddamn insecure. No, insecure.
Oh, insecure. Okay.
Yeah, they love to use that word. You gotta kind of pick another word.
I don't know. It's my favorite word for some strange reason.
No, it's not delusional. It's called real life.
No, it's delusional.
As a man, one of your duties When you're living with a bro, is to regulate her emotion and her feelings, bro. That's what you did. Okay, the reason why I say that, Rolf, is very simple. For the most part, men are very we are like a straight line, right? We are like a straight line for the most part. We're not gonna go too high, we ain't gonna go too cold. Women go all over the place. Today she's super hot, tomorrow she's super cold, so you always, as a man, gotta bring them to the middle. Or at least try to attain. You know what I'm saying? When your girl come home, let's say she, I don't know, she come from work, she all paranoid, she about to get fired, you're supposed to be, hey, fat, relax. It's gonna be okay. It's going to be okay. Chill. You see what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do, to make sure that she's gonna be okay. That's what I'm saying. So how is that delusion?
Are you finished or you still going?
Hold on, let
No,
me
go ahead.
add to what he just said real quick.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I like the way the analogy that he used or comparison, bro. Like that's the difference between a thermostat and a thermometer. Okay, like straight up, you know, the thermometer takes the temperature, but the thermostat regulates it. You know, and
So, go ahead.
even though you can adjust the thermostat, it still kind of takes time to change the temperature in the environment and shit like that. So I get that. Like you cut the car, the house, or whatever can be piping hot or whatever, and you might turn the thermostat down, but the house doesn't automatically just cool down. It's gonna take a little bit of time and stuff like that. So you got to be a working thermostat. That's a damn good comparison right there. I like that.
Okay, Kasim, what you want to say, Kasim?
No, but Poppy made a good point. Yo, Poppy, let me ask you this: do you think most men have the patience in order to regulate a woman's temperature or the temperature of the house?
Yes. Yes, they do. Because most men are very, like I say, we are very straight lines. We north and south, east and west, kind of simple as that, right? That's why it's so easy for a man to please a man from a woman, of course, right? The thing is, it comes down to the woman at that point. If the woman, if you are him in front of her eyes, it doesn't matter how much money you got, it doesn't matter how handsome or ugly or big dick you got. If you are him in front of her eyes, that woman would be willing to do whatever it takes to be with you. That's what I know.
Right.
And
that
don't
reason why
do like I be telling my man Rufus, right? Because they always trying to tell me about this money thing. I'm like, yo, women don't care about money like people make it seem on the internet. It's a top 5 priority, but it's not the number 1 priority for women. They come over here and tell you that because that's a cap out with that. A lot of women, that's another thing for men, bro. We are classified as the winners and losers. We are winners and losers, right? We start listening to everything this bro's got to say, man. 80% of the shit that women say is bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit that amounts to nothing.
Okay. So
yeah.
Go ahead, Kasim.
No, the reason why I asked that question is because when a lot of men talk about their girls or their spouses or their wives, and their wives or their spouses have something to say to them and want to speak to them, they are not fully present, right? Their body is there, but they're not really connected with her, and they just want to kind of just give her a solution just for her to shut the hell up. And I've heard a lot of men say, you know what, I don't have time for that. You know, go on ahead, go over this other girl house, go over here and do this because I don't have time for that, and I don't have the patience. And I believe that when women hear that, they hear you don't respect me, you don't respect what I'm going through, and you're not really listening or paying any attention to me. So that's why I asked you if you think that men have the patience, you know, to deal with a woman when she's having certain emotions.
So this is where I'm interjecting, right? You're a damn fool if you think you're gonna emotionally regulate a woman's emotions. That is something that has never been done and never will be done because women are loyal to their emotions. Women are loyal to their feelings. And once they are compromised, this is why men and women are having a disconnect. Because, for example, if you walk in home, you come home and your woman's crying in the bathroom and you ask her, baby, what's wrong? Oh, I've gained weight and I don't like the way I look. Da, da, da. Now, as a man or a husband, we say the solution is the gym is right down the street, baby. Right? But if you say that to her at that moment, she's going to take it as an attack on her. So what do men have to do? They have to, they have to basically say, oh, well, okay, well, lean on my shoulder, just here, cry it out, and let her figure it out. Emotion regulation is impossible to regulate because they're triggers, right? They're triggered by certain actions that have nothing to do with you all the time. Sometimes it's you, most of the time it's her, right? Her emotion and feelings has everything to do with her. Everything to do with the way she's feeling. And you cannot regulate that because you can't control what triggers and what doesn't trigger her. All you can do, this is why the happy wife, happy life thing is so prevalent, is because men have figured out the only way to keep the marriage healthy or at least some stability is to just, okay, baby, yes and okay, right? And this is how these marriages are lasting. This is why the 51% are still intact because they're, because women don't understand logic. Logic to them is their emotion.
Let me jump.
I'm gonna land it right here, and I'm gonna give it to y'all. When a woman is in her emotional roller coaster, right? And us men, we're problem solvers. You know how we are. We're logical. When we try to come in and bring logic, and we do understand that being logical and being emotional are two separate parts of the universe. They don't go together. They don't live in the same department because emotions overrule logic, and logic overrules emotions, right? And logic makes more sense. Emotions don't make sense, and this is why you can't regulate them because they don't understand each other.
The thing is, though, here's the deal, man. By your own example, that was a terrible way for you to answer to that, bro. She getting fat, like that's all I said. So she crying, right? She cried in the bathroom, and then you ask her, what's wrong, baby? And she said, I'm getting a little fat. And you say, the jig is on the string, bitch. Is that what you want to say? You can get that's a terrible answer, bro.
Right, facts. I agree.
No, that's a terrible answer, my nigga.
I know it is.
Me personally, I wouldn't even answer to that woman like that, big. I would grab her. You know what I'm saying? I would tell her, first of all, the only person you should be worried about how you look is me. You're the only person, you're the one, you know what I mean?
Oh, shit.
Come for that girl, whatever. You got to come for that girl. And then you take your ass to her to do walks or jingle, whatever. You do that with her so you can show that girl that you actually care about her stupid ass, if you got time, of course. If you don't got no time, you still comfort. But you telling her the gym down the street, my nigga, that ain't gonna cut it, bro. Because the thing is, no, hold on. So before I forget, the thing is, with women, the game is psychological, bro. You see what I'm saying? If you can mind fuck, you can make love to their mind, bro. You get them forever. If the same girl that is gaining weight, if you make her feel good about yourself, the only opinion that matters is gonna be yours for the most part. If you got her like,
I mean, and I would also say this, right? As far as the emotional aspect of shit, like I think when he say regulate emotions, you think you can control somebody else's emotions. You really can't even control your own emotions. That's why they're called emotions. You know what I'm saying? You're really just supposed to be able to recognize your triggers and be able to identify your emotions. Understand when you're feeling angry. Understand when you're feeling sad. Understand when you're just mad. Understand when you're feeling a little jealous. You're feeling entitlement. Like the emotions are part of human nature. Your girl is gonna hers are going to be a little more magnified than yours because, you know what I'm saying, she's a woman. But just like Blanco just said, hey, when she's feeling those, she can know that, hey, man, I got you. I got you. You can lean on me. Whatever it is that you're going through, I got you. And that allows her to be able to talk to you and pretty much just be honest. That's another problem that a lot of us as men have. I know I done had it before. And just like I said, every problem can't be solved. Most can only be simplified. You know, so that's the problem when your woman comes to you with those emotional fucking issues. A lot of dudes be like, "Damn, I can't solve this. There ain't no solution to it. Now you're getting on my nerves. Get the hell up out of here." Nah, sometimes all you got to do is listen. That's it.
And
Just listen.
I agree
Listen,
with that.
understand. Yeah. Listen, understand, and let her know that whatever the hell happens, you got her. She'll be all right because she got you.
And I agree with that, right? And that is the position the man has to take for it to be stable, to stabilize, right? And what I'm saying is, what the problem with it is men, we're by nature problem solvers. This is what we do. So when we have to take a step back, because when she's complaining, emotionally distraught about the things we both know the solutions to, right? We both know she knows the gym's right there down the street. We both know that. We drive by it every day, right? But we in our mind, we're like, well, damn, maybe just go to the gym and this problem is solved. But because we have to, as you said, Auntie, Poppy said, we can't say the truth. We can't speak the truth in our own house. It's almost as if we're taking a back seat, and now her emotions are hijacking the happy home. And this is why the divorce rate is where it's at. This is why.
Bruce,
go ahead, Kasim.
Ruthless. Do you want the results, right? You want the outcomes that make you look like the man, right? You want the outcomes to make you look like the man, and she has even more regard and even more respect for you, right? And as I said before, the way that you tailor how you speak to her is going to have a really big impact on the relationship dynamic. And there's nothing wrong with that. Even some of the best leaders in the entire world, these world leaders, and they sit around and they make all these plans. They're not yelling and hollering and cussing in each other. They're being very targeted and very pointed in what they say and how they say it, because they want the best outcome, which is peace for everybody. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. And most people that have been in sustaining relationships for a very long time, they understand that. So there's nothing to be shamed about, Ruthless, if you have to switch up your delivery or switch up your cadence or how you're speaking to this woman when she's in an emotional state.
Once again, I have no problem with that. But the problem I do have is the numbers, right? And the numbers suggest differently. It's like the shit ain't working, right? Now, like I said, once again, if the numbers were saying the divorce rate is at 10%, 5%, I would just gladly praise you guys. Oh, you know what? I wouldn't even speak on it. I wouldn't even have a show like this. I'd have another topic, right? But because the numbers are too large to ignore, and because women coming on these panels with their large voices and saying a lot of things, I'm not even going to talk about Queen Maker. I'm not even going to talk about, Cynthia G, right? But what I will say this, when you're hitching your wagon to something like this, the chance for you to be unhappy is greater than the chance for you to be happy as a man, to reach your full satisfaction. Because not only are women emotions hijacking the homes, they also are not even catering to their men anymore, right? I had a conversation with a married woman who's been married for 13 years. Her husband pays all the mortgage, everything. And I asked her, well, you should run his bathwater. She said, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, damn, girl, that's how you feel? Okay, just that sexy for him. Oh, hell nah. She found it disgusting and very demeaning to want to do something to show appreciation. And what the intriguing part to me was, it's free, right? That's the most, whoa, You won't even do the free shit, right? It don't cost you a dime just to put on the sexy lingerie and dance for your man when you get home from work because he's paying the mortgage and he's doing all these things to make him feel like he's the man. Woo, woo, whoops, come to mommy, right? She said that's, and then most of these women, when they get in these long-term relationships or marriages they turn from excellent bedroom partners to pillow princesses, right? They gaining weight, walk around sweats with a bonnet on. They don't even care to make sure that, man, my man needs to be, it's worth me keeping my best safe, being the best version of myself. No, this is not what's happening. So the return on the investment has to equal out in value to make a stabilized marriage or relationship. It has to be. If it's one-sided, it's 90% chance going to fail. And no matter how much men try to acquiesce, I'm not going to tell her to go to the gym. I'm just going to listen to her. What I'm saying is the numbers suggest that no matter what the fuck you do, the more you try to make her happy, the more you try to keep her emotionally regulated, the more you try to be emotionally intelligent, the more you try to keep paying these bills, all this shit, she's still fucking filing paperwork. Or at least, we ain't gonna talk about the sexless marriages. We ain't gonna talk about the lack of underperforming marriages where she's underperformed. Most women, I truly believe, like 98%, are underperforming in these marriages and relationships as well. And I believe men are going for it because they're like, you know what? Long as she's here, I believe men, long as she walk in and see her body there, that nigga happy. He don't give a fuck if she dog walking. She don't give a fuck if she's not doing the things that would make him happy. She's going to make sure as long as she.
No, hold on, Blanco, because I've been waiting, man. He was
Go ahead.
real.
I'm done.
Real quick, because I gotta drop down in a second. Yeah. He was, and I know I was like, when he stopped, we all gonna want to talk because you know what I'm saying. But no, real quick. That's when you say it is free. Just because something doesn't cost money doesn't mean it's free. You understand? So, like a situation like that, when she don't want to, try to look good for you and all of that stuff, that does still cost. Like that woman right there, that costs her something. Maybe she feels as though it's degrading or whatever to run her dude's bathwater and make her feel good, or make him feel good. She doesn't find happiness in making her man happy. Now, me personally, I don't want a woman like that. If you don't find happiness in making me happy, you're not the woman for me, because I find happiness in making my woman happy. For real. Like making her smile is some cool shit, bro. So I'm gonna do shit to surprise her. I'm gonna say little shit that's just slick. I'm gonna give her compliments that she didn't expect. I'm gonna have gifts from time to time here and there. Like those are things that I want to do. So if my woman don't want to do little shit like that for me that makes me happy, that's not my woman. For real. It's not the woman for me.
Okay, go ahead, Poppy. He might be busy. Go ahead, Kasim.
And that has nothing to do with paying the mortgage.
Yeah. I heard your little diatribe, Ruthless. You be killing me sometime, man. You really do, with your mindset and your mentality. Right? I'll ask you this, Ruthless. What is the value of conflict resolution skills in any relationship?
Very valuable.
So we understand that in relationships, people are going to have issues. They're going to have, they're going to have fights or disagreements. And within that moment, to have the presence and awareness to know what to say, how to say it, to resolve that conflict in an amicable way is super important. Most marriages that have extended a long period of time, they will tell you one of the secret ingredients to that marriage is they sit down and they talk about their problems and they have good conflict resolution skills. So what part does that have to play in what you mentioned about people leaving each other and things like that? Wouldn't that not mean that those individuals didn't have, very good conflict resolution skills? Because if they did, then they would stay longer.
No, because once again, conflict resolutions are very valuable. I agree with you there. But here's the problem. There is no conflict to resolve when emotions are involved, right? When emotions are the lead cause of these problems, we now have what you call the gray area, okay? Meaning there's really no solution for this, right? We know a solution, but we can't implicate the solution because the party that's having an emotional roller coaster is not taking in these things in agreeable emotion, right? So now we have a hostile environment that we're trying to contain. Now, what I do agree with, that conflict resolution is very important, right? I do believe most men taking the steps of happy wife, happy life, that's their conflict resolution. And it is very important to keep that relationship as long as they possibly can, right? Because once again, right, we understand we just don't want to give up the one we love, right? A woman that we love and have investment in, we just not throwing her away for her being emotional because we kind of signed up for it. But what I am saying is this, right? What is the cost? Auntie made a good point. Everything that's free doesn't mean it's free. You're absolutely right, Auntie. Good fucking point. That means, right, the woman that you get, we're going to take money out the picture, right? Let's just take money out of there. Let's take it out. But the cost to deal with her baggage is a high price to pay because she holds the keys to whether she want to move forward with the relationship or destroy the relationship or whatever, right? And this is where the disparity, this is the problem that we're facing in the nuclear family subject, right? Because the women are, because of all these newfound toy of power they got in their mind that they can be, they don't need a man. So with that mindset and that ideology, it's difficult to bring in conflict resolution to something that rejects someone to resolve the fucking conflict. She rejects his offers. She rejects his solutions because we got the fucking solution. Go to the gym. The gym's right down the street. She rejects that though. So we have to, what? We have to not resolve it. We kind of gotta let it, we kind of gotta just let it marinate and hope she gets over it. And that is problematic because once again, and I'm gonna pass it the mic, the numbers suggest these women are still walking out the fucking house. Go ahead, Poppy Barco. What you say?
A bitch is never in charge of nothing, nigga. See what I'm saying? That's a problem that I got with a lot of people, bro, in the internet, bro. A bitch doesn't rule nothing, bro. If she wants to go, she can go, my nigga. Son, and this is what I'm saying. Life is two choices, winners and losers, my nigga. Winners and losers. As a man, you gotta make yourself so, what's the right word that I'm looking for? So amazing, so winning that to the point that when she leaves, she knows that she's going to get replaced by another broad in there. That of course we love. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna sit over here and that if a bitch leave me, you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna be anything. No, I'm a human being, right? However, if homegirl decides to leave you, whoever she is, just know that her spot will be replaced immediately. It's 5 other bros ready to get in there. That's the way I operate my life. Bro would never stop nothing over here, bro. I think men gotta start looking at life through the lenses of the women, bro. That really bothers me, bro.
Okay,
And you know what, Ruthless, what I would say to, the cost of men and what's going to cost them, I'd say in that moment where conflict resolution skills are going to come in, what's going to cost you is a little bit of patience, right? But they know at the end of that resolution, the reward's going to be her femininity. The reward's going to be her softness. The reward might even be a little bit extra love, sex, and respect. And I think men see that reward worth staying in that emotional state with her in that conflict resolution and just to give because they want the reward, which is the softness and the femininity after that.
Okay. Well, before everybody go,
Is being a single mother worse than being with the wrong man?
Oh,
You're gonna step on some toes, but you gotta answer the question.
being a single mother is worse because I
Explain.
can always get rid of a man.
okay.
Yeah, but Rufus, the part that you missed is that who gives a fuck what they said on the internet?
Yeah.
For the most part, no, nothing is 100%. Let me make that very clear. Nothing 100%, meaning that no every woman is the same, right? But guess what? Most women are backwards human beings, bro. If a woman telling you she's cold, she's literally she's telling you she's hot. She's telling you she's hot, she's usually cold. Women are backwards human beings, bro. Who gives a fuck what they say, fam? Listen, women only got rules for the niggas that they don't want. If she wants you, she break all her rules to be with you, bro. That's just how life is. It's simple as that. It doesn't get more simple than that.
All right. So I mean, I would say this. I mean, your woman might tell you she hot when she really cold. My woman, she speak English, motherfucker. She she tell me she hot is because she fucking hot. That's what the fuck it is, man. Any woman that speaks in some weird ass code ain't my fucking woman. I can tell you that.
So
I understand that might be hold on, that might be 98% of women, but luckily for me, I only got one damn dick, so I can fuck 98% of women anyway. Lucky me. Now, as far as that statement that woman just made, like I said before, I mean, if she's just stating the leverage that she knows she has in a relationship, I don't have a problem with that because dudes should feel the same damn way. I can always replace a man if that's how she feel. Fuck it, I can always replace yo ass just the same at any given time, likely faster than you can replace me. Because just because you can get another man, you can't get another me. Okay, you can't get another me, and it'll be extremely tough for this is a tough act to follow, and surely you know it. Now if she feel like she a tough act to follow, and she knows that, and I know that shit too, then I'm gonna do everything I can to not run the chick off. You know what I'm saying? I know ain't no other chick like her, and ain't too many chicks out here better than her. So I'm gonna do everything I can to keep it straight. Like I say, that's the art of the deal, bro. That's any deal. You gotta have enough leverage in the deal to be willing to walk away with no damn deal if the deal don't benefit or suit you. So I ain't mad at no chick for saying no shit like that.
So welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. One minute. Welcome to the show.
You got me confused with your other bitch.
What other bitch? I'm with you every single day.
Mela the Jella.
Hey, fella. Hey, everybody. Thanks for allowing me on the panel. I'm not here to cause no trouble. However,
we know what that means. Just what Blanco just said. Just what Blanco just said.
However, I've heard words like irreplaceable or replaceable. I missed the little video that the woman said, but I think I got the gist when I came back from checking on my meal that she was okay. You gonna play it? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'll play it right now.
Is being a single mother worse than being with the wrong man?
Oh,
you're gonna step on some toes, but you gotta answer the question.
being a single mother is worse because I
Explain.
can always get rid of a man.
Go ahead, Mela. What you got to say to that?
Wow, that's I can always get rid of a man. The thing with that, in terms of being a single mother, from what I've observed, is that that child wants his father or her father in their life, and so her dismissive attitude about the importance of the psychological health of a child indicates to me that she's a cold, heartless chick.
Hold up, Mela. I don't think you understand. I'm gonna give you some context. She stated that being a single mother is worse than being in the wrong relationship. She didn't say it was better. She said she said being with the wrong. She said being a single mother is worse.
Yeah, because her sentiment is that she's stuck with the child as opposed to being able to replace the man. Correct?
Yeah.
That's her sentiment.
Yes.
She said, yeah, being stuck with a child that has no father is worse to her than being stuck with the wrong man. Because in her mind, she ain't never stuck. a man, especially the wrong one. But go ahead.
Yeah, there's the family court system. As I was talking to Ruthless yesterday, the family court system errs on the side of women oftentimes, unless you can financially aggress yourself to why one would have sole custody. Oftentimes, the family court is structured around sole custody defaults to the woman, right? The mother. I don't know the legal precedence as to why that exists, but I feel that in terms of women who are mentally ill, they may appear to be put together, but there's something screwy with their thinking, right? And what bothers me oftentimes in these spaces is we feature women who are mentally ill. It gives the impression that our people as a whole are just destined to be dysfunctional. I was wondering if anybody can offer solutions as to how, as Rodney King would say, can we all get along? At some point, we have to acknowledge that there is a divine interest in building a family. And how do we get to that point? I don't find many Black spaces featuring that as the narrative. I find critique on both sides ever present all the time. It makes for good viewership if you're looking for chaos. But really, when it comes to building Black families, there's strength in numbers. And it would behoove us as a people to find a way to get along. And you don't have to be highly educated to do it, because highly educated people are dysfunctional too, believe it or not. But there's something, there's this resentment. It's like a woman can't tell me shit, and then on the woman's side, a man can't tell me shit. It's like, how do we meet in the middle so that we can dismiss all this paranoia, dare I say? Because for me, and I'm not educated on that level, I'm just thinking, for me, it seems like it all boils down to paranoia. Like, I'm going to get you before you get me. And that interferes with the bonding that could develop healthy, well-adjusted, successful children. That's all I came up here to say. I'm not trying to cause trouble.
Okay. Anybody want to respond to that?
Man, Mella like Jurassic Park, man. That's always how it starts. It's all ooh and ah and yeah, and then there's blood and screaming and running. It's all good.
And there's the paranoia. See,
I'm just playing. Hey, I'm just playing with you though. I'm just playing with you, Mella. I'm just playing.
Who told you I want to play, Auntie? Who told you?
See, look at you ready to fight.
What I'm addressing is paranoia, right? You're biting like it's just a matter of time before she says some outrageous, antagonizing stuff.
Right here, I was literally just playing with you,
I came up here to be peaceful. But
I was literally just playing with you, Mella.
Okay.
I swear before God.
Hard.
Please don't take it seriously.
And
don't
I
take
have
that
an
one
affinity for you as well. I play with you.
So, Mella, to answer your question, is women need to start acting like adults, because there is a sentiment out here, and this is not what I'm not promoting it, but there's a sentiment women act like children, and I want to believe that's not true, right?
And what example can you give for your sentiment?
No, I'm just saying I wholeheartedly want to.
I understand that's your belief, but do you have examples as to why you would have that sentiment?
Well, the way men think, because you guys seem to don't know what you want. You guys don't like to take instruction, even though you don't like to take accountability. You guys don't want to apologize when you're dead to wrong. You guys have excuses for everything y'all do. Y'all seem like y'all chase the things that work for you.
And not obedient. That's it.
Yeah. I wouldn't say obedient is not necessarily the word, but to take instruction on covering to get the best results for the man you love. It seems like you guys are.
We don't accept.
You guys are not accepting this, right? And then other thing, you guys don't want to cater to your man who's doing all these things for you. It just seems like the sentiment is,
I think
right,
accepting
women
instruction is
are
kind
like,
of catering to a man, but
I'm just saying this, right? The
okay.
sentiment is women are like children. And I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that you guys are adults, right? But the more I look into you guys' DNA and your makeup, I really don't have the confidence in you guys to be, good running mates for a journey. I believe you guys are not great people to invest in you guys. I think I have a better chance investing in the car than a woman, right? Because a woman, she's unstable. That car, right, is not going to leave me, right? Even I'm going to get in and it's going to be there every day. And I can take to the shop and fix whatever problem there is and keep rolling. I ain't got to do a whole bunch of thinking. With women, I got to do a lot of thinking, a lot of acquiescing, a lot of tailoring my conversation or, trying to get around her emotional roller coaster. And which is not totally a bad thing in a way where if I love her enough, but the problem, and then I'm gonna land it here, is that you guys are leaving anyway. Even if I'm trying all this stuff for you, you're still complaining and leaving. And this is problematic because men are not getting a return on their investment.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Let's keep in mind that a car, for instance, the car of your affection, the car that is reliable, it's valuable, it's admired, it's got everything going on that you would hope your woman to be. The thing is, a woman has a personality, a car does not. And I think oftentimes we skirt over the fact that people prefer undeniable predictability, because I'm trying not to be disruptive. So I think there are strong personalities that prefer predictability. A car is predictable. A woman is not. And a woman is not predictable, just like any other human being, because they are their individual human selves. A car is not a human. So thereby it is predictable. And what you would choose to enjoy is a woman that's predictable. Am I right? You want her to be predictable so you can clear your mind without distraction to operate, knowing that she's reliably predictive. Her stand in life, how she operates, how she makes decisions, everything is predictable about her. Is that what would make you comfortable? You want predictability?
I would say more compliant.
Because most human beings do.
More stable and more cooperative. That's what would be a better way of putting it. Stable
and cooperative. And yet you mentioned with this car that I know how to fix it if it runs down. See, so what are you saying about stability, right? Like when you say stability, are you talking about reliableness, or are you talking about predictability? Because they're two different things. Like I can rely on her to be herself, which I've grown to know. Or are you saying she gonna do what she do and I know how to fix her? And because you don't know how to fix her, quote unquote, fix her, that's a source of frustration. Am I right? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to start nothing. I'm just asking. I want to get down to the meat and potatoes of this whole thing as to why our people can't get along with each other. It's really bothering me.
Mela, you made some really good points, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. And as you were speaking, I was just trying to put myself in the position like, what if I had to depend on somebody for my safety and provision and survival? How scary would that be if I had to lay down everything that I have and place my whole being in the hands of another, and that person is not having very good results at doing it, right? And I had a really difficult time putting myself in that position because as a man, I never really had to do that except for on my own accord, right? If it's just me, then I'm cool with, eating Subway sandwiches or whatever. But when I have someone else that's depending upon me for my provisioning, for the survival, that just adds another facet to it. And it can be quite scary, I'm sure, for women to do that, especially if they have been in situations where they have not been stable. It has not been any type of predictability. It's a lot of uncertainty. And I believe, women want men to be the rock. They want to have that sense of things going in the right direction, and things can be a place where they can kind of rest and unleash all of this anxiety that they have. And I believe that starting out with the right values in reference to what we're looking for, both men and women sitting at the table and saying, hey, these are a set of values, that we want to agree upon. And once we have that agreement, everyone else says that they're going to do it, and we go forth and do it that way, and then build certain characters and attributes from those values. And I just see a lot of values lacking, which is one of the reasons why we're having these issues, why we can't get along with one another, and we can't talk and communicate with one another, and we have horrible conflict resolution skills and horrible emotional intelligence skills. But I think you made some really good points, Miller, and thank you so much for sharing.
Kasim, the last part I disagree with you on 100% before you go, Miller. I believe this is more on the woman's side. I do believe most men who are in a state, providers in their role, playing their role, play it well, right? I do believe that. I just don't think women require men to be conflict resolution. They just want you to be a dumpster, right? They want to dump their emotions on you, and you take that shit, right? That's what they want. They don't want your intelligence. They don't want you to solve for them. They just need you to be a provider and a listener. Pretty much that's what the overall sentiment is, right? And I'm not saying that us men.
But I mentioned yesterday that's what her girlfriends are for. Like people that think like her, that's where she does all that, emotional dumping, as you would call it. She's not supposed to do that with a guy that's providing for her. He's got better things to think about.
But this is the thing, right? Here is the meat of the matter. And I'm gonna let everybody, react to it. We're gonna start with Auntie, then we go to Poppy, then Mother, then Kasim, right? I believe that women no longer feel their need to cater to their man because they don't fucking care, right? The man is only as good as what he can provide for her needs only, and that's why she thinks she's the prize. And this is why I believe the relationships and marriage are failing at a great rate, because once she gets what she wants out of it, what she feels is enough for her, she moves on. If she thinks she can get better, or do it by herself. Now go, everybody. Start with Auntie, then we go to Poppy, and then Kasim, the Poppy, then Mela, and then back to Kasim. Go ahead, Auntie.
All right. So, I would agree, but again, that's not gender specific. Most people don't care about other people. They really don't. That's what it is. So, if you're gonna find the right person for you, that right person will give a shit what you're feeling, because when you feel bad, they're gonna feel bad too, and vice versa. So, I understand what you're saying. It's just really not supposed to apply to you when it comes to relationships. If you're trying to expect that most women give a shit how you feel, you're gonna be disappointed, bro. Just as a human being, same with most women. If you think most dudes are gonna give a shit how you feel, guess what? They give a shit how most dudes are gonna give a shit how you feel, until they get into your drawers or whatever, and then most dudes don't give a shit. But there's one dude that's gonna give a fuck about you no matter what, or very few dudes, and that's the dude for you. So that's what I would say. But most people don't. don't care about other people and what the fuck they're going through. Like that's just the way the world works.
Okay, Poppy, what you have to say?
I think a woman naturally wants to be told what to do and controlled by the man that she loves. That's what I'm saying. Don't believe nothing what this bro said online, bro. And that's how you know if you are a hand to her. She wants to be told what to do by that man, and she wants to be controlled by that man. You know why? Because naturally, she doesn't want to be making big decisions to begin with. Do you see it when you take your girl out? Do you see how complicated she gets to picking what restaurant they want to go, bro? She don't want to make decisions at all. Most women don't want to make decisions at all, bro. So by default, she wants to be told what to do by that man that she loves and adores. Okay, that's just how it is, bro. And people get confused by listening to what all these girls say on YouTube and goddamn on Instagram, TikTok. They capping, they lying. Most of them are lying.
Okay, go ahead, Mella.
Okay. At the risk of sounding triggered, I'm just gonna illustrate a movie reference. Coming to America, when her obnoxious ex-boyfriend was saying things that Poppy was saying, like, yeah, women, they want to be controlled. They want to be told what to do. And, and he was looking with that, look in his eyes that he craves that scenario for that woman. And what actually her diagnosis of him is that he's obnoxious. So I would say that that's a sentiment that's being made popular because it's the best defense mechanism you can produce. It's like what else is going to make you feel comfortable other than knowing that you control somebody? So if you keep asserting that all women want is to be told what to do, well, that serves your comfort. It's comfortable to think of women as objects. It's comfortable to think of them as someone that exists solely to serve your purpose. It's comfortable, and that's kind of obnoxious when you think about it. It's obnoxious to assert that a woman, rather I should say, the right woman for you, is not able to contribute to the well-being of your life. I just think your opinion is obnoxious. That's all.
But I don't think either one of y'all answered Ruthless's question or even addressed this statement.
I probably didn't. I got distracted by that obnoxious sentiment.
The thing is that people get confused.
Whoa. I want Kasim to go next. One minute, Poppy. I know you want to respond. So I'm going to let Kasim go, and then Poppy, I'm going to let you and Mella have the back and forth. Go ahead, Kasim.
Go ahead, Mella. Because I have to write my finishing email, so I can't talk right now.
I'm just saying because I think
I want to hear Ruthless
before he goes.
again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I want
He
to hear
mentioned
Ruthless
as far as
question again because I got distracted. I apologize.
No, but
So,
the thing is, when people say, hold on, Ruthless, hold on. When people hear the word control,
yeah, they like fuck what he said. He's just like whatever, he gonna say what he said,
yeah,
whatever. He's like fuck it, you don't give a fuck.
when people say control and told what to do, that's not a negative thing. That's not negative at all, bro. If you got a husband on girl, he telling you what to do, whether you know it or don't know. He telling you what to do directly or indirect. Hey, baby, I need you to do this. I need you to do A, B, and C. He telling you what to do right there. I'm not saying like you have to be a goddamn dictator. No, that's not how that goes, bro. I cannot lead a house. If I cannot control it. That just leadership and control goes simultaneously, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
So, Poppy, let me help you out. I think control is the wrong word. I think maybe correct. I do believe that a man should reserve the option to correct his woman's behavior if he deems it critical to the running of the relationship. So I agree in that terms, control is a big word because that implies, right, that
Control is the
kind of,
correct word, bro.
yeah, I'm just saying, I don't think control is the correct word. I think correct. I think men should have the ability to
Let me
correct.
ask you this. Let me
So
ask you
they can
this, Ruthless. Let me ask you this, Ruthless, right?
So
Can you lead a car if you cannot control it?
well, yeah, I mean a car, yes, but
But
when
you
I
don't lead a car, you drive a car.
Here we
You
are back
drive
to
a
these
woman.
mechanics.
You have to know. No, you
You
have
don't
to lead a
drive a
car to
woman,
go
bro.
east. You have to control a car to go east, west, south, or north,
So-
bro. Yes, yes, you do, bro.
A
So,
woman
Pop,
is
Both
not a,
book or
a
let me
simultaneously.
address Poppy.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like you don't
because on this,
drive a woman, bro.
it's here's the deal, right? Let me keep it in the intellectual
Like a
side.
woman's not a vehicle, bro.
The intellectual part is control. To control a woman's emotion, that's impossible. So you have to be delusional that you can control a woman, right? That's number one. Or for a woman to control a man, she has to be delusional, right?
Nobody say control her emotion. Where would you get that from?
Ain't no
Yeah, but
woman.
he
Well,
confused when you
because a
said
woman is,
regulate earlier.
hold
That,
on.
that,
A
that's
woman, let's first lay this context down, right? Number one is no human can control another human. All we can do when we meet each other and we're with each other is to try to, build on our connection and be compatible. That's been it. Now, controlling a woman on how she's going to live her life, I don't think that's possible, right? Because she is her own autonomy. What we as men do want to do, and I agree with Poppy, is be leaders and be looked at as leaders and have the authority to correct so that we can properly protect. Now that I think is, Poppy, I think that's what you're trying to say, right? Right? You're trying to say, I need to be able to put you in check about your behavior patterns. If you're out here getting lashes, if you're out here dressing or trying to go on girls trips, I need to reserve the right as your husband or your man to override that for the betterment and for the stability of the household. You have to agree with that, right, Poppy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That
sounds. Yeah, that's okay,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But
You
what I'm
feel me? I
saying,
see. I'm
as a
not saying
man,
you're all the way wrong. I'm just saying just the you know what I mean? The center. I understand you,
it's
Poppy.
not about right or wrong, bro. It's just a simple math, right?
Yeah.
A man is at the top of the food chain in a household. Yes or no?
Yeah, he's the leader. I'm supposed to be.
All right. A man, a boss man, he is the one that control and lead the household to they're trying to take that household to the championship game, bro. To the top, though. It's on his shoulder to do that. So however, he control and dictate how the house is gonna run. I'm not talking about mistreating that, bro. Nothing like no, I ain't saying none of that. He gonna dictate in the big decisions how is the household is going to be run by. That's just how it is, bro. I don't understand. People get triggered when they hear the word control. No, the word control is actually the right word, bro. LeBron James control. Hold on. LeBron James control the tempo of the game. You see what I'm saying? He know where the shooting guard is gonna be. He know where the point guard is gonna be. He know where the power forward is gonna be. He controlling the tempo. That's what a man's supposed to do. He control the tempo of his own household, bro, or his kingdom, whatever you want to call it.
Poppy, what I'm saying is control, but LeBron James does not control whether the shots go in or not, right? Of his other players, or whether they miss the pass or catch the pass or whatever, right? He just tries to make the best situation for his team to get him in position to make the best play. But how that player, when he gets the ball, if he missed a shot, right? It ain't because LeBron made him miss it. It's because he just missed it, right? So what I'm saying is this, right? What I'm saying is this, right? And just to bring this in a format that is more realistic, right? And I do agree that I'm going to agree, but I do think that a lot of men want to harness control over their women because obviously we don't trust them to be, strong, prominent women outside of us, which is okay to think. But what I do say that you can't control a woman if she wants to fucking leave you,
Bro.
she's gonna fucking leave you, right? If she wants to disregard your sentiments, there's nothing you can do about it, right? But what we can do
Ya
as
que
men,
los.
we try
Damn,
to
yo.
no, hear me out though. Hear me out. What we can
No,
do
but the thing is,
is
you go on and on and on. It's kind of hard to keep up with your points that you keep saying,
oh,
bro. Like you gotta.
but the point, the umbrella is one thing, control, right? It's not different points I'm making. I'm making one point of the word control means you can make that human do what you want them to do. And that's impossible. Right? That's impossible. You can't make a human do what you want. You can try to manipulate her, or you can try to leverage her. But to say get up
again
and get your ass and do this,
Jesus Christ.
do that, is just no way you're gonna have a successful relationship. You have to agree with that, right?
No, bro. Jack always get lost in words that you don't have to get lost from, bro. Control, that doesn't mean you suffocating this bitch.
Okay.
No, absolutely no, bro.
Okay,
Is the CEO in control of the company?
No.
Oh my fucking God. All right, okay, you got it.
Yeah, he's not in control of the company. He has a lot to say so, but he got
CEO,
people above
brother.
him. Wait. You got people above
Brother.
him, right? You got the owner.
Brother.
You got people who can fire him. The CEO can get fired, nigga.
The owner is God, nigga, in this case, right? But the CEO control the tempo of the company, my nigga.
No, he doesn't. What the CEO
yes, he
does.
does.
Come on now,
brother.
Yes, he does. He's right, Ruthless.
His job
I
for
don't
the
understand,
CEO.
like, bro.
the
Can you please? Can I finish? Can I finish, bro? The CEO lay out the plan, and he control and dictate how that company is gonna run, and then he gonna create. Yo, can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
The CEO create the plan and the direction and the budgets that where that company is gonna go, bro. Right? Guess what? You, the man, supposed to be the CEO. Your woman is the supervisor. No, I'm not trying to control my goddamn woman, bro. My woman want to control the house. She got all the say so in the world. Your woman is the supervisor. She gonna dictate what's gonna go in the house. Oh, I need to buy some new couches. Oh, I need to buy some shit for the kitchen. Oh, I need to get this, and that. That's her domain right there. She gonna have say so on the kid, but the man is the CEO. He oversees the woman and the kid, bro. That doesn't mean he control her like, bitch, you cannot do this. No, he gonna put guidelines around that woman so she doesn't go too far to the left, to the right, too far to the left. That's what the CEO does, bro.
Okay, so understandably, CEOs get fired all the time, right? Let me help you understand that.
When he doesn't produce, bro, but he dictates where the company goes.
Now, to be fair, you wanted me not to interject, but you want to interject. So if we're not interjecting, we're not interjecting. I don't have a problem with it, but you seem to have a problem with it. So what I am saying is a CEO gets fired. We could take, and I mean, the perfect example of this is football, right? The general manager is basically the CEO. They're basically the same. If he can, all they do is they may put out the structure for which the company runs, but it's the management, the lower management, whether it be the coach or assistant coach or whoever, they bring up what plays, all this shit. It's a unified effort on all parties involved, right? The owner of the, whatever said organization is the one that puts you in to make sure that the structure is implemented, and then the managers and everybody else execute within that structure. But you don't control them. The management does their job, which this general manager is not a great coach, right? He's not a great assistant coach, right? He just makes sure the draft, get the guys, the players, and then the coach, he does what he puts the players in the position they need to be. So it's a team thing. So back to the relationship though, right? In a relationship, I do agree the man should be the head of the household. I'm not disputing that sentiment, right? But we do have to understand the divorce rate is real, right? The relationship ending thing is real, right? It's real, right? It's fact of the matter is women are leading the charge. Because what women are doing, they're also getting a man, having kids with him, getting rid of that man and replacing him with another man. And then he fails, he plays him, and they place with another man. Right? So they get rid of their baby daddy and get with a stepfather, right? This is what we call a stepfather epidemic, which is largely talked about in these spaces, right? So we understand that a woman that you're with and you have a kid with, you're just, she might, if she wants to get rid of you, right? And get rid of you and then leave you and then put somebody else in your place, aka Future versus Russell Wilson, right? She goes, this is your daddy now, right? That's your biological father, but this is your daddy, because why? He's the one here every day for you. And these women they're electing different men. And if these men fail at the task of her emotions and things she wants done, she would get rid of him and then replace with somebody else, or even be by themselves. So bottom line is, we have to keep things in a context of life, right? Is women are leaving men by the motherfucking minute. There are 1 million divorces a year. 820,000 are filed by women. So this means the numbers say the women are replacing niggas every motherfucking 10, 20 minutes. So, and I'm not even counting the relationships, right? So I'm not saying, Poppy, you're wrong in theory, because if we have that kind of power to be able to control our women, I think our outcome, we may better get the outcome we want. But because the structure which we live in, which is women empowerment, which is the court system, which is the judges, which is all these people who regulate women's rights, we are basically, we have to basically give out orders, and if they either disregard our orders and leave us, or they comply and do it as long as they feel that they're benefited from. You have to agree with that, right?
I was no. I was going. Damn it, man. Kasim left. I was gonna prove it in real time how the CEO Kasim. If I'm not mistaken, Kasim been married for a few years. If I'm not mistaken, for a bunch of years.
He's divorced. Right? He's divorced and then remarried. No. Okay, let's preface that. He's divorced first. Then he got another wife.
Okay, no, I'm talking about currently. And whatever his currently wife is, he's married right now. I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about right now.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is, he's been replaced, right? And the other woman got rid of him and replaced him with another man. And now he's with another woman. And he's acquiescing her to try to make that shit work. Because he says, I have to tailor my conversation this way. I have to say it that way. Because he knows if he says what he truly feels, that should be great, she can replace him again, right? He understands that he's been beaten into submission.
I was gonna ask Kasim. I was gonna prove in real time how Kasim is the CEO of his own home.
How is he?
He's a married man. What?
He has to acquiesce.
He had to what?
He has to acquiesce to the woman. How is he the leader? How is he the CEO?
Well, what that even means? How do you even know that?
That means we had a conversation before you came up here, right?
Yeah.
And Kasim said when he talks to his woman of a complaint of her or something, he carefully strategizes the best way to put it so that she don't get offended and basically keep her happy while he's trying to constructively criticize without having a lot of pushback. So basically he's acquiescing to her, her demand.
That's not what that means, bro.
That means he can't come and say, bitch, get your attitude straight. That's what that means.
No, it doesn't, bro. What that means is
Kasim is smart enough. He can't say that.
Kasim is smart enough to know that he know how to mentally, you know what I'm saying? Mentally had to make her feel better about herself. That's what that means.
He can't say, bitch, get your attitude together. He can't say that.
Why would he say that to her though? Why is that?
Because he understands. Self-check, nigga.
Brother.
Feel me? I'm not listening. Poppy, once again, you're just giving you extreme. I'm giving you extreme so you can see it. He can't say what he truly may want to say. He has to tailor make the the message so that he can appease her ego in somewhat. So he's basically trying to appease her ego as well as try to slide in a constructive critique. Meaning he's now a CEO. When he goes to talk to the management, he talks with them with authority. He can fire the management. True. The general manager can fire the coach. Hey, how you doing? Like, you're fired. I don't like the way you coach, blah, blah, blah. Or he could pull a coach in the office and yell at him. Or the CEO can put in the management and yell at them. Get your shit together. He doesn't have to, well, let me say this. No, he can say, look, the numbers is down. You need to get these numbers right or I'm replacing you. And that's well within his right and authority. Men in a house don't have that authority. If he goes to that woman and says, you need to get yourself in check or else she's going to take the option. She got the option, fuck you. I can do this without you. And I got 100 niggas out here waiting to take your spot. But this is how women mentality is. But you want another nigga will. And then on top of that, they got the police force behind them. So they can talk to you how they want to. Right? Then on top of that, the divorce courts behind them. Oh, they get the kids, the alimony, sometime, or child support, whatever, right? So tell me, explain to me, Poppy, how the fuck can you be authority when there's authority over you, right? All this women empowerment shit going on around you. How can you tell this woman that she better do what she needs to do? And she does not have the option to buck your system and successfully do it.
Easy. She can be replaced by her best friend.
Okay, so that's okay, but okay. All right. But I'm talking right. So you can't, so if you either replace her or acquiesce, that's the only options. Ain't no I can go in and tell her what to do. Hey, sit your ass down, bitch, and get your attitude, because she's going to, what? Excuse me? Who can check me, boo? And if you put your hand with me, know that, right? So all I'm saying is this, right? You and me, Poppy, I do align with maybe this. We talk about the 40s, the 30s, 20s, yeah. But 2025, America is, and the court system value and simps value women more than they value the man. And women understand the sentiment and they use that as leverage against the men. So if she feels threatened, she can dial 911 and they will come and check you. Excuse me, she said oh, no, officer, no, you got to break it down, right? Or if you do, yeah, I said that. Now they're going to say, okay, this is our warning to you. Next time we come here. So men have been regulated. Our masculinity as leadership has been regulated by the laws of a land that we can no longer be extra assertive. We have to kind of be the nice guy about it, right? Because if she deems you trying to tell her what to do, these women are saying, hey, who the fuck you talking to like that? And this is why the divorce rate is where it's at. This is why. We're so divided in this YouTube space. This YouTube space has been a war zone amongst men, the SBG gang, et cetera, about women's place. And this is why we can't get it together, because all women are been given a certain amount of power in their mind that they think they don't need a man. And you have to agree with this. And I do agree with you, Poppy, that you have to leave. You have to move on. We have to get rid of her. Okay, I'll give you that. You have to get rid of her. You have to replace them. But that's the only, I think, only option we got. What's up, Kasim? Welcome back. Anything Poppy want to holler at you? I'm going to let y'all have the conversation.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about what you were saying, Ruthless, and how I am acquiescing to
I didn't say that.
my girl. It's amazing how you paint this picture of me, and I'm not gonna expound on all my results and shit like that. I'll let you have that.
No, that wasn't me.
Kasi, let me ask you this, Kasi, because I'm glad you came back, because I was gonna prove in real time how is a man a guy that is winning is actually the CEO of his. How long you been married, sir?
We've been together 18 years.
18 years, cool. Do you consider yourself the CEO of your household?
Yes.
Okay, that means that your woman would be like a general manager / supervisor of the household?
Yeah, I run pretty much everything else, but she has like a lot of say so as far as what the day-to-day things is. Like she buys the food, you know, she takes care of the little things, how the place looks and all the rest of that stuff. But I cover everything.
Exactly. And people, so is it fair for me to say that you control and lead your household to in the right direction? You
Yeah,
see?
I do.
Now, do you think control is a bad word?
Do I think control is a bad word? No, I don't.
Thank you. That's all I was trying to prove. When you see that control got like a negative connotation on the internet, bro, you controlling your house in the right direction is a good thing, bro. You cannot lead nothing that you cannot control. It's simple as that. The thing is, when people hear the word control, they picture a nigga tying up a bitch in the basement and whooping her ass or something. No, bro. Control is like, yo, your girl control what's going on in the house. Yes, yo, in the crazy part, Cassie, the thing that you said, I've been saying forever, bro. Yes, your girl got all the say so to do what you want in the house. When it comes to big decisions, I'm pretty sure those decisions are made by the CEO, aka Cassie. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I make all the big heavy decisions.
Thank you. And that's all I'm trying to say, man. And it's working out pretty well, right?
Yeah, so far so good. I've 18 years and you know what? I've been making enough good decisions where she chooses to stay.
There you go. But you see,
I said, listen. I said I have made enough. I said I have made enough decisions within these 18 years that she decides to stay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Poppy.
Cassim, do you think that your woman wants to be bothered by making a whole lot of decisions, or she'd rather for you to make them for her?
Hell no, she don't like to be making all these decisions. I'll give you an example.
There you go.
Last Saturday, right? We were going out to eat, and I had allowed her to pick the restaurant. So we drove to the area in the village, right? In the West Village, and there was a whole line of restaurants up and down this street. So she had me walking up and down trying to decide which freaking restaurant to go to. And I said, you know what? I'm taking over now. I grabbed her by her hand and we walked in a restaurant across the street. I asked for a table, we sat down and we ate. I was like, see, I said, every time I allow you to pick the restaurants, you can't make up your mind. She was like, you know what? I'm glad you made that decision because it got too overwhelming for me.
And that's, ladies and gentlemen, that's literally 90% of women right there. When you leave them to their own device, they got too many options, they don't know what to pick. That right there can happen to me all the time, bro. Trust and believe it. I think that happens to every man, actually. So, but bro, the point is it safe, Cassim, to say that you control and lead your woman in the right direction?
Yes.
There you go. I'm done, man. You see how control and leadership, that shit, it doesn't mean something negative. No, man. A man's supposed to control and lead his household, bro. Control is a good thing. That means it's a direction, it's a plan, it's a strategy going on.
So, okay, you guys, this is nice. This conversation was very heartfelt.
Hopefully you'd experience something like that too, Ruthless, to soften up your heart. You like the Grinch over here.
I almost started crying. Ooh, I almost started
You see,
crying.
the truth is it's not accepted, bro. That's literally how you're supposed to do at the crib, okay? Control is not a bad thing. A woman that loves you, respect you, and adore you, she wants to be controlled by the man that she loves because she knows by giving all the power to the man and putting pretty much her life in that man's hand, she knows that she most likely than not, she's going to live a softer life.
You could save that gazelle from getting caught from that cheetah. You'll get lucky tonight. Where you going? Where you going? Yo, what the heck?
Okay, so I'm glad. I like this. I like this though, man. Poppy funny. Hasim funny. Hey, okay.
Yep.
Okay. So all I'm saying
So
is
you don't agree with me? You don't agree with me, Rufus, that a woman that love you, respect you, and adore you want to be controlled by that man?
she does. Women, in my estimate, and I've had quite a few women. Women don't want to be controlled, but they do want the man to make the decisions that benefit them in the best way. But controlling, no, women don't. Women, they
Oh my
feel like
God.
their voices need to be heard. Women are also. Let's see. Here's the thing, right? If women want to be controlled by men, why would they divorce them? Right? Because here it is, right? Women, because they have this newfound power of freedom, of own autonomy, feminism, right? All these equality, all these little ideologies that are running in their minds. Yes, do they want a man to acquiesce to them, to help them or do things for them that benefit them? Yes. But now, Qasim made an indictment statement. He said, and she chose to stay, right? Because obviously whatever he did benefited her. But the moment that he stops doing things to benefit her and maybe more so benefit him, there's going to be a problem. So it's understandable. That's not control. That is called, him making sure that everything is, all the bills are paid, all the rest, everything is, she has to do less and receive more, right?
That's not true, Ruthless.
That is, but that's her.
No. In my situation, that's not true because she understands, or she has seen through all of these years, that even my selfish decision that I decided to make, she still benefits from it.
Right. That's what I just said.
No, you said if I be selfish and get what I want, and she doesn't benefit, she would leave.
Right. But at a large rate, maybe not 1 or 2 times, but if you're doing it at a higher rate and being more selfish and she's not benefiting from it, she'll walk. So that's what I'm saying. You just made my point. You said, yeah, when I do stuff selfish, she benefits. So that means it's selfless, right? It's not selfish. So all I'm saying is I'm cool with y'all. Poppy, if you want to use the word control, I think it's a little delusional. But go ahead, use the word. I don't care, right? If you want to think you control these women, that's you. But in my opinion, I think, and this is how I see things, when these relationships are being built, number one, they're being built on trust, respect, love, honor, and that's the last one.
Stability, consistency.
No. That I'm just saying none of that. The last one is reciprocation, right? So that's what the relationship is built on, right? And anything, if you go up to a woman and you guys start building all these pieces together, the ultimate goal is to view or deal with compatibility. And this is what makes everything. So you and her obviously are compatible, right? And she has no problem with the way you do things. And yeah, so control is another word though, right? Qasim cannot go and tell her, right, what she can and cannot wear, right? He cannot go and tell her.
Yes, I can, and I do. I do, Ruthless. I do tell her. I do tell her what she can and what she cannot wear, and she listens.
You may give your opinion. You say, hey, look, I don't think that's, but you just can't say you're not wearing that because I say so, right? You can't say that, right?
I tell her you're not wearing that. Go change, and she goes and changes.
Okay.
There you go. And I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen that often. That's probably once in a blue moon.
Exactly, when it does happen, I tell her, like, no, you're not wearing that.
Yeah, a woman knows. You see what I'm saying? They knows. But the thing that Rufus is missing is that the whole control and leader as a man and woman, I mean, man and a woman in dynamic, right? It starts since you're little, right? I don't know, Rufus, you got daughter?
I got a daughter all day.
Kasim, you got daughters?
I think he took a call.
Yeah, he probably is. But anyways, since you're raising your kids, right? You are controlling your daughters, leading your daughters, telling them what to do, telling them how to operate, giving them tasks to do at the house and all that stuff, right? Because the whole purpose of all of that is because that little girl going to grow to is she gonna grow into being a young woman and then a woman, right? Then you're supposed to pass that young woman down to her husband, right? At that point, so that man, whoever take her, he's supposed to tell that girl what to do and how to get shit done on his behalf. You see what I'm saying? So no, bro, a woman that love you and respect. Listen, I'm pretty sure your daughter adore you. You know why? Because since she was little, she has been controlled and told what to do whatever you ask her to do. You see what I'm saying? So because she know that you're gonna put her in the right place for her to win. You know you got her best interest at heart. That starts since little, bro.
Well, the numbers don't agree with you guys, right? So the numbers don't agree. I'm seeing it from the poor to the rich, from swag niggas to the bag niggas. Women are, and once again, right? Kasim, I almost called Hakeem. Kasim is speaking with a different voice now than what he was speaking with earlier. First, he was saying, well, I have to say it to get a different result because I have to be smart about it. Now he's saying he just said, nah. So, I mean, okay, right? Whatever. But this
That's not true, Rufus. Don't paint that.
You did. You said earlier that I don't say it this way because I don't want to offend. I want this type of result. You did say that, right?
But I also said that there's different ways that you have to communicate that. Actually, what was his name? Auntie said that. You have to use different language to get different results. So yes.
I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying you did.
That makes all the sense in the world.
What I'm saying is you're doing that because what you're doing is you're walking on eggshells, basically.
No, I'm not.
Because if you have to think about how you want to say, let's say, to get a result, to have it your way, you need to be very careful how you move in this sentiment. Because women are easily offended and they will strike back, right? They will stand up for themselves if they feel a need to. And this could become problems.
It's just common decency when you talk to people. When people relate to one another, there should be certain codes of conduct and how we speak to one another. Has nothing to do with walking on eggshells.
Well,
watch this, Kasim. Watch this. Your Rufus. Do you talk to your daughter the same way you talk to your sons?
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God! You just want to win. You know damn well we don't do that, bro. You know that.
What the fuck you mean? I'm the motherfucking boss. I pay her bills. I tell her what to do.
Bro, Okay, I got little kids, bro.
Listen, Poppy. I tell my daughter, I treat them both equally. I'm assertive when I need to be. I advise her correctly on what I want and what I expect. And if she doesn't comply, I give her consequences for her actions. Same with my son. This is my advice. Well, it used to be. My son's way older now. But I'm saying when he was young, I used to give him instructions on what I think should be the best for him. And then if he complied, then, cool. If didn't, then there would be consequences implemented to him. Right? So this is the same. I do not lead different girls, way I do girls and boys. Same thing, right? I am here to try to navigate to you and give to you the best advice that's essential for you to be the best version or to be the best potential citizen in the United States of America so that you can survive, right? So, yeah, I treat them the same, not equally. I mean, differently. That part. Now, in my relationships, I am a dominant personality. I never walk away from that, right? if a woman raises her voice at me, we're going to have to go to war. Fuck it. You're going to have to leave me. You're going to have to go to whatever, right? Because I'm just not going for it. So my point I'm making is, I think in this place, and once again, us men are not a monolith. Okay, so I agree with you. And Kasim, if Kasim is happy the way his relationship, and that makes him feel happy, the way he's doing it, fine. Poppy, same with you. And if it makes you guys happy, I'm happy, right? But I am expressing a problem in our country with the nuclear family, with the baby mama epidemic, with the stepdaddy epidemic, with the things that are problematic in our community, that we do have to realize there exists a strong divide amongst the men and women in the relationship dynamics of today. So we cannot deny this, right? I understand, Poppy, you have your way you do things. But once again, we have 300 million people in this country, and we do understand the divorce rates at 1 million a year is too fucking high. We have to agree with that. We do understand that men and women disagreements are very loud in these YouTube. Ella just came and disagreed and was triggered by you. And I'm not saying that it's your fault. My point is, there is a disparity of communication that lacks amongst men and women to have successful nuclear families. And this is the problem.
Why does the divorce shit like in your head, even though you don't even want to get married? Like, why does she live in your head rent free?
It's just a conversation. We're having a conversation about things that seem to be bad for society, right? And it seems like because the marriage divorce rate is so high, it doesn't seem like marriages are doing this country any good.
Yeah, but the divorce, I mean, it affects the family. Let me say that. However, most people that get divorced, everybody go their own way. Is the people only affect is the people that get into the money, which is not that many.
Okay. I'm not disputing that. I do believe money has created more problems and less happiness. I believe women have been corrupted by the thought of being able to get to the bag. So now that they really don't need to be attached to a man fully, the commitment to get access to these funds. So I do believe that women are devaluing men daily.
Now, women have been corrupted for the abundance of goddamn options. That's what it is. You see the example that Kasim gave you like 10 minutes ago?
Yeah.
When he gave his woman the option to pick a restaurant, he had this nigga Kasim walking for 45 minutes for no reason. They don't know what to do when it's too many options, bro.
How long?
I'm telling you, bro.
How long was it, Pop?
Did you get about 45 minutes? I'm gonna get.
No, it wasn't
Kasim, how long she
45
have to
minutes,
walk?
but it was long enough where I was like, damn, this shit. Let me go ahead and take control and pick one.
Yeah, so that's what women have been corrupted by the abundance of options. They don't do good when they have too many options in front of them. The other one is they're not be supposed to be picking no man. They father or whoever who raised her is supposed to pick that man for her. It's supposed to be a group effort. Her father, the brothers, and all that bullshit. So that's another one, right? And they just know that women are supposed to be taken care of, bro. I believe that a woman is supposed to be taken care of, right? And one thing I noticed is that a woman that is nice, submissive, and feminine, all this shit y'all niggas be talking about, 9 out of 10 she's going to win. 9 out of 10 she's going to win because guys appreciate that. And I look at my grandma. Me and my cousins and my brother be making fun of my grandma, right? Because my grandma, she got with my grandpa. She was 15 years old, man. She was a young girl. My grandpa was 18 going to 19. So they both were kids. They both were teenagers, right? They got married. My grandma popped her first baby at 16. Grandpa was 19, right? Bro, grandma never worked a day in her life. She went from her father's house to my grandpa, right? Then, after all, she had 13 kids by my grandpa, right? Guess what happened? Her kid, which is my father and my uncles and auntie, nine uncles and 4 aunties, right? I mean, 8 uncles and 4 aunties at this point. 9 boys total, right? Guess what? They grew up and they have to take care of grandma and grandpa. They have to provide for them. So my grandma, and we always make fun of grandma because we say grandma she tricked the system. She never did not like okay, having kids is a job. Don't get it twisted. 13 kids is a lot of work, right? But the point is, she was nice. She was a great woman, the best person I ever met in my life, right? Nice, never cussed. She never had an attitude, nothing. She did what she did what she's supposed to do, and she won in life, bro. You see what I'm saying? You know why? The simple fact that she was nice, good-looking lady, and she did everything that grandpa told her to do. Guess what? Every man in her life started breaking her back for her to make sure that grandma was cool until the day she died a couple of years ago. A good, nice, a kind-hearted woman will always win, bro. There is no way around it.
Is being a single mother worse than being with the wrong man?
Oh,
You're gonna step on some toes, but you gotta answer the question.
being a single mother is worse because I
Explain.
can always get rid of a man.
This right here. This is hoes right here. Ruthless. This is hoes we talk about. This bitches. Most of these bitches are being. Let me tell you something, bro. It's going to be real hard to get good women on these panels. A good women don't be on panels, bro. A good woman is going to be. Listen, bro. A good woman is going to be focused on her husband, her kids, and she got a job. She's gonna be focused on her career, job, whatever she might have, right? Good women don't got time to be on panels talking shit. Good women don't got time to be on chats talking shit. Good women ain't gonna be having too many opinions about a bunch of nothing. You know why? Because God damn, okay, yo.
My fault. Go ahead, Poppy.
You don't want me to spit, my nigga. Just say that, bro. But that's kind of.
No, I was just flipping it. I accidentally flipped it, and all the back comes on. Go ahead.
Good. Cassim, you there? Cassim probably gone.
No, my fault. That was an accident. Go ahead.
But anyways, man, what I'm trying to say, a good woman ain't gonna be on jumping on panels, having too many opinions about too many things because all this bullshit that people be talking on this panel really doesn't concern her because it's not her life. She know her place. She know she got a nigga that's gonna break her back for her. She know she got a nigga that's gonna give her pretty much, and she most likely a happy woman. Most of these bitches that jump on these panels and in these chats, whether they single or got a nigga, this is whores for the most part. This is hoes that are miserable, that are fat, ugly, and obviously that's gonna affect with their judgment. So I don't think most of these bitches serious that be on social media because they all talk about a life that they don't even live in themselves.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this video real quick, and then we get back to it.
Why are men so concerned with women's body count, but men's body count are twice as much, but obviously don't matter?
Well, here's the thing. You have to understand that there's a great difference between males and females. Men and women are not the same. You are not equal, and this sex is not the same for you, okay? Men mark their territory. The higher your body count is, the less likely he can bond you and bind you to him as his property, right? Men are takers by nature. They take energy. That's what they do. So the more men that you're with, the more value you lose because you got so many men taken from you, right? After they done took so much from you, what do you have to offer after that? Nothing. So as a woman, why would you want a high body count? Why would you want so many men taken from you so that you can be depressed? You can have anxiety. You can have all of these demons inside of you.
So, does body count matter?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
For a woman does.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. And add context to that.
No, for a man. Because the more men this girl smashed, the more trash she's gonna be. If she smashed that with digit niggas, that's a hoe. You don't want to be walking around with a neighborhood hoe. No man wants that.
Okay.
No man.
Okay. I ain't gonna say that. I don't think that's no man is. I think that's little. I think you went too far with that. But I do, because their hoes get married every day, right? I can name many of them, right? But I want to have this conversation with you, right? Because I want a little pushback. I don't think body count matters. I would say this. Let me preface that. I don't think body count matters as much as it used to matter back in the day. And I'm gonna let you go ahead and respond to that.
There is no man that knowingly wants to be walk around with a bra that got a train running her in the neighborhood, bro. Like that. Obviously, yes, you're right. I'm probably exaggerating a little bit, but you know what I'm trying to say. The majority of men don't want to walk around with a neighborhood smut. Can you agree with me on that?
So, I don't know. Megan Thee Stallion, 304 definitely. And she got scooped up by Klay Thompson, a highly prestigious basketball player. He could probably have an option of at least 100,000 women who are way more conservative, way more reserved, probably very low body counts. And I can name Cardi B she came in as a stripper already, so she was already sucking and doing all these things for money before she even became famous, and yet Offset wifed her up knowingly because she did a whole movie about it. She did a whole movie before they got married, right? And she still wifed up, had kids with her, and she left him. He wouldn't leave her. And when she tried to get rid of him the first time, she showed up to her concert on his knee with a ring. So, okay, and I'm just saying there's a lot more. There's like thousands more thoughts getting married. Paul George married a stripper. Yeah. So I would say, Poppy, when you say no man, I think you should say most men, right? I'll give you that, right?
That's
I believe this is what I believe, and then I'm gonna pass it to you, right? I'm gonna give it to you. This is what I truly believe. I believe it's all about the mindset, not about the past, right? I believe that women with low body counts who are not passed around, but they have careers and they overvalue themselves are just as detrimental to the breaking up of the homes as the 304s is, right? And I'm thinking men are clearly seeing that if you give it the woman with the low body count versus the woman with the high body count, men are saying that it doesn't really make a difference, right? Neither one of these women are a guarantee, right? Neither one of these women are going to give the best optimal outcome, because once again, we see women with low body count divorcing men on a daily basis. They're part of the 820,000 divorces. And we see women with high body count divorcing men. So in my estimated opinion, I'm going to give it to you, Poppy, so you can, respond or debate, whatever. I welcome pushback. Just for the preference of the chat, Ruthless Rockham's pushback. I don't want an echo chamber. I don't mind you guys disagreeing with me. I just want to have the conversation. We can try to meet in the middle, or I agree to disagree. But I believe that body count doesn't matter because, number one, it only takes one man to ruin a woman. That's one, right? Two, it seems like there is no guaranteed formula that's going to get you an outcome that doesn't lead to a broken home. It seems like no matter which way you go, you stand to lose more than win. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, hold on. Let me walk outside, man, because I got to get to it. Hold on, I'm getting some ice cream. Oh.
So yeah, I just believe honestly that, do I want a woman with a high body count? Do I want my woman to have a high body count? I'm not going to say that I'm going to put up a poster and say this is what I want. But what I am seeing in the Michelle Obamas, right? I'm seeing, right, in different women, there are Joy Taylor, all these women with these low body counts. I see them leaving. I see them, and I believe actually they're worse because women with low body counts truly and extremely overvalue themselves, and their expectations are even a lot more higher, and this is why they're most likely a lot more to leave. I believe feminism is a mindset, not a body count, right? I believe equality is a mindset, not a body count. I don't believe body count has nothing to do with the ideology of feminism that all women are adopting. I believe it has everything to do with the way they feel. Last point. I believe women are loyal to their feelings and the way they feel. They're never loyal to a man, ever. So whether she has 2 body count in 20 years or 100 body counts in 5 years, if she has feelings for you, she's going to rock with you. She's going to be down for you just as much as the woman with a low body count will. And if them feelings leave and she no longer feels you, she will leave you, no matter whether she has 1 body count or 100. And that's just my opinion. And
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I have to get my ice cream, man. I'm an ice cream lover. It was a bunch of old ladies in there, man. I look like these ladies, old ass bros, start fucking talking shit to me. Oh my god, he's so vulgar. But look, bro, hell fucking right. Body counts matter, bro, for a man, man. Most men on planet Earth, I don't care if you're black, green, white, Chinese, African, most men don't want to be walking around with a bitch that have gotten fucked by more than 10 niggas, bro. They just know how we are wired, fam. That just not true, bro. Body counts matter, Rufus. You just talk about it's the mindset. Nigga, the simple fact that she got a high body count is because she had mindset fucked up. Anybody can hit. It's not going to change it. Yo, that's what they say, bro. You cannot turn a host into a housewife, even though that some hosts are getting married. You're right about that. And the reason why is because the average man doesn't have the equipment, doesn't have the tools to identify a certified hoe. So what they do is they compress their wholeness to get this suck ass nigga under their control. And then once they got the nigga under control, they go back outside and start doing whole shit. Once a hoe, always a hoe, bro. That's just what it is, bro.
so this is the question I have for you, Poppy. So these women with these low body count, 2-parent household, all these things, why are they leaving still? Why are they still fucking up households?
It's a combination of a lot of things. A lot of this bit. Number one, for that particular example that you gave me, low body count, 2-parent household. Most likely, that most bitches don't know what they want, bro. They don't know what they want. They are, like you say, they are a very they are slaves to their feelings. You see what I'm saying? It's a bunch of different factors that can be into the equation, right? Most women they don't make the right decision for the most part, bro. What's the other one that I can identify? I know I'm missing one that I cannot remember. The main one, I say they don't know what they want. They usually are slaves to their own feelings,
right?
And they know they're gonna catch, and they know they're gonna catch another nigga outside, bro. You see what I'm saying? Because they get outside influenced by their hungers. They see their hungers coming out partying with me, or boats with me, on jet ski with me. So now they start getting a little jealous. She feel like she's missing out something. Guess what? Now she wants to be outside and do their whole thing. A lot of these bitches hoes influence other hoes. Make no mistake about it, bro. So it's a lot of factors that go into that equation of why the women live a man.
Okay. So next question. Do you think that these women having this mindset of not knowing what they want, would this make them unstable?
Goddamn, I received a phone call. Can you hear me, Ruthless?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
I'm sorry, boss. Can you repeat it? I was receiving a phone call and I couldn't hear whatever question. All I heard was next question. I didn't hear nothing else.
Okay, so question: the women who are being manipulated, right, by outside influences, which was part of your sentiment, right? Do you think these women are unstable in their mindset?
I would guess so.
Okay. Last question. If we're making a argument for body count, right? Just saying, right? We're making an argument for body count. So let's say a woman who has 100 body versus a woman who has 5 bodies, right? If you take the woman that got 5 bodies, will she guarantee you a happy ending?
Nothing in life is guaranteed except death. But it gave you a woman with a low body count. What it tells you is like at least she had the. What it tells you when it's so low, that means that's a woman that when she gets fucked, at least she's in a relationship. That's what that tells me, which is going to kind of increase your chances for you to actually stay with this woman until death do us apart. A woman with a low body count, it give you like a quick insight of her life that lets you know that she do at least care about her image. She care about who enter her body. So that's what that means. Because, and that's what I'm saying. A hoe that fuck over 10, a woman that fuck over 10 niggas, that's a hoe. Because for the most part, Ruthless, most women, let's say a 40-year-old woman, she's not going to have more than 5 to 7 serious relationships, right?
Okay.
Is that safe? Is that safe to say? It's like accurate?
That's fair.
Okay, right. So let's say this woman 40 and she tells you, oh, I've been with 7 guys. It's expected for her to be sexually active with 7 boyfriends that she had in her lifetime. That's the highest I can go, right? However, she cannot tell you. It sounds crazy if a bitch tells you she have 7 boyfriends in her lifetime, but she fought 17 niggas. That's a hoe. You see what I'm saying? Hold on. It's expected for you to fuck your 7 boyfriend. No problem with that, right? However, how the fuck can you explain to me how you fuck the other 10 niggas? That means it's a bunch of one night stands in there. That means it's a bunch of that means 10 niggas fuck pretty much for the low. And that's the character of the hoe. I mean, that is a hoe, actually. There is no way around it. She can explain that.
Okay, so question. These 2 questions will determine whether I'm gonna win this argument or not. Do women cheat?
Yeah, women cheat way more than men. It's not even close.
Okay, now last question, and this is the most pivotal. This will determine whether I'm gonna win or not. Do women lie about their body count?
All day, every day, because they know that's attached to their image. A bitch knows she said she fought over 10 guys. That everybody wanna look at them crazy. That's why they always use the simple number 3 to 6.
So then checkmate.
Some way, somehow, but they have been ran through by the neighborhood.
Checkmate. Because if body count, this is why body count doesn't matter. Because women never tell the truth about it, and they're cheaters. So if women are
but the part that you're missing. Go ahead. Sorry.
Women are big cheaters. That's one. Or women lie about their body count. That's 2. Meaning we have really no way to know the true number. Then it doesn't matter, right? Because what are you going to ask her? You think she's going to tell you the truth? You just made a qualifying statements that says they're going to give you the number that they know that you'll go for, and you're going to be like, oh, I got this. She is. Well, you can't do nothing but take her word at it, right? There's no way you're going to meet all hundreds of the guys she fucked or got a rent train on. You know where you're going to pretty much meet them guys, which if they do exist. But I'm saying, right? So all we're doing is taking their word at face value, which we understand women are liars, women are cheaters. And I'm not saying men are liars, Zyrax, but we do know women lie a lot about their body counts and about the things of their past. Because why? We understand they won't leverage. So
Yeah,
this is
but
why
Rufus, bro, this is what I said. This is what I said, Rufus, right? That the average woman run laps on the average man because the average man is a handicapped nigga that don't know shit, right? Like this is what I'm saying. That it wasn't a check me, mommy. I don't know why. I never disagree with you, bro. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I'm just giving you the factors of what's going on, right? And the reason why the average woman would run laps around the average man is because a bitch cannot play with me. Because I know I know what to look for. I know the traits. I know all the shit that they do. I know that playbook like the back of my hand. You see what I'm saying? That's like whatever test this hole's trying to run on me, I already got the answers. Do that make sense? I've been doing this for a long time. Obviously, the only thing is that I would never know the exact number, Rufus. That's fact, right? Unless she decide to tell me, like, hey, Papi, well, I had a little fun. You know what I'm saying? I got busy. I fucked 14 niggas. At that point, I'd be like, okay, cool. This bitch is a hoe, but she's telling me you could kind of believe it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But for the most part, I don't care what the bitch tell me. Her behavior, her traits, gonna determine it's gonna dictate she's a hoe or not. She don't have to tell me shit. I'ma sit down and observe her. And the overall, in the majority of traits that she display in front of me, I'm gonna know that hoe is a run through her or not. They're still gonna tell me, bro. Rufus, one thing I know is once you put women on comfortable places and comfortable spaces, they're gonna snitch on themselves, bro. Little by little gonna turn on themselves, bro. You don't have to ask them shit. They're gonna willingly tell you little by little, bro. And then you gotta make your decision. Should I wipe this hole or not? And hell no, nigga. We're just gonna smash and I'm gonna release you right back to the streets.
So my point is body count really doesn't matter because you can never truly know her body count. So what does it matter? It doesn't. To your point you just made for me is her mentality when she's with me, her attitude while she's with me. So everything counts from day one with you to the future. And then you make your assessment, you evaluate, and you make a proper probability versus, I'm not going to mess with you, right? So this is why the body count argument is frivolous. Because one, we can never know the true number. Two, women are big cheaters. So they can have a low body count of two. Don't mean they ain't going to fuck their work husband. And don't mean they're not going to keep their other husband. So we do understand that men and women are twins. We both go out and do crazy shit, right? So when you get into a relationship with a woman or enter into a contract that is relationship worthy, it's about your compatibility and everything that you guys are building together from the day one y'all meet each other till it ends, right? So ultimately, your mindset should be, I have to enjoy this relationship while it lasts. Because we do understand nothing's guaranteed. There is no magical formula. Or if you do this, you do this, you do this, you guys are going to be together forever. And that is a delusion. And I'm not saying you think that, Poppy. I'm just saying this is some of the men out here talking about all this courting and vetting. She had 2-parent household. That's her background, what kind of clothes she wear, all this shit, right? But women are liars. And they will lie to keep their leverage. They will lie to have that leverage in the relationship. And this is why they will lie.
I agree. I agree with you, Rufus, and that's what I'm saying. Go back to what I said. I want you to pay attention to what I said about 10 minutes ago. The average woman will run laps around the average man because the average man is a sucker. Let's be honest. Most men are suckers, right?
Not only that, Poppy, but this is the truth. Men, we can never truly know the heart. And they're not necessarily be suckers. It's hard. We can't know the heart, right? We can't read minds. We can't read them. We can only try to look for red flags or try to assess, right? We try to make the best call possible, which is probability versus compatibility, right? So those are all the tools we got. But there's still doesn't give us all the information, possibly. So it doesn't necessarily mean you're a sucker. Now, there are some sucker guys out here, true. But as long as they're happy with it and they can deal with the results and the consequences that they're going to get from this, I have no problem with that. That's his life. But to the men who are like yourself, who are very smart, who knows how to, who evaluates women on a scale to make sure that she's not a totally crazy hoe or whatever it is that you feel is good for you. You're the type of guy with, but still doesn't mean you're getting a quality woman. What it does mean is you are demanding and have standards for a woman to be in your presence, and that's fair.
Yeah, the thing is that being a sucker is not like it's a bad thing, right? I think every man wants to make whatever girl they way happy. I mean, I like to make them happy. You see what I'm saying? Put a little smile on their face, because when they're happy, you know what I'm saying, everything goes smoother. You know what I mean? The blow just even better, right? So, but the problem is when these hoes use the men's when they're vulnerable, right? And they use that against the nigga, right? That's when it becomes the sucker in a bad way, because a man naturally wants to do nice things for a woman that he likes.
Thank you, Poppy. Poppy, I'm gonna do my next show. That's gonna be my next show, Poppy. Thank you. Just gave me a great vulnerable. Should you be vulnerable to your woman? Ooh. Go ahead, Poppy. Finish what you're saying.
Yeah. So I think most men want to be want to treat that woman good. Want to be like he wants to be looked at as a Superman for that woman. You see what I'm saying? But the thing is that the hoe is gonna use that against that nigga and manipulate and use that nigga and squeeze that nigga for whatever she thinks that nigga is valuable for. That's what I'm saying. Most guys is going to get got because the average guy don't know to look for the red flags like that. Oh yeah, she said she loved me, man. Oh yeah, she said, hey bro, she told me that she moved from Houston. She wanna like a new beginnings. Nigga, that bitch is running from her past, bro. That's a hoe. A bitch that moved from Atlanta to fucking Houston, nigga. That's a hoe, nigga. Most likely than not. You see what I'm saying? But she ain't gonna tell that nigga that. She gonna let that nigga wipe her up and do all kind of shit with it. She ain't gonna let that nigga know that she got a train run on her, a couple of trains on her. She ain't gonna tell you that when she went to Miami, nigga, she let me skid in her face. I skid on most of my bitches' face, nigga. That's my trademark right there. You know how many bitches I be seeing when I'm outside, bro, either at the mall or matter of fact, this happened not long ago. I saw this bitch holding hand with one of the Arizona Cardinals niggas, man. I'm like, yo, I just noted on this bitch face like 2 summers ago. And this nigga only knew. She ain't gonna let that nigga know that, hey man, I have plenty of one night stands. You see what I'm saying? She's gonna let that nigga wipe her up, use the nigga for whatever they can until they move to the next one or whatever.
Okay, yeah, I feel you. But so ultimately, right? We have to understand. I do agree with you, Poppy, but ultimately, body count is just a myth. It's something we try to use as a barometer. But at the end of the day, all these women, in my opinion, are very most likely unstable than they are stable. And that's just the way I see it. I'm still going to mess with them, but the awareness is there. I understand that, what I am dealing with, what I am dealing with here has a potential to be catastrophic, right? And I will try to, like you said, do the best vetting I possibly can and hope that I can get it the outcome I want. But it's still a gamble, But we as men, we do have to stop being a little delusional about thinking that women are not their own autonomy, that they're not out here making the best moves for themselves. What Cardi B say? I don't dance now, I make money moves. I don't dance now, I make money moves. And these women feel this way. Women are more business mindset now. Everything for them is more of a business mindset. It's no longer a wife mindset. That is growing out of style and out of popularity. There's still some women a few, the minority, still want to be wives, but majority of women are coming in with a business mentality, right? They no longer want to be looked at as some weak person in the kitchen.
You know why, Rufus? Rufus, you know why? You know why? It's because these bitches want to be hoes, my nigga. It's fun being a hoe, bro. Trust me, my nigga. Think about it. I meet them, right? I meet them. Go out to places because I'm outside, nigga. I like to go out. I like to go out a lot. So obviously, if I'm talking to a bitch, I'm like, yo, bitch, pull up, man. We're gonna go get some Puerto Rican food, whatever. She pulls up. I start fucking on her, right? 3 to 6 months, she get on my nerve. I leave her alone. Guess what? Ruthless come in there. Up to the bitch. Same scenario. And take her out. Start punching dick in her dubs. And that bitch, that particular process is
break it up, Poppy. You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Oh shit! Hold on one sec. Give me a sec.
Yeah. So yeah, we do have to understand, as men, women are evolving. They have evolved. Women are no longer want to be wives. They are coming in with a business mindset. Women want to be looked at as formidable business partners. There's no longer, oh, let me grab the broom, let me get in the house and clean. No, they want to be out here chasing the bag, chasing their desires or what they feel makes them great. And I know this is not the best for them, but it is what it is, right? And the marriage life is going out of style every day, right? This is why the divorce rate where it's at, right? Women are saying, hey, I don't want to do this dumb shit. I don't want this boring ass life. I want to be out here twerking it and working it, right? These women want what they want, right? And us men have to stop being delusional to think that these women want to be good women. We got to stop thinking that these women want to do what's best for them and their happiness. And they will destroy anything in their path that gets in the way of that. That's included in the family, the man, whoever. And this is what we have to understand. Women are not stupid. Women are not children. They're adults. They're intelligent, highly intellectual, and they understand the difference between right and wrong. So when you try to marry a woman and you try to pick a woman solely based on her body count, you're a damn fool. Because just because she has a low body count don't mean she's going to be the best for you. And plus, who the fuck? Why are you tripping on body count when we know they're gonna lie? We know these women gonna lie about their body count, so why are we so concerned? Well, baby, are we actually saying, baby, what's your body count? Oh, it's 2. Let's get married. What's your body count? It's 3. Oh, let's get married. What, y'all like jagged edge now? I just want to get married. Meet me at the what? What? All the women, whether they have 1 body count or a million body count, when they get tired of you, they're leaving. And they don't give a fuck. And this is the reality of the truth. And those who are in marriages, right? They're happy wife and happy life in it. There's no other way around it. So as long as we can reconcile this evolution of women, then the delusion will go away and reality will set in that, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And we men, we have to understand that traditional shit is a thing of the past and leave it there. We got to lock that shit with a key and throw the key away. It's not coming back, niggas. It's not coming back. Hey, do I wish it would come back? Yes, but it's not. Women are not giving up their power. Women are not looking for a man to lead them anymore. They want to run their own life, and they want to feel free. And this is the reality. This is the reality. And once we understand that our women are somewhat delusional, are very delusional, then you will understand that this is why you have to be careful. Because delusion can tear down a house. So the divorce rate, where it's at, I wish it would go back to low. It doesn't look like it's changing anytime soon. These women are saying they don't even want to deal with a man who they think is broke. If they think you broke, they ain't fucking with you. Right? So all these men thinking that that's their personality and that my character, that shit's over with, nigga. That's over with. Women don't care about that shit. Only thing women care about when the character that you need to be talking to them like you're equal, like they're your equal. They don't want to listen. They don't want no man come and tell them what to do. Women don't want men to lead them. That's over with. Whatever, sugar bum. These women are the new black men. They're the new business entrepreneurs. Women are now entrepreneurs. They want to have equity. They want to control. They want to be viewed as your competition. Women are competing for supremacy. Women are competing for dominance. This is why they don't want to apologize. This is why they don't apologize. This is why they can't apologize. You know why a woman don't want to apologize to you? Because nigga, she don't feel she have to. She's your equal. Or if not, in some cases, she thinks she's your authority. Huh? Apologize? What the fuck he think this is? If I was wrong, he better accept it. These women do not want, this is why when you try to hold women accountable, they look like you're talking, you like put shit on them. Because women feel they don't need to be accountable to men. They feel they don't have to be accountable to men. Who can check me, boo? That's the sentiment. And that is the anthem. And men, I understand we're leaders. We want to control. We want to run the show. We want all that. Understandably. It's our nature to lead. But the women are rejecting anyone who tries to not comply with their emotions. If you not comply to their feelings, you are deemed as an enemy. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You, all these men talking about how they got to line their message to her. Well, I need the strategy. I used to say it like this. They write paragraphs at night so they make sure that, because what is that doing? They understand men are submitting to, I don't want her to get mad at me, right? Or I don't want her to get upset at me. Because ultimately, women act like they don't need men. But as men, we act like we need women. I mean, let's keep it a beam. Let's keep it a beam. These men out here, oh, baby, please come back. Oh, baby, we want you back. And the women say, we don't need men. We don't need a man. And they standing 10 toes down. Who can check me, boo? That's what's happening here. And until we understand that as men, I know we're trying to fight to get that position back. See, men, we're trying to fight to get that power position back. We like that, coming in and making all the final decisions and, and doing all this shit. I like it too. But the fact of the matter is, the women are rejecting these things because they want what they call it, the boss bitch mentality or boss babe. Yeah, women are calling themselves bosses. And then we got a whole bunch of men out here supporting that and empowering them in that ideology. Be all you can be, boo. And then wonder why won't she apologize for that shit she did wrong? Because you told her be all you can be, boo. You told her she's a boss. Oh, I'm the CEO and my wife is a general manager. The fuck? That shit ain't flying these days. These women are rebellious. I agree. I mean, look, hey, if this is what floats your boat, EMO, I'm all in cool with you. But long as you understand what comes with that. They're having an independent woman, which most women are independent now in their mind, right? So that's pretty much the normal out here now. So you have really no option. But there's a level of problems that comes with a woman who has an independent mindset. That means, EMO, that she deems you as expendable. Right? I'm gonna show you what I mean. I'm gonna show you what I mean right now, right?
Is being a single mother worse than being with the wrong man?
Oh,
you're gonna step on some toes, but you gotta answer the question.
Being a single mother is worse because I
explain.
can always get rid of a man.
She said, I can always get rid of a man. This is an independent woman. That means, EMO, you're expendable. Now, that what you like? You like being on the chopping blocks? Hey, live your life, my man. But that's what that means. An independent woman, meaning she can always replace your ass. She can always get rid of your ass because she's independent of you. You're just a sperm donor, nigga. That's basically what she's saying. When a woman having a baby, she's not having it for you. She's having it for herself. Because she wants to be mommy. She wants to boss somebody around. And she knows she can boss that baby around for at least 16 years. This is why a lot of single women got dogs. Because they can tell them what these dogs don't They tell the dog, sit down, shut up. That dog, sit down, shut up. That's my boo. That's my boo.
Can't
Being a
get rid
single
of that
mother
seed,
is for
child.
life. And it changes some things. Now, this is the thing. Most single mothers are single mothers by accident and not by choice. There are women that choose to be single moms,
Right.
and they choose to have night nurses and nannies and help and family, and they can afford to have a baby where they're not stressed out working 3 jobs trying to keep the lights on. That is a completely different situation than women that get baby mamaed left and right by all these different dudes because they're using sex to get love,
Yeah,
not using any
practically.
contraceptives. And now instead of getting love, they're getting a baby. Now, this is the thing too. What if you get married and you did all the right things and then you end up divorced or widowed and now you're a single mom? Like, nobody can predict the way that life is going to go. And I'm very clear on that. We cannot predict anything. But what I do know is you can limit the amount of negative actions that you could possibly have by making better choices.
Right.
Letting men do whatever they want with you. Being a promiscuous woman, if you are promiscuous, that is your fault. If you are getting pregnant by multiple men, that is your fault. We as women need to take power over our own bodies and understand that if we get pregnant, it is our fault. And we could say, well, that it takes 2 to tango. Imagine what would happen if you took accountability for your own body.
I mean, you know,
just imagine.
It's a self-love factor. A lot of people don't love themselves as much as they think they do.
That is the issue. Statistically speaking, 2 out of 3 people have low self-esteem, right? Statistically speaking, only 4% of women actually identify with themselves as beautiful, right? When you start looking at the statistics, it's like, we're kind of messed up. Did you know that 67% of people, y'all hear this? 67% of people don't think that anyone would care if they died. If they died, which means 7 out of 10 people don't think they matter. 7 out of 10 people question their purpose. Why am I here? Am I important? Am I enough? Am I significant? Am I powerful? And so when you start looking at the statistics of people, you understand why women are using sex to get love. And now men subsequently are using love to get sex.
Right.
And it never goes well.
And whoop, whoop. Oh, there it is, right? Whoop. Oh, there it is. You know what I mean? She's saying that, women use sex to get love. No, what she really was saying, let me interpret that. Let me reinterpret that. Women are using sex to get money. Come on now, let's get Rufus. Get the like button, nigga. Rufus is barring up today. Hit the like button, nigga. Show a nigga some love, nigga. Hit the like button. Because new Rufus is cooking up grease. She really trying to interpret that. Women use sex to get love, right? No. Women use sex to get resources. Money. Compliance. Okay? This is what women using her vagina for. She don't need you to love her. She needs you to be a provider of monetary value and have power and control over you while she do it. This is the truth. And this is what, again, right? We have to understand. This is why women are calling themselves boss bitches. This is why women are not standing in relationships, because they think men are expendable to them. You're expendable. Not commendable. You're expendable. Oh, hit the like button again, nigga. Rufus is dropping bars today. Right? Right.
Why are men so concerned with women's body count, but men's body count are twice as much, but obviously don't matter?
Well, here's the thing.
Hold on, I want to do another video. I'm going to another video. I'm doing another video. Hold up. I'm gonna do it. These women are, you know what I mean? These women are running wild. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? They don't care. Right? Women are the ones running their lifestyles. Right? we do have to understand that they are morphing into a machine, like a independent machine. And now us men are sperm donors in their eyes. Right? Because women view us as a means to an end, meaning they will take us on as long as we're able to do the things that they benefit from. The moment that benefit runs out from them, they're getting rid of your ass, replace your ass with another nigga. If not, they're going to sell themselves or sleep their way to the top, whatever, right? They're going after the bag. Women are no longer waiting on men. Either they're going to find a man along their journey of hustling and being businesswomen to complement her hustle, or she's going to do it without you because you're expendable. We are expendable in their eyes. Even the women who are getting the rich men, aka Cassie, 50 Cent baby mama, they're even getting those stands on men, trying to get them life sentence. Cassie got on a stand on P. Diddy to try to give him a life sentence after she benefited from him multis of millions of dollars for her lifestyle and her allowance. And I'm not saying Diddy was right for hitting her, right? Him and her, but they reconciled that. Once he did that, he probably apologized and they moved on. But what I am saying is she did benefit from Diddy financially in a major way because he provided a lifestyle that she couldn't provide herself. And these women don't appreciate that shit. Either their way or the highway. And this is the fact of the matter. Right? We have to realize that when we're dealing in this society and we're dealing with our women that we love, that we want to have a family with, that we want to grow with, we got to understand that we have to be realistic about this. No guarantees that this is going to go through. This is why we have to be careful, man. We have to be careful, right, with how we deal with these women. These women are no longer, I'm be honest with you, they're very dangerous. They can be. A woman will undermine you. She will undermine your leadership. Hey, let me welcome to the stage. We got my man here, my man of the hour. You know what I'm saying? My boy, man, he's, we bump heads a lot, but it's okay, though. Nidus, right to the Nidus, one of our popular content creators, up and coming. Make sure you subscribe to his channel, The Layer. You know what I'm saying? We do got some great content over there. My man is pretty consistent. He may fall asleep on you, but hey, don't worry about it. At least you have a video playing.
Stay and watch. And while I'm asleep, send a couple of dollars. Don't be stingy.
Hey, it is what it is. On Twitch, they do sleep streams. So hey, all good. Now one thing about it, you're providing content whether you awake or asleep.
Yeah. Hit up that Cash App during that sleep stream is all I'm saying.
That's all that matters, right?
What's this right here?
Oh, that was this Priscilla talking about body count, right?
Why she look like she laying on the desk?
I know. You know, Priscilla crazy, man. You know.
Shout out to the Queen Maker. What's up, Freezy?
Freezy here? No way.
Yep.
No way, Freezy here. Freezy. Oh, now you're gonna come out the clouds, huh, Freezy? Huh? You gonna come out the clouds, huh? Huh? Oh no. Hell no. Not Freezy. No captivity. Welcome in, bro. Welcome to the show. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Show a nigga some love, right? Hit the like button. Rufus been cooking today, man. Oh boy, I've been cooking today. You know what I mean? We've been on point. Women don't like to apologize, but you know we know that women don't like to apologize because they don't give a fuck about the way a man.
Now, Rufus, you told me the other day that you want a song called "She Ain't Special," right?
Yeah. Oh shit!
That's a song you said. You said you want a song called "She Ain't Special."
She ain't even trying to be special. That's the song. She ain't trying to be special.
Well, you already heard it. You already heard one.
Yeah.
Okay, so I made a separate one. You said you want a song called "She Ain't Special," so I hooked you up.
So let me get this last little video in, and then I'm gonna let you can play your song.
For women that men want, they have to work their ass off to become a different version of themselves to get access to those women. And what women don't realize is when a man is at his lowest, his ultimate objective is survival of the fittest. And they will use anything as a tool, as a stepping ladder to get where they want. When you work with a man at his lowest, men see women as mirrors to themselves. And they see you at their lowest, and they don't want you to reflect back on them where they came from because they used you to build themselves up, and now they need another level to go to, something that's harder. You wasn't hard to conquer. You just helped him go on to the next woman, the woman that wouldn't fuck with him or even look his way because she is a prize.
Right. Queen Maker, we is the prize. You motherfucking right. I 100% Rufus approved that last message. That we are the prize. Well, go ahead, play it. What you got for me, Didish?
She said the woman is the prize. That she's a mirror to the man, and that the woman is the prize.
Oh, I misheard that.
You misheard her.
Yeah.
She would never say that the man is the prize. That's not her brand. Her brand is you niggas ain't shit and y'all should be alone.
And this is why women don't apologize, because they don't give a fuck. They don't care whether how you feel. Nigga, I'm not apologizing. I don't care if you got her on the camera.
Because all she got to do is walk outside and just point at it.
Yes.
You got to go out here and give her flowers and take her to dinners and get approval by her friends and family. You got to do all the work. All she got to do is walk outside and just say, look at this moose knuckle.
And bam. And they got 100 niggas lined up right away.
Fighting with each other.
Killing each other even.
Might delete each other for damn sure. That is a fact.
So, you know, I truly believe that, you know, women look at men as a stepping stone. And she only wants you. She wants to benefit from you. If she no longer can benefit from you in the way she feels is necessary, you're expendable. So
y'all did that, guys. Y'all did that. But here goes Rufus' song, "You Ain't Special."
Baby, you ain't nothing special, just another scar I wear. Hard to get, but you toxic. Love turn into a affair. All the bullshit, all the battles. Nice, we curse the stars. You like to fight and argue, pushing shit too far.
cost was too steep. Sleepless nights, broken trust, secrets I keep. You playing games in the dark, I see straight through. Every I love you was a bladed cut too. Got me stressing, got me wildin', trying to break free, but the chains ain't gold, they just pain on me. I was loyal to the bone, you was quick to flip. Now I'm numb to the love, just a cold-blooded script.
Baby, you ain't nothing special, just another scar I wear. Hard to get, but you toxic. Love turned into warfare. All the bullshit, all the battles, nights we curse the stars. You like to fight and argue, pushing shit too far.
You the queen of the chaos, I'm the king of the scars. We built the palace of anger, not a home of ours. I tried to ride, tried to vibe, kept my sword in the sheath, but every kiss was alive, venom hidden your teeth. Now I'm colder than the night, harder than the block. Love's a battlefield, but you play dirty shots, so keep the drama, the pain, I'm moving ahead. You was fire in the sheets, but poison in the bed.
Ain't no crown on your head, just a mask on your face. I'm erasing your name, leaving no trace. Yeah, we bled through the war, but I learned who you are. You ain't special, just another ghost in my bar.
Lady.
Okay, nice song. I want something a little different. I break it. I don't really. I like the beat. The song I was playing is "She Ain't Even Trying to Be Special." So you just change that up a little bit, and I'll buy it from you. That cool?
I try to get people what they want, man.
So I'm going to play this video real quick because I am on the road today. I've been cooking these women. I got Zyrex on quiet down there. I ran Sugar Mom up out of here. Let's go, Ruthless.
Gentlemen, members of the alphabet community, listen up. You see it right there. She says, dating a woman made her realize what men have to go through daily. Let's check it out.
I'm on E and we late. She want me to stop at Chick-fil-A so she can use the bathroom. I say, well, we can go, because we late and I got to get some gas. You can go, I'm going to a new gas station. You can go use their restroom. She throws a fit because I won't make a extra stop so she can go use whatever bathroom she wants to use. Forget that you making me late. Forget that I gotta get gas and I can say we can do one stop. No, she made that a big issue. And guess what the women did? That's your lady. You supposed to stop and do. You supposed to take her to a nice, pretty bathroom. Also, honestly, these women narcissistic. If you think that somebody is the stronger person, since you look at me as a man, because these women are not looking at me as a woman, because the way I carry myself, the way I speak, my assertiveness, these women look at me as a man. So they treat me like one. Right. So in their mind, I was supposed to bend over backwards and take her to a special a special place to use the bathroom. To hell with me making a logical decision to do a one-stop shop so we can get on the road. I was the villain then. You're a narcissist. You're a narcissist. Why didn't you take your girlfriend to go use that bathroom? Wow. I say, so this is what they dealing with? Yes. This? Yes. I say, I'm not getting no relationship to be no doggone slave and to cater to no egos, because women, we supposed to be working together. We supposed to be carrying an equal load.
And it took for her, because she doesn't understand, right? She doesn't understand that she's trying to pretend to be something. And now that she's been put on a level as a thing she's trying to pretend to be, right? That, oh, shit, we are the problem. Women are the problem. Because she could have went to that bathroom at that new gas station. No, she want that Chick-fil-A bathroom, nigga. She told her, you need to take me to Chick-fil-A. And I need to use that crispy, clean, brand new porcelain toilet. I don't give a fuck about you being late. All B. Taylor was doing is what women do all the time. Make everything about them and never about the man. Women want to be the center of attention. They want to be catered to because they feel it's right for them to go to that new ass bathroom in Chick-fil-A. They don't want to hear anything other than, okay, fuck going to the back. You need to get gas at Chick-fil-A. Does Chick-fil-A sell gas? Hell no. But you can make it happen. Make 2 stops. I don't give a fuck how late you're going to be. What a woman will do is make everything about her and nothing about you. And that's just the fact of the matter. This is what us men are going through. And it took Princella, who was talking shit and dog walking men for many months, even years, right? To now be wearing our pants to get the pushback. Oh, she's a narcissist. So therefore, man, this is what we have to deal with. And it took a woman to try to be like us to feel what we're going through. So we do, as men, have to make or treat ourselves more valuable than that. We do have to show some stoicism towards ourselves and not towards her. You a damn fool if you trying to happy wife, happy life these women. Because the problem with the happy wife, happy life, women are still divorcing. It ain't like if listen, if the divorce rate was 5%, 10% of women filing, I'll give you the happy wife life. I wouldn't even be having this we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But 80, 75, 80, 90%, right? That there are 1 million divorces a year and women are filing.
Rufus, let me ask you something. Have you seen that most recent interview with Aisha Curry?
Oh, no, I haven't seen that. I've been laying to get that.
Let me send that to you. She says she never wanted to be married. She never wanted to have no kids. She talking spicy.
Same like Michelle Obama, right? And now let's take Aisha Curry, right? And Michelle Obama. These 2 women have very similar men, meaning these 2 men are probably some of the most successful men in their craft in our history of America. One. And that man is provided, the men are providing lifestyle for these women that are incredible. Michelle Obama never have to pay for a bill again. Ever again in her life. Because her husband made president and she was the first lady. When she goes to restaurants, she doesn't get a check. She doesn't get a check. She'll never have to see a rent payment. But yet she's complaining. Aisha Curry, her man's worth over $300 million.
I'm gonna put the link in the back. It's in the private chat.
Okay. These women are living their best life and still complaining. These women are still complaining, even though they're getting the best that life has to offer from these men. And this is a shame. This is embarrassing. This is an indictment. And I'm going to play the video. Thank you, Nidus. Help my show. And after this video, we get Nidus sentiments, my sentiments, and then we end the show. Thank y'all for coming. Hit the like button. Show a nigga some love. Rufus been cooking today. Show a nigga some love. Huh?
Is obviously I have no recollection. We were in a grocery store and a talent agent said, "Oh, she should be," and so it started from there and then kept going. And
when you started working that young and then kind of became aware of it, like, did you love it? Like,
I loved it.
Okay.
I loved it. Eat, sleep, breathe.
Okay, so you come from the strict family, then you get on a plane after graduating high school early. So you're what, 17?
Yeah, I was 17. My dad set me up for like a month. I got an apartment, ridiculously expensive. So I was shocked. Had to pick up 3 jobs. I worked at a frozen yogurt shop. I worked at Abercrombie and Fitch and Farmers Market on the weekends. to like just to be able to make that happen.
And I feel like when you have the dream of LA and acting or modeling or getting into this industry, like naturally rejection comes with that.
Oh God.
When you came out to LA, what was your self-confidence like before you started like really getting maybe some no's?
I think because I came from the small town, I was like, oh my God. And then I got out here. And I remember the first couple of like cattle call auditions being like, every single person in here looks exactly like me. Like these are like, we're carbon copies of each other. Like, what's going to set you apart? And so I think early on, I was like, wow, I've got to diversify my portfolio a little bit.
Because in North Carolina, you're like, there's like 3 of us in theater that are crushing. And then you get out to LA and they're like, bitch, this is your first audition. Like, this is my 900th. Like, get in the back of the line. You're like,
and I'm walking in and I'm like, hello. And they're all like, no, why is this girl talking to us?
Okay, but like Aisha, you have like a huge flex. I found out that you were on an episode of Hannah Montana.
Yeah. Girl.
That was my favorite show growing up.
Days.
So, you know what? I would put that, if I was you, I would put that on my resume. I would put that as my Instagram.
It should be the Instagram bio.
I was on Hannah Montana, you fuckers.
Actually, I have a good story. About that. Hopefully you find this funny.
Okay. I'm dead.
The one little episode. I was so excited. I remember calling Stefan like, I got it. He was so excited for me. I remember going to set and there was this lovely girl who was like in some of the scenes with me, and Billy Ray walks up and he's like, we're like, oh, hello, sir. Like, so nice to meet you. And he's like, you guys, it was actually so sweet. Okay. He was like, you guys can really do this. You can really do this. And we're just looking at him like, do what? And he's like, Miley puts her pants on the same way you do every day. But it stuck with me.
It's kind of true. You're like, I could be Hannah Montana.
Like, he's right.
She started talking about
you're
stuff
literally like,
13
what are you
minutes
talking
in.
about, sir? And then you're like, oh, you're talking big pants.
Go 13 minutes up. Yeah, it has timestamps.
And that's actually where we met. He's one of the first people that I met in the States, but just friends. Obviously, we were 14.
Right.
Went to the same church, shared the same friend groups at church. And then when I moved to LA, he Facebooked me.
Did he write on your wall or it was like a private message?
No, it was a private message. But he was like, hey, do you still live in LA? That's a lie. The first message was, I was in this music video and he was like, hey, who is that in the music video, in the picture that you're in? And I'm like, oh, it's Young Berg. And he goes, oh, I should have known. He always has all the sexy ladies. And I was like, what is happening now?
You're like, Steph, I knew you said you're 14. I was 15. What are you trying to do now?
At this time now we're 19.
Okay.
18, 19. And so he goes, do you still live in LA? I'm here for a camp. Do you want to hang out? And I'm like freaking out because this guy, he was like the guy at church. Like all the girls loved him.
I thought you were going to say like in high school, like on the court. You're like, at
No.
church, he was the guy.
At church.
Was he the basketball guy in high school or no?
Apparently he was, but I genuinely didn't pay attention to that because I grew up in such an arts-driven family that sports outside of like Doug Flutie playing for the Buffalo Bills like it just wasn't a thing in my house. And so he said, so we made plans to hang out, and then I said, where are you staying? And he said, Anaheim. And I was like,
You're like, so you're coming to me because I'm not.
At this point, I still have the other jobs, like trying to pay the rent. Gas is expensive. So I was like, I'm sorry, I can't this time. But if you're ever back, let me know and we'll go hang out. And he's like, oh, I'm back in 2 weeks. And I'm like, oh my God.
You still in Anaheim?
And so, no, this time he was in Hollywood. So he stuck with it. He hit me up 2 weeks later. We hung out and we've literally been together since that day.
Okay, hold on. You go and you hang out with him.
Mhm.
What is your headspace? Are you seeing him in like a could this be something kind of way, or are
No.
you like no?
No, I was, and this was like my first real date. So I was just nervous. I was nervous. It was like years of having a crush, and then years, like I just never thought that he would like someone like me. I just didn't think it was going to be a thing. I
You
thought
weren't a
we would
friend
be
group.
friends. Yeah.
Did you ever have anything in high school at all, or it was legit just friends?
No, just friends. Just friends. Yeah.
I get what you're saying of like you never saw him as something, but I'm
Yeah.
like, when you look back, is there any memory that you're like maybe there was something or no?
No, never. I had a friend over who had a crush on his brother at the time, and she decided to call him, and they were giggling, and then we're maybe like 15 at this time, and they put Stefan on the phone, and somebody said something about Canada, and so I was like, oh, I'm Canadian. And he's like, oh, do you like Canadian candy? And I'm like, I love Canadian candy. And so my aunt was coming into town from Canada, and so she brought some for me. And so I was like, oh, I'll bring you a bag to church the next time we're at church.
See, it was
So
meant to be. It was meant to be.
I bring the bag, and I literally, everybody's watching. I hand it to him, and I don't say anything to him. I just shove it and walk away. Like, that's how shy
Aisha.
I was.
And did you like him at all? Like in your heart, you're like, oh, I wish I could.
Yes.
Yeah, it just wasn't. It was high school.
I thought he was so cute. Oh
Okay,
my
so fast
God.
forward, you go on this first date.
Yeah.
What are the vibes?
It was one of the best days of my life. Honestly, it was so innocent and young, and like I wish I could relive that, or at least watch it from like a bird's eye view. It was so cute. We did Hollywood Boulevard, put our hands in the Maryland hands, and like got chai lattes. We went over to the Grove and like walked around, and they were filming some Eddie Murphy movie that we like. I don't think it ever ended up coming out. And just had checking cop cars to see if they had donuts, like just like real young love. I don't know. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I feel like when you
wasn't.
have one of those first dates, though, like I feel that way about my husband. I always say that to him. I'm like, oh my God, what I would give to relive that night, or at least I say the same thing, just watch it. Like I wish I could just,
yeah,
because it's so romantic and cute to know then what comes from that story.
Yeah.
So that's really cute because it is so innocent. You had no
Yeah.
idea what it was going to lead to.
And nobody could predict like what the future holds left. So it was pretty long distance.
When you were in that beginning stage, did you have interest in a long distance? Like, how did you think this was
No.
even going to work?
Ironically, I don't even think I was thinking of how it could work. We were just going through the motions, really. And it seemed like the people around us too, like our families, were into it. And so they were like a really good support system through it. I don't know. It sucked now that I'm thinking about it. I remember I drove back to LA after he started his junior year of college, and the season had started for him, but I had to go back for something. I don't remember what it was for. And at the time you could get like his college games on the radio. And so and it was a big game. And so I'm like listening, sobbing, like I'm not there to support.
You're literally driving home like the classic girl looking out the window, like so sad. You're like, fuck my life.
Yeah.
Oh my God. But then it obviously ended up working out. Tell me about the moment that he gets drafted to the Golden State Warriors. Because now he's coming full-time West Coast near you.
Yeah. So he had like a big decision to make because he had a year left. He had a senior year left. So it was like, do I stay? Do I go? And like, I think what a lot of people don't know is he really thought about it. Like it was like a torment for him. He
said, I love you first.
Me.
What? Tell me everything.
I 100% said, I love you first. I would.
Yeah, she was securing that bag. That lifestyle. That's what she was doing when she said, "I love you" first. Is I'm gonna secure this nigga. I got to get what I gotta get.
Yeah, because if you listen to what she's saying, she never really looked at him romantically. She just looked at him like a friend. While at the same time, he had all this super amazing stuff happening in his life. He's the most popular in a church. He was an athlete already. He's getting drafted for big money to go to Golden State. So everything is happening for him. She just around him.
She's for the benefit though. She's looking at, okay, I'm gonna get this bag. That's why she said, "I love you." She's trying to secure that, and she did that. And I believe, that's why the results of the way she is right now. She's complaining about this nigga, and it's what she don't get, because ultimately she was in it for selfish ambitions.
Close your ears. What?
I do have an Uncle Jerry. It wasn't Uncle Jerry.
It was. Which uncle was it?
My Uncle Carl.
Uncle Carl.
Yes.
Jerry and Carl. Good names for uncles,
Mhm.
right? Okay.
Classic.
You end up moving to the Bay Area with
Yes.
Steph. Talk to me about, for you, what went into that decision.
It was exciting. I think initially when they called his name, we were like kicking each other under the table because nobody really knew where that was. But then the next morning we the hardest, there's two. The first was hearing the no's as a woman in food. So I didn't realize how many barriers at the time. Now it's very different. I was either too young in the stands. A reporter actually literally said on live television, she needs to sit there and look pretty like other people. I think people just don't realize that there is a life outside of where we are now in our adulthood. I think people can't see past like the surface one sheet.
Yep. Or you know what? They don't want to.
They don't want to.
They don't care.
want
You're
to.
not the
Which
important
sucks.
person.
It sucks so bad. But I'm gonna keep trying.
Yeah. We're going to keep going.
Yeah.
Even if you guys don't like it.
Yeah.
Women are just going to keep on coming. And they're
Yeah.
going to be like, oh my God, here they come again. Throughout your career.
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait.
Sounds crazy.
Well, we may also come again. Hopefully, if you can make us. If not, we'll do it ourselves. Okay, here we go. Talking about, these industries that you were trying to break into,
Yeah.
having people look at you being like, we haven't seen someone like you do it before, or also you being too young, all these things. A lot of these industries that you were trying to break into were heavily male dominated.
Very male dominated.
Also probably controlled by white men.
Mhm,
Like,
mhm.
how did you get the confidence in moments to advocate for yourself?
I didn't at the time. I didn't have that. I kind of was just going where I was told. But it took for somebody to advocate for me. So it took somebody at the network who was a woman who just so happened to have their first child to be like, no, she's not too young, and I see it, and we're gonna do it. And I'm like forever grateful. But I think now in my 30s, I've gotten pretty good at advocating for myself, or like just living in that vulnerability of what that means. So like, even if it's not well received, at least I'm satisfied and I know that I've spoken up for myself, because I have in the past tended to be very timid and shy and reserved for the most part. So
You saying that a woman kind of like paid it forward to you and was like, no, let's give this girl a chance. That makes me so hopeful, because I feel like even you saying that, the fact that she was probably the only woman in the room, and then did being in the spotlight impact your relationship in the early days because you guys didn't know how to handle it.
It's a double-edged sword, because parts of it have afforded me doors to be open. I obviously have to walk through them and then put in the work to stay in the room. But that, I think, would be the elephant in the room, is like, I'm grateful for that side of things. But on the flip side, I in the beginning hated it so much. I like did not sign up for that. I also always thought like I didn't know that he was going to end up playing basketball. Like he said he wanted to be a high school basketball coach. Like I thought I was going to be like the girl out there getting it. So I didn't know. And so it just like, it was weird. And sports fans are so different than like maybe entertainment world fans. And oftentimes it's like very ruthless. And so I think I wasn't expecting that either. I remember like one time right after my first was born, she was whiny. So I was like, let me just nurse her in the back seat. And Stefan was putting a bike or something in the trunk. And this woman like opens the car door and she sticks her head in and she's like, I just wanted to see the baby. And I'm like, excuse me. And she looks me dead in my face and goes, oh, honey, you know what you signed up for. And then like shuts the door on me. And I was just crying because I was like postpartum. I was just bawling my eyes out. And I'm like, what? Like, is this what it's going to be like?
Because this is a bunch of bullshit.
And
I mean,
so that
the thing I just put it back and go 2 minutes in so we can get right to the part where she said she never wanted to marry him. It's the second thing in the private chat. 2 minutes in, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Get right to the timestamp, yeah. Because all this shit is all fluff.
Yeah. All right. So let me switch it up. Let me get out of this one. Boom. And let me get to the meat of the conversation.
Like to see from a fiance, like back in like 2015, she would say things like this: everyone's into barely wearing clothes these days, huh? Not my style. I like to keep the good stuff covered up for the one who matters. Now, this was in stark contrast to a magazine shoot that she did in 2015, where she got into a studio, apparently naked, for a photographer, and this was posted on whatever magazine that it was at that time. We had a discussion, a rational discussion about how women's behavior may change once they lose out on the leverage that a man could just simply leave her for her bad behavior. And I also thought that was interesting that the person to repost this up on their page was none other than Steph Curry himself. There goes my baby. I believe that's Usher, all right? My Valentine. She did that on this magazine. It's probably not in circulation today, but that is besides the point. Nevertheless, she's back up on these content streaks, and TikTok is currently speaking about some of her comments in regards to Steph Curry. So I wanted to open up that piece of content and get active on it, all right? Without further ado.
Ayesha Curry, welcome to Call Her Daddy.
Thank you for having me.
I am so excited to meet you. How are you doing today?
I'm hanging in there right now. I'm really nervous to be here.
Wait, why?
I'm so excited.
Oh my God, Ayesha.
Yeah, so I'm just grateful. I'm excited. Hoping I don't get in trouble for the things that I say.
I was going to say that, yeah, because she's got diarrhea of the mouth. So let's keep listening.
I feel like we're going to have good girl talk.
Yeah,
I'm not going to put, you're not in the hot seat. Like you,
yeah, I know.
Is it good that I'm catching you in the off season, or okay, good,
it's great.
So you're more chill during the off season.
Super chill. Yeah, I mean it's still chaotic. It's always chaotic, but we're like learning to live in that.
What do you guys usually do during this time of year? Are you traveling? Are you staying at home?
Well, right now, because it's July, it's always the most chaotic of the year, actually, of the whole calendar year, because 3 of our kids' birthdays are in July. Our anniversary is at the end of July. And it's like, if you play well, like for my husband, if you play well, you play until June.
And he usually plays well.
He usually plays well. This year we had a little bit more time, which was nice. Usually it's just 2 months and that's it.
Okay. 4 kids. Did you always knew you wanted a big family?
No. So I didn't want kids. I didn't want to get married. I thought I was going to be career girl and that's it. And I had my eyes set on my goals. And I was never the little girl that like dreamt about the wedding dress and all of that. And then it happened so early in my life. So it's like, it's one of those things like you don't know what you actually don't know what you want.
It sounds like to me, Steph absolutely saved your life. Looked like you was going on that girl boss, feminist, don't need no man around, which either ends up as a single mother or lonely and alone in their later years of life. But these comments confirm, right? Like it makes absolute sense. Her behavior that you see on these different podcasts 4 or 5 years ago, it was a sort of longing for either continuing to be out on the streets or to be seen as the leader of a relationship. Can't you just sit down and be okay with your $100 million man? Just more information that you could be adored by millions of people worth $100 million and more, over 6 foot tall, and they still ain't gonna be happy.
Well, it's so interesting you say that because I want to talk a lot about that today because I relate to you in that way. Like, I really, really never thought I was going to get married. I'm like, there is actually no way that's ever going to happen. And then it happens and you're like, maybe I didn't know myself that well. And it's like, no, you knew yourself when you were young. Yes. And then life happens and then you grow up and then you have different wants and needs and that's okay to change your mind.
Yes.
But it's still shocking.
And we're going to skip a little bit in the content because we're about to hear a bunch of unimportant rambling. Nevertheless, let's pick back up when they begin to speak about how they met.
I mean, like, could this be something kind of way? Or are you like, no?
No, I was, this was like my first real date. So I was just nervous. I was nervous. It was like years of having a crush. And then years, like, I just never thought that he would like someone like me. I just didn't think it was going to be a thing. I thought we would be friends. Yeah.
Did you ever have anything in high school at all, or it was legit just friends?
No, just friends. Just friends. Yeah.
I get what you're saying of like you never saw him as something, but I'm like, when you look back.
So this reminds me of a woman who just don't know what the fuck she wants, right? She secured the bag and then she wanted self-validation. She wanted to separate herself from her man, right? She wanted to be, because she said she thought she was going to be the one, the career woman, getting all the accolades, so, she kind of just took the path with Steph because it was a sure thing. She married the money, not the man.
She don't know what she married. She don't know what she want to do, even to this day.
Well, she should
get what she do. That's why, listen, we just watched about 20 minutes of gibberish.
Yeah.
Like Mediocre just said, yeah, all that was. We just got here suffering through a bunch of nothingness. And that's who, if she's left alone, if she don't meet Steph Curry, that's who she would be. She just be meandering around through life, trying to do this and trying to do that. If she was ever going to be able to do that, she'd have done it because her husband is not stopping her. She don't have to watch them kids. He can pay for nannies and babysitters and everything else. She don't have to do any of the things that she's doing. And he'll support her financially to do whatever she want to do. So if she ever wanted to be a fashion designer, a secretary, or whatever, Steph would have supported that. So she just up there babbling.
So
and it doesn't make no sense.
I agree with you that she's doing it for attention.
Yes.
Because she wants to be heard, even though she doesn't need to be. She's already a made woman.
Listen, she want to be heard, but don't nobody want to hear her.
Right, because Steph is he's the prize. Right?
Yes. And you know what? Well, you know what's the most crazy part about it? He's humble. Yeah. He's the prize. He is everything, and he's humble. He's like a big kid.
Yeah. So, this is why I 100% don't understand why
she's ungrateful.
This is why I think this is why I'm anti-marriage. And I know a lot of.
Wait, what did you say? She not even trying to be special.
Yeah, she's not even trying to be special. She just want to be heard. She just running her mouth for nothing. Because she has everything. Look it. 6 figures, 6 feet, and the rest she know. Obviously, she took the ring.
The other part must be good too because they got 4 kids.
Yes, and she got compensated for that, right?
Yes.
And this is the problem I have with women complaining. I don't give a fuck what a man do in a lot of. And there's some extreme cases. I'm gonna give you that: drugs, abuse. Okay.
No, you don't have to put that in there. What did Prince say?
No, I'm just saying this, right? I'm gonna give that credence to that. But other than that, most women, in my estimated opinion, benefit from men. And regardless of whether it's $1 billion or where it's a lifestyle where you don't have to pay bills, women have to be appreciative and understand that if they're going to take all this compensation, they need to take a seat somewhere and enjoy it because it's free.
What did Prince say though? Prince said, maybe I'm just like my mother. She's never satisfied.
Never.
She's never satisfied.
So, and this goes back to
satisfy him, Ruthless.
You can't. That's why
you can pacify him a little bit, but you can't satisfy him.
Can't satisfy him. This is why I would not sign up to marry one of these people because I want what I want, and if she can't give it to me, then we could just be in. I'm gonna keep them in a capacity where I think they're best functioning at in rotation, and I'm not Steph Curry. He's really he's a real nice guy, right? He's a really nice. Cause Ben got rid of her. As soon as I heard the first, we out. Get them divorce papers. I'll give you here's 15 million. You can take his car, take the house in Brentwood, beat your feet. I'm on 500 million, bitch.
Yeah. Steph got hundreds of millions.
Yeah, he's like, I think he's between 350 and 500. Between them, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm here. Here's 20 million. Take the Bentley, take the house in Brentwood, and your account will be debited every month for the remaining balance for the alimony and kick rocks. Because the interest alone will take care of that without any worries. I would never even touch the money that I have saved. I would just help you be the interest payments.
When you got that kind of money, do you think you can get anything that's real? No, it's impossible. And this is why you got to live in your truth when you get that much money. This is why you don't marry women. This is why you just do what you do. You use them for what you want. They use you for what they want, and you move on to life. You keep your rotation nice and plentiful, young and beautiful, and you don't have to deal with the baggage. That's the thing, right? When you try to go the long way and deal with the woman the right way, you have to deal with all this Ayesha Curry baggage. Because like we just said, she's never satisfied. She's complaining about one of Michelle Obama, same person, right? Right? 2 of the most successful men in the history of the world. The world. Steph ain't out here fucking a whole bunch of bitches. After the game, he's flying her out. He's making sure that she's getting her whatever he has. He's holding his marriage vows to a T. He ain't embarrassing her. And yet she's still complaining. Well, she needs you to fuck with a nigga like me. Come over, fuck with me, Aisha. Fuck with a player. I'll show you how to be miserable. Because you would never, you'll be a rotation. But I won't know if I'll take 4 kids, I wouldn't take her. But I'm just saying, right? She need a guy. She need to get out here and understand that if she was to get out here and ping pong ball this, we would ping pong ball her. She because we don't regard these women as look, she need to be happy and shut up and enjoy this nigga who's being faithful to her. How to do it. Because she get a nigga like me, she getting a rotation. she said he's a highly faithful church-going guy. She don't know how to do it. Yeah, and it seemed like a simple life. Why she can't accept it, that's a her thing. Because she wants to feel more important than him. Yeah, that's greed. And that's greed. And she has everything. And some.
everything and some. She's rolling around probably in a Rolls Royce if she wants to. There's to no expense, spare no expense. She got 4 kids. Steph is going to give her at no expense. And this is why I do believe these women are not, their juice is not worth the squeeze. Because we see on all levels, whether they're broke or average earner or whether they have everything, they're never happy and they have a lot of complaints about a lot of things because women don't give a fuck about men. She married that bag. She didn't marry Steph. She's loyal. In this case, she was loyal to the lifestyle. She got bored. She's like, damn, why y'all? I'm supposed to be the man. Why y'all always calling Steph name? It's about me. It's about me. It's about me. It's about me. Why you always saying Steph? Oh, you Steph Curry's wife. You Steph Curry's wife. She found that made her miserable. Women no longer want to be attached to men's greatness anymore. For the men's greatness, they want to have their greatness and the men to be the backseat. This is what the women are evolving to.
You still not doing your shorts and stuff, huh? You need 384 subscribers before you get to the 500. How many watch hours you got in? I see you've been working every day.
I got like almost 300. I'm gonna start doing don't worry about it. I'm waiting. I'm doing some things right now. I'm gonna open the Twitch back up, and I'm YouTube together. I'm doing them all together. I'm gonna do 24-hour streams. I'm gonna do a 30-day 24-hour stream. All that's coming up. Oh, it's gonna get busy. This is just right now. I'm just doing this just to keep it going. It was some great content. I have fun doing this. Today was great. I cooked these women today. I got Sugar Bum up out of here. Get up out of here, Sugar Bum. Got Zyrex on quiet, right? So, because she's been...
Well, Zyrex is already submissive, so that's not hard to do.
No. Zyrex won't even make her man's bathwater. I told her, make your man's bathwater. She said, huh? Nigga, please. Zyrex don't even... When I asked her, go dance sexy, put on the outfit for your man when you get home and dance sexy for him. She said, why the fuck would I do that? I said, God damn, that's how you feel about him? He paying the mortgage, he paying all the bills, and you can't even do the free shit for him. All you gotta do is be extraordinary. She says, hell no.
She already got him though, so she ain't tripping.
That's my point now. These women.
And he allowed whatever it is that she doing.
Well, he has no, I'm just saying, I'm sure he wants more, but once again, right? These women are not, their juice is not worth the squeeze.
Hey man, I like him. I'm gonna give me another one. It is what it is. Let me play these songs before you end it, because you had 7 hours now. I know you're tired of this.
Yeah,
let me play these right quick.
I got some things to do too, so.
All right, let me play these two right quick.
Get the tune fully. She ain't tryna be nothing special, so disrespectful. Love turn regretful. Doberman Shepherd, Pitbull vibe. All teeth showing the pain collide. She ain't tryna be nothing special, so disrespectful. Love turn regretful. Doberman Shepherd, Pitbull vibe. All teeth showing the pain collide. Cold nights, warm lies, I've been through it. Trust get tested, I watch her abuse. Said it's love, but it came with a bite. Every scar on my soul, just another dog fight. Growl in my chest like a pit on a chain. Heart full of fury, head full of pain. Shepherd my peace, but the wolves still lurk. Every bark in my past just remind me of her. Ain't nothing special, so disrespectful. Love turn regretful. Doberman Shepherd, Pitbull vibe. All teeth showing the pain collide. Doberman sharp, cut deep when she snap. Disrespect in her tone like a whip when it crack. Thought we was loyal, thought we was true, but the kennel turned prison, now I'm breaking through. Bite marks left where the trust got torn. Raised in a struggle, I was bred to be warned. Guard dog hard, but I'm free from the chain.
rage. Yeah. Pitbull rage, dopamine dash, shepherd my soul from the lash. Loyal to the code, never fake the vibe. Still I bite by the pain special. So disrespectful. Blood turn regretful. Doberman shepherd, pitbull vibe. All teeth showing the pain.
That's one. Here's the second one.
She ain't tryna be nothing special. She ain't tryna be nothing special. So disrespectful. Love turn regretful. Doberman shepherd, pitbull vibe. All teeth showing up ain't a lie. All teeth showing up ain't a lie. All teeth showing up ain't a lie. Cold nights, warm lies, I've been through it. Trust get tested, I watch her abuse it. Said it's love, but it came with a bite. Every scar on my soul, just another dog fight. Growl on my chest like a pit on a chain. Heart full of fury, head full of pain. Shepherd my peace, but the wolves still lurk. Every bark in my past just remind me of hurt. She ain't trying to be nothing special. So disrespectful. Love turn regretful. Doberman shepherd, pitbull vibe. All teeth showing up ain't a lie. All teeth showing up ain't a lie. All teeth showing up ain't a lie. Doberman sharp, cut deep when she snap. Disrespect in a tone like a whip when it crack. Thought we was loyal, thought we was true, but the kennel turned prison, now I'm breaking through. The white marks left where the trust got torn. Raised in the struggle, I was bred to be warm. Guard dog heart, but I'm free from the chain. Now I roam through the night with the hunger and pain. Thank you. Rage, dopamine edge, shepherd my soul from the ledge. Loyal to the code, never fake the vibe. Still I bite back when the pain collides. She ain't tryna be nothing special. So disrespectful, so disrespectful, regretful. Oh, let's have a pitbull vibe. All t-shirt.
Yeah.
I like the beats, but not the sound is not what I'm after. I'll send you some songs. It's kind of, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so thank y'all for coming. Hit the like button. Show some niggas some love. Show niggas some love. Luke has been cooking today. Okay, great show, go content. Hit the like button. And Rufus is out.